The wind howled like a vengeful spirit that night, battering the small telegraph office in Redemption Creek with relentless fury. Rain lashed the windows, turning the muddy street outside into a blurred smear of shadow and lantern light. Inside, the air hummed with the scent of damp wood and the sharp click of the telegraph relay, a lifeline in a town teetering on the edge of nowhere. She sat hunched over the brass key, her fingers dancing with the rhythm of dots and dashes, a steady pulse in the chaos of the storm. Then came the pounding, urgent, desperate, on the door. Not a polite knock, but a demand. A stranger stumbled in, soaked and wild-eyed, bringing the tempest with him. "Need you to send a wire," he rasped, his voice raw with something more than exhaustion. "And read one." In his trembling hand, a sodden telegram, its ink bleeding secrets into the night. What truths lay hidden in those smeared lines? What danger rode in on the storm? The echoes on the wire were just beginning to whisper their tale. Chapter 1. Echoes on the Wire. The wind was a mean thing tonight, battering the small telegraph office in Redemption Creek like a fist against a stubborn door. Rain lashed the windows in diagonal sheets, blurring the already muddy street outside into an impressionistic smear of lantern light and shadow. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of damp wood, ozone from the clicking relay, and the faint, lingering aroma of coal smoke from the pot-bellied stove that fought a losing battle against the chill seeping through the floorboards. Eliza Mayhew, 23 years old and 5 years into her tenure as the town's connection to the wider world, hunched over the brass key, her fingers translating the staccato rhythm of incoming dots and dashes into the familiar language of the wire. The rhythmic clicking was usually a comfort, a steady pulse in the often unpredictable life of a boomtown perched precariously on the edge of nowhere. Tonight, though, the sound seemed brittle, drowned out by the storm's fury, each click a small spark against an overwhelming darkness. Her shoulders ached with a familiar weariness, not just from the long hours, but from the weight of the promise she carried. Forge your own destiny, Eliza. Don't let this life break you like it broke me. Her father's words, whispered on a dusty deathbed years ago, were the bedrock of her existence here. He'd been a prospector, chasing dreams that turned to dust, leaving her with little more than a fierce independence and a warning. Redemption Creek wasn't a place for the weak-willed, and being a woman alone, running the telegraph, meant walking a tightrope every single day. Respect was earned, not given, and usually involved a sharp tongue and an unwavering gaze that promised more trouble than she was worth. She finished transcribing the latest message: cattle prices from Denver, destined for the sprawling ranch owned by Silas Croft, the town's unofficial patriarch, and a man whose smile never quite reached his eyes. Eliza filed it neatly, the precise movements a small act of control in a world that often felt chaotic. She pushed a stray strand of dark brown hair, loosened from its practical knot, back from her forehead. The lamplight cast long shadows across the small office, illuminating shelves stacked with ledgers, spare batteries, coils of wire, and the imposing apparatus of the telegraph itself, her kingdom, such as it was. It was a lonely dominion. Men came and went, leaving messages of fortunes sought, fortunes lost, urgent pleas, or terse warnings. They rarely saw her, only the function she served: a conduit, a necessary piece of machinery like the steam engine or the ore crusher. Sometimes late at night, when the wires fell silent and the wind moaned through the eaves, the solitude pressed in, heavy and suffocating. She missed conversation that wasn't clipped and transactional, missed the easy camaraderie she sometimes glimpsed between the wives who gathered at the general store, though she knew their lives, bound by domesticity and husbands, weren't the path her father had urged her towards. Forge your own destiny. It was a lonely path, paved with independence, but shadowed by isolation. A particularly violent gust rattled the door in its frame, followed by a crash of thunder that seemed to shake the very foundations of the building. Eliza flinched, her hand momentarily stilling over the key. Storms on the prairie were forces of nature, untamed and humbling. They reminded everyone in Redemption Creek just how fragile their foothold was, how quickly the elements could reclaim everything. Then above the storm's roar came a different sound, frantic pounding on the door, Not the polite knock of a customer, but something urgent, desperate. Her hand instinctively went to the small, pearl-handled derringer she kept tucked in the waistband of her skirt beneath her apron. Another lesson learned early in Redemption Creek. "Office is closed," she called out, her voice steady despite the sudden knot tightening in her stomach. The pounding didn't stop. If anything, it grew more insistent. "Open up! Damn it, woman, open the door! It's urgent!" The voice was rough, male, strained with exhaustion and something else. Fear? Eliza hesitated. Opening the door after hours, especially during a storm like this, to a desperate stranger was foolhardy. But the telegraph office was a lifeline. Emergencies didn't keep business hours. Her duty, and perhaps a flicker of unwelcome curiosity, warred with caution. Taking a deep breath, she slid the heavy bolt back. The door flew open, wrenched inward by the wind and the man standing on the threshold. He stumbled in, bringing the storm with him, a blast of cold, rain-soaked air that smelled of wet leather, horse, and the metallic tang of the downpour. Water streamed from the brim of his battered hat and slicked his dark hair to his temples. He was broad-shouldered, dressed in the durable canvas and leather of a stagecoach driver, though his clothes were plastered to him, dark with rain and streaked with mud. His face was harsh angles and shadows in the lamplight, stubble darkening his jaw, his eyes startlingly intense blue, scanning the small office with a desperate energy. He looked less like he'd ridden through the storm and more like he'd wrestled it. He slammed the door shut against the howling wind, the latch clicking decisively. For a moment they just stood there, the only sounds the drumming rain, the wind's moan, and the man's ragged breathing. He pushed his wet hat back, revealing a face etched with exhaustion and grim determination. He wasn't young, maybe early 30s, but he looked older, weathered by sun, wind, and something deeper, something that resided in the taut line of his mouth, in the shadows beneath those piercing eyes. "Need you to send a wire," he rasped, his voice raw. He swayed slightly, gripping the edge of her counter to steady himself. "And read one." Eliza straightened, her hand hovering near the derringer, hidden by the counter's edge. "The lines might be down in this storm, mister. Sending's not guaranteed." "And reading what?" He fumbled inside his soaked duster, his movements hampered by cold or injury. She couldn't tell. Finally, he produced a folded piece of paper, handling it as if it were both precious and venomous. He smoothed it out on the counter, his large, rough hands surprisingly careful. It was a telegram form, flimsy and ravaged by the elements. Rain had blurred the ink, smearing the carefully formed letters into near illegibility. Mud stained its edges. "This came for me," he said, his gaze fixed on the sodden paper. "Picked it up at Sutter's Crossing. Barely made it here. Stage nearly went over the edge back in Devil's Gulch." He looked up then, his eyes locking with hers. The desperation in them was stark, unfiltered. "It's incomplete, damaged. I need to know what it says. All of it." Eliza leaned closer, peering at the ruined message. Her professional instincts kicked in, overriding her caution for a moment. Deciphering garbled messages was part of the job, a puzzle she usually relished. But the intensity radiating from this man, the raw need etched on his face, made this different. This wasn't about cattle prices. "Looks like it took a beating," she murmured, tracing a smeared line with her finger. The standard preamble was barely visible. Recipient, Caleb Dunn. That must be him. Sender, obscured. Point of origin, somewhere east, maybe Junction City? The message itself was a mess. Dots and dashes bled together. Words were fragmented, isolated islands in a sea of watery ink. "Can you read it?" he pressed, his voice tight. "Maybe," Eliza said slowly, pulling her lamp closer, angling the light. "Telegraph ink isn't meant for swimming. Give me a moment." She picked up the fragile paper carefully, holding it under the brightest part of the lamplight. Her training took over. She focused on the rhythm, the spacing, the faint impressions left by the stylus even where the ink had run. It was like listening for a whisper in a gale. Minutes passed. The only sounds were the storm outside, the ticking clock on the wall, and Caleb Dunn's controlled breathing, each exhale seeming to carry a weight of its own. He didn't hover, but he didn't relax either. He stood by the counter, dripping onto the floorboards, his gaze fixed on her face, watching for any flicker of understanding. She could feel the pressure of his stare, the sheer force of his will demanding answers from the ruined scrap of paper. Slowly, painstakingly, words began to emerge from the blur. Shipment. Compromised. Her brow furrowed. Shipment of what? Morgan. Betrayed. Morgan. A name. Betrayed whom? Trail shadowed. Watch. Silas. Silas. Her breath caught. Silas Croft? The name hung in the air, heavy and dangerous. Why would the town's most powerful rancher be mentioned in a cryptic wire to a mud-splattered stagecoach driver? Cashy hidden. Brothers. The next word was completely obliterated. Brothers what? Grave? Claim? Debt? Cannot reach. Redemption. The last word was clear, stark against the smeared background. Redemption. The name of their town, or something more? She looked up, meeting Caleb Dunn's intense gaze. It's fragmented, badly, but I have parts. Tell me, he commanded, his voice low and urgent. It mentions a shipment being compromised, she began, keeping her voice level, professional. Someone named Morgan involved in a betrayal. It warns you're being followed, trail shadowed. It mentions Silas. She paused, watching his reaction. His jaw tightened almost imperceptibly, a muscle flickering near his temple. And a cache. Hidden. Something about a brother. Caleb Dunn closed his eyes for a brief second, a flicker of profound pain crossing his face before being instantly shuttered behind a mask of grim resolve. He leaned forward, bracing his hands on the counter. The wood creaked under his weight. My brother, he said, his voice thick with an emotion he quickly suppressed. Jedediah. He was supposed to be guarding that shipment for Wells Fargo. He opened his eyes, the blue darkening. Morgan. Jacob Morgan was his partner, his friend. The word friend was laced with bitter irony. Silas Croft hired the security, said he wanted his investment protected. Eliza felt a chill that had nothing to do with the storm. This wasn't just a missing shipment. It was tangled with betrayal, possible death, and the most powerful man in town. What was in the shipment? He hesitated, his gaze sweeping the office again, as if checking for eavesdroppers even in the empty room. Gold, he said finally, the word barely a whisper. Refined ore, enough to make a man king or get him killed. He straightened up, running a hand through his wet hair. Jedediah, they found his horse, saddlebags slit. No sign of him or Morgan, or the gold. Wells Fargo thinks he ran off with it. Called him a thief. His fist clenched on the counter. My brother wasn't a thief, he was loyal. Too damn loyal, maybe. Morgan must have turned on him. Took the gold, left Jed to whatever fate befell him. The air crackled with unspoken grief and a simmering rage. Eliza could see the vow he carried etched into the lines around his eyes. He wasn't just looking for a missing shipment. He was looking for his brother, for vengeance, for the truth that would clear Jedediah's name. And this wire? She prompted gently. Who sent it? Where's the rest? Don't know who sent it, he admitted, frustration roughening his voice. He picked up the sodden paper again, turning it over as if the answer might magically appear. Feels like someone trying to warn me, or guide me. But the key parts, the location of this cache, maybe where Jed is, it's gone, washed away. He looked at her, a different kind of desperation in his eyes now. Not just urgency, but a plea. Is there any way, any technique you have to bring back more? Anything? Eliza looked at the ruined message, then back at the man. His raw vulnerability, quickly hidden but glimpsed nonetheless, resonated with her own carefully guarded core. He was asking for more than her skill. He was asking for hope. Sometimes, she said cautiously, with extreme damage, you can try. Certain chemical treatments, fuming, or careful application of reagents to react with the iron in the ink. But it's risky. It can destroy what little is left just as easily as reveal it. She met his gaze directly. And it takes time. More than a few minutes. His shoulders slumped slightly, the brief flicker of hope dimming. Time I might not have. Trail shadowed, it said. He glanced towards the rain-lashed window, his expression hardening. They could be anywhere, could be waiting right outside. An uneasy silence fell between them, filled only by the storm's symphony. Eliza felt the pull, the dangerous allure of the unknown, the mystery held within that ruined piece of paper. Her father's words echoed again. Forge your own destiny. Was this part of it? Stepping beyond the safe, predictable clicks of the telegraph key into something far more perilous? Helping this desperate man might mean inviting danger into her carefully constructed world. It might mean crossing Silas Croft, a man who crushed obstacles without a second thought. Yet, the injustice gnawed at her. A brother lost, presumed a thief. A betrayal left unpunished. A man fighting against overwhelming odds, carrying the weight of grief in a desperate vow. And the puzzle of the message itself. A challenge to her skills. A secret waiting to be unlocked. Caleb Dunn seemed to sense her internal debate. He pushed himself away from the counter, weariness evident in his stance, but his resolve unshaken. Look, Miss Mayhew, she supplied quietly. Eliza Mayhew. Miss Mayhew. He gave a curt nod, a gesture of respect that felt earned rather than automatic. I understand the risk. I know this town, know Croft's reach. I'm not asking you to put yourself in the line of fire. Just, if there's anything more you can glean from that message, anything at all, it might be the difference between finding Jed or finding nothing. He reached into his duster again, pulling out a small, damp leather pouch. He untied the drawstring and spilled a few coins onto the counter, more than enough to pay for a standard wire transmission. For your time and your trouble. Eliza looked at the coins, then back at his face. The payment felt insignificant compared to the stakes. This wasn't about money. It was about the echoes on the wire, the story half told, the plea in a stranger's eyes that mirrored a loneliness she understood too well. It was about a choice. Play it safe, bolt the door, and let him ride back into the storm alone? Or step onto that lonely path her father spoke of, the one that led away from the predictable and into the unknown. She pushed the coins back towards him. Keep your money, Mr. Dunn. The storm makes the lines unreliable anyway. As for the message, she picked up the damp telegram again, holding it with a newfound determination. Leave it with me. I'll see what I can do. No promises, but I'll try the reagents tomorrow when the light is better. Carefully. A flicker of surprise, then profound relief washed over his face. It softened the harsh lines for a moment, revealing a man burdened rather than broken. Thank you, Miss Mayhew. I owe you. You owe me nothing, she said, her voice firmer than she felt. Just be careful, Mr. Dunn. Redemption Creek has long shadows, even when the sun is shining. If Silas Croft is involved, she didn't need to finish the sentence. He nodded grimly. I know. I grew up near here. Know the kind of power men like Croft wield. He pulled his hat lower, obscuring his eyes again. I'll be at the livery stable. O'Malley owes me a favor. Might let me bunk in the loft. Check back tomorrow? Tomorrow afternoon, she agreed. After the midday rush, if the lines are clear. He gave another curt nod, turned and pulled the door open. The wind and rain surged in again, momentarily extinguishing the lamp nearest the door, plunging half the office into deeper shadow. He stepped out into the maelstrom, a solitary figure swallowed almost instantly by the darkness and the downpour. The door slammed shut, leaving Eliza alone once more, the scent of rain and damp leather lingering in the air. She stood frozen for a long moment, the ruined telegram clutched in her hand. The rhythmic clicking of the relay seemed louder now in the relative quiet, a steady heartbeat against the fading roar of the storm. She walked slowly to the window, wiping away the condensation to peer out into the muddy chaos of the street. Nothing moved but the rain and the wind whipping at the loose shutters of the building opposite. Yet the warning from the wire trail shadowed, echoed in her mind. Was someone watching? Had Caleb Dunn brought the danger right to her doorstep? She drew the curtains firmly shut, replaced the chimney on the extinguished lamp, and relit it. The flame caught, casting a warm, steady glow. Holding the telegram, she went back to her desk. The message felt heavier now, imbued with Caleb Dunn's desperation and the ghost of his lost brother. Compromised, betrayed, shadowed. Cash, brothers, redemption. Fragments of a dangerous story, a puzzle dropped into her lap by a storm-battered stranger. Her father had wanted her to forge her own destiny. He hadn't specified it should be a safe one. Eliza smoothed the damp paper one last time, her fingers tracing the blurred ink. Tomorrow she would try to coax its secrets out. Tonight she would listen to the storm and wonder if she'd just invited the unforgiving wilderness, in all its danger and potential, right across her threshold. The clicks of the telegraph seemed to count out the seconds, each one a step further down a path she hadn't chosen, but couldn't now turn away from. The echo on the wire had become her own. Chapter 2. Secrets in the Dots and Dashes. The dawn broke gray and grudging over Redemption Creek. The sky bruised purple and yellow at the horizon like an old wound. The relentless drumming of the rain had softened overnight to a mournful drizzle, leaving the street a quagmire of thick, sucking mud that clung to boots and wagon wheels with greedy persistence. Water dripped steadily from eaves and saturated awnings, each drop echoing in the unusual quiet. The storm had passed, leaving behind a world washed clean but weary, the air sharp with the scent of damp earth and bruised sagebrush carried in from the plains. Inside the telegraph office, Eliza Mayhew moved with a quiet deliberation that belied the nervous energy thrumming just beneath the surface. She had slept fitfully, her dreams haunted by fragmented messages, the roar of wind, and the intense blue gaze of the stranger, Caleb Dunn. The small, damp telegram lay on her workbench like a sleeping serpent, innocuous yet charged with potential venom. She stoked the pot-bellied stove, coaxing a reluctant warmth into the chilly air, then brewed coffee, strong and black, the bitter aroma of familiar anchor. As the town slowly stirred outside, the clatter of shutters being opened, the distant clang of the blacksmith's hammer, the low murmur of voices, Eliza gathered her supplies. From a locked cabinet beneath the counter, she retrieved small, stoppered glass bottles containing the reagents. Tannic acid solution, potassium ferrocyanide, carefully measured dilutions she rarely had cause to use. These were the tools of resurrection, meant to coax ghosts from faded ink. But they demanded a delicate touch. One misstep, one overly generous drop, and the fragile paper could disintegrate, taking its secrets with it. She cleared her main work table, laying down clean blotting paper. The morning light filtered through the still damp window panes, was weak but steady, better than lamplight for the intricate work ahead. Pinning the edges of the telegram carefully to the blotting paper to prevent curling, she studied it again, memorizing the existing fragments, the water stains, the tears. It felt intimate, holding this ruined piece of communication, knowing the weight of hope and desperation attached to it. Shipment compromised, Morgan betrayed, trail shadowed, watch Silas, cash hidden, brothers cannot reach, redemption. Each phrase was a breadcrumb leading into a dark wood. Her first attempt would be fuming. She lit a small alcohol lamp, the flame burning a clean blue. Carefully using metal tongs, she held a shard of sulfur over the flame until it ignited, producing pungent, choking fumes. Holding the telegram taut, she passed it cautiously through the rising sulfur dioxide gas. This method sometimes reacted with residual iron in the ink, darkening faded lines without saturating the paper. She moved it back and forth, her eyes narrowed in concentration, watching for any subtle change. Minutes stretched into an hour. The acrid smell filled the small office, stinging her nostrils. Outside, the sounds of Redemption Creek grew bolder. A wagon rumbled past, its wheels churning through the mud. Mrs. Henderson, the baker's wife, called out a greeting to someone across the street. The mundane rhythm of the town felt distant, separated from the tense silence within the office by more than just glass and wood. Eliza felt suspended, caught between the ordinary world and the dangerous secrets whispered by the dots and dashes. The fuming yielded little, perhaps a faint darkening around the word Morgan, but nothing substantial, nothing new. Disappointment pricked at her, sharp and unwelcome. She had hoped for an easier revelation. Setting the telegram back down, she let the air clear, opening the door a crack to let the sulfur fumes dissipate, replaced by the cool, damp scent of the morning. A customer arrived, Mr. Abernathy, the perpetually flustered owner of the general store, wanting to wire an order for more canned peaches and lamp oil. Eliza took his message, her fingers moving automatically over the key, translating his needs into the universal language of the telegraph. Click, click, clack, click. The familiar rhythm was soothing, a brief return to normalcy. "Terrible storm last night, Eliza," Abernathy fussed, adjusting his spectacles. "Thought the roof might go. Heard the stage nearly didn't make it through Devil's Gulch." Eliza kept her expression neutral, focusing on the transmission. "Storms can be fierce out here, Mr. Abernathy." "Anything else?" No, that's all. Hope the lines are holding up." He peered at the apparatus, mystified as always by its workings. "Seems clear enough this morning," she replied evenly. He paid, nodded, and bustled out, leaving Eliza alone again with the silent, stubborn message. She closed the door, the sense of isolation returning. But this time it felt less like loneliness and more like necessary secrecy. Abernathy's mention of the stagecoach's near disaster brought Caleb Dunn vividly back to mind, the exhaustion etched on his face, the mud staining his clothes, the raw desperation in his eyes. He hadn't exaggerated the danger of his journey. What drove a man to risk his life on such a night, chasing a damaged message? Loyalty, grief, vengeance. Powerful currents, strong enough to sweep away caution. Strong enough, perhaps, to sweep her away too. Why was she doing this? It wasn't just the puzzle, the technical challenge. It was the injustice clinging to the story like the mud on Dunn's boots. Her father had chased elusive dreams of gold, but he'd been an honest man, often exploited but never betraying. The thought of Jedediah Dunn, smeared as a thief when he might have been a victim, resonated with a deep-seated sense of fairness she couldn't easily ignore. And Silas Croft, his name alone was a reason to dig deeper. Croft owned the largest ranch, held sway over the town council, had the sheriff, Jebediah Stone, tucked firmly in his pocket. His power was pervasive, often benign on the surface, but rumors occasionally surfaced, whispers of ruthlessness, of land acquired through questionable means, of competitors who suddenly faced inexplicable misfortune. If Croft was involved in this missing gold, it added a layer of menace that turned a simple crime into something far more sinister. She decided to try the reagents, starting with the weakest dilution of tannic acid, often used to restore faded iron gall ink. Using a fine-tipped dropper, hardly daring to breathe, she applied a minuscule drop to an area where the ink was completely blurred, near the word brothers. She watched, holding her breath, as the liquid wicked into the fragile paper fibers. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, almost magically, faint gray lines began to bloom beneath the surface like veins appearing under skin. Her heart leaped. Excitement warred with caution. She waited, letting the reaction stabilize, before applying another tiny drop nearby. This was painstaking work, nerve-wracking. Too much, too fast, and the paper would turn to mush. Too little, and the secrets remained hidden. She worked with the intense focus of a surgeon, oblivious now to the sounds outside, lost in the microscopic landscape of faded ink and water damage. Another word began to emerge after brothers. Not grave or claim. The letters were faint, spiderweb thin, but discernible. LODE, Brothers Lode. A mining claim? It made sense. Prospectors often named their claims, sometimes after loved ones, sometimes with boastful predictions of wealth. Jedediah Dunn might have had a claim, perhaps near where the ambush happened. Was the cache hidden there? Her fingers trembled slightly as she moved the dropper to another badly damaged section, the area mentioning the cache's location. Hidden. The next part was a watery smudge. She applied the tannic acid. Waited. Faint lines appeared, then faded almost immediately as the paper darkened slightly from the moisture. Frustration tightened her lips. She switched to the potassium ferrocinide solution, which reacted with iron to produce a blue-color Prussian blue. This was riskier, the reaction stronger. She applied the tiniest possible amount. A faint blue tinge appeared, outlining a symbol? Not letters. It looked like a mark. A brand? No. More like a pictograph. A simple drawing, a jagged line intersected by a circle. It meant nothing to her. A landmark? A map coordinate? She sketched it quickly on a separate piece of paper, committing it to memory. Whatever it signified, it was likely known only to the sender and Caleb Dunn, or perhaps to his brother Jedediah. She worked through the rest of the morning, moving with methodical patience. Another customer came and went, a cowboy wiring wages home. The sun climbed higher, burning off the last of the drizzle, though the air remained cool. Through the window, she saw Sheriff Stone making his rounds, his heavy presence a reminder of the town's established order, an order potentially threatened by the secrets she was uncovering. He glanced towards the telegraph office, his expression unreadable behind his thick mustache, before moving on. Eliza felt a prickle of unease. Was he just doing his job, or was his interest piqued by the stranger who'd ridden in looking half-drowned? She turned back to the telegram, focusing on the sender's name and origin point. The fuming hadn't helped here, and the water damage was severe. Carefully alternating between the two reagents, she managed to bring up faint traces. The origin wasn't Junction City. The letters, blurred but just legible, spelled out Fortlar, Fort Larn, possible, and the sender, only two letters surfaced reliably from the smudged name, J. M. Jacob Morgan. Could the betrayer himself have sent the warning? It seemed unlikely, twisted, unless Morgan wasn't the villain Caleb Dunn believed him to be. Unless the betrayal was more complex, the lines of loyalty and treachery blurred like the ink on the page. The thought sent a fresh wave of uncertainty through her. What if helping Caleb meant leading him towards a truth more painful than the one he imagined? What if Morgan had tried to warn Jedediah, or Caleb, before meeting his own end? The wire spoke of betrayal, but didn't explicitly state Morgan was the betrayer. Morgan betrayed could mean Morgan was betrayed. She leaned back, rubbing her temples. The concentration, the chemical fumes, the weight of the unfolding drama, it was exhausting. She looked at the fragments she'd recovered. Brother's Load, the strange symbol, Fort Larned, the ambiguous JM initials. It wasn't a complete map, but they were significant pieces, dangerous pieces, especially the mention of Silas Croft, hanging there like a thunderhead. Watch Silas, a direct warning. She thought of Caleb Dunn again. The image of him standing in her office, soaked and desperate, but with that core of unyielding resolve, was sharper now. He carried his grief like a shield, but she'd seen the vulnerability beneath it. He wasn't just a rugged stagecoach driver. He was a man pushed to the edge by loss and a fierce sense of duty to his brother's memory. There was a loneliness about him, too, that echoed her own, a sense of being adrift in a harsh world, clinging to a purpose. Had he felt it, too, that brief spark of connection in the charged atmosphere of the storm-lashed office? Or was she merely projecting her own longing onto a convenient stranger? Her father's voice echoed, "Don't let this life break you." Following this path felt like the opposite of breaking. It felt like engaging, like choosing involvement over isolation, risk over stagnant safety. Even if it led to danger, it felt alive. The clock on the wall chimed midday. The main rush of telegraph traffic would begin soon. Ranchers checking markets, merchants placing orders, perhaps news from the east arriving on the main trunk line. She needed to put the telegram away, return to the everyday rhythm. Carefully, she unpinned the fragile document, blotted away any residual moisture, and placed it between sheets of clean, dry paper. She locked it back in the cabinet alongside the reagents. The secrets were hidden again, but they were imprinted on her mind, buzzing like the residual energy in the wires after a long transmission. Brother's Load, the jagged line and circle, watch Silas. She stood at the window, Looking out at Redemption Creek settling into its lunchtime lull, the mud was already beginning to dry in patches under the strengthening sun, turning from dark sludge to pale, cracked earth. It looked peaceful enough, deceptively so. The danger wasn't always in the open, like a band of raiding Cheyenne or a prairie fire. Sometimes it lurked beneath the surface in whispers, in coded messages, in the watchful eyes of powerful men. She had promised Caleb Dunn she would meet him this afternoon. She had pieces of his puzzle now, pieces that could lead him closer to the gold, to his brother, or straight into an ambush. Handing them over felt like pushing him further down that shadowed trail. But she had given her word, and more than that, she felt inexplicably bound to see this through, to uncover the truth hidden in the dots and dashes, whatever the cost. As she watched, a lone rider entered town from the east, the direction of Croft's sprawling ranch. He wasn't one of the regular ranch hands she recognized. He rode with a tense alertness, his gaze sweeping the street, lingering for a moment on the telegraph office before he dismounted in front of the saloon. He was dressed plainly, but there was something about his posture, the way his hand rested near the Colt Peacemaker holstered low on his hip, that spoke of readiness, of trouble barely contained. Was he one of Silas Croft's men? Was he watching for Caleb Dunn, or was he watching her? The question hung in the air, heavy and cold, a new echo joining the ones from the wire. The quiet of the office suddenly felt less like a sanctuary and more like the calm before a storm far more dangerous than the one that had raged the night before. She had the secrets. Now she had to decide what to do with them and face the consequences of Caleb Dunn's dangerous quest becoming inextricably tangled with her own. The afternoon couldn't come soon enough, and yet she dreaded it. Chapter 3. The Weight of a Vow. The afternoon dragged its feet, each tick of the wall clock amplifying the anticipation coiling in Eliza's stomach. The midday telegraph traffic had been steady confirmations of arrivals, inquiries about shipments, a brief, coded message likely heading to the Wells Fargo office concerning their ongoing investigation into the missing gold, a stark reminder of the currents swirling beneath Redemption Creek's surface. Eliza handled it all with practiced efficiency, her outward calm a carefully constructed facade over the unease stirred by the fragmented message locked away in her cabinet. Every time the door opened, she felt a jolt, half expecting to see Caleb Dunn's intense gaze, half fearing it might be someone else, Sheriff Stone, with pointed questions, or worse, the watchful stranger she'd seen earlier, the one who wore his gun like an extension of his arm. But it was just regular townsfolk, their concerns mundane, their faces familiar, oblivious to the hidden drama unfolding literally under their noses. The contrast made her feel strangely isolated, privy to a dangerous secret in a town built on secrets often left undisturbed. Finally, the traffic slowed. The air grew heavy with the promise of late afternoon heat, the sun slanting through the window, dust motes dancing in the golden beams. It was time. Wiping her suddenly damp palms on her apron, Eliza secured the office, double-checking the lock on the cabinet containing the telegram, before slipping the small derringer into its familiar place at her waistband. She drew a steadying breath. Forge your own destiny. This felt less like forging and more like following a current, powerful and unpredictable, pulling her towards an unknown shore. She stepped out onto the boardwalk, the slightly drier air carrying the ubiquitous sense of dust, horse manure, and frying bacon from the saloon's kitchen. The street was less crowded now. Men drifted toward the saloons or headed back to outlying ranches. Women hurried home to prepare evening meals. Eliza kept her pace measured, avoiding eye contact, acutely aware of the space around her. Was the watcher still nearby? She scanned the faces, the doorways, the shadowed alley between the general store and the assayer's office. Nothing overtly threatening, yet the feeling of being observed lingered, a prickle at the back of her neck. The warning from the wire trail shadowed wasn't just for Caleb Dunn anymore. By involving herself, she had stepped into that shadow too. The livery stable stood at the dusty end of the main street, its wide doors open like a welcoming maw. The familiar smells intensified as she approached warm horses. Hay, leather, manure, the sharp tang of liniment. Inside, the cavernous space was cool and dim after the brightness outside. Sunlight streamed through high, dusty windows, illuminating shafts filled with dancing hay particles. Horses stamped and snorted softly in their stalls, the sounds echoing in the high-raftered ceiling. A grizzled man with a limp, Tim O'Malley, the livery owner, was meticulously polishing a saddle buckle near the entrance. He looked up as Eliza entered, his weathered face breaking into a craggy smile. "Afternoon, Miss Mayhew," he greeted, his voice raspy. "Not often we see you down this end of town. Need a horse?" "Not today, Mr. O'Malley," Eliza replied, forcing a calmness she didn't feel. "I'm looking for Mr. Dunn. Caleb Dunn, the stage driver who came in late last night?" O'Malley's smile faded slightly, his eyes becoming shrewd. He wiped his hands on a rag. "Aye, the one who looked like he wrestled a grizzly in the middle of the flood. Put his horse up, poor creature was near done in. Said he might bunk in the loft for a bit." He jerked his thumb towards a sturdy ladder leading upward into the shadows. "He's up there, I reckon. Quiet sort, paid cash for the stall, and didn't ask for trouble." He paused, studying her. "You got business with him?" The question was casual, but Eliza felt the underlying curiosity, the way news traveled in a small town. "He was expecting a message," she said carefully, sticking close to the truth. "From the telegraph office." O'Malley grunted, seemingly satisfied. "Well, watch your step on that ladder. Rungs are solid, but it's steep." He turned back to his saddle polishing, effectively dismissing her. The loft was even dimmer than the stable below. The air was thick with the sweet, dusty scent of dry hay, stacked in towering bales that formed walls and canyons in the large space. Light filtered weakly through a single, grime-coated window at the far end, illuminating a small cleared area. Caleb Dunn sat there on an overturned crate, his back towards her. He seemed completely absorbed in cleaning his revolver, the metallic click and scrape of oiled parts the only sound besides the soft rustle of hay and the distant movements of the horses below. He'd cleaned up. His dark hair was damp, but neatly combed back. He wore a different shirt, dark blue cotton, worn but clean, and his canvas trousers looked drier, though still mud-stained around the cuffs. The exhaustion was still there, etched into the lines of his profile and the set of his shoulders. But the frantic desperation of the night before had settled into a tense, coiled stillness. He looked leaner in the daylight, whipcord tough, like a man stripped down to essentials by hardship. Eliza hesitated at the top of the ladder, suddenly unsure. Seeing him like this, focused and solitary in the quiet loft, made the danger feel more real, more personal. This wasn't just an abstract puzzle anymore. "Mr. Dunn?" she called softly, not wanting to startle a man cleaning a weapon. He didn't jump, but his hands stilled instantly. He turned his head slowly, those intense blue eyes finding her in the dimness. He carefully laid the cylinder and frame of the revolver on a clean cloth spread over another crate before rising to his feet. He stood tall, his shadow long in the slanted light. "Miss Mayhew." His voice was low, less ragged than the night before. "You came." There was a hint of relief in his tone, quickly masked. "I said I would," she replied, stepping fully into the loft, her boots sinking slightly into the scattered hay. She pulled the carefully folded telegram fragments from her pocket. Her hand felt unnaturally steady. "I worked on the message this morning. The reagents, they brought back a little more. Not everything. The damage was severe." He moved closer, his gaze fixed on the papers in her hand, his expression taut with anticipation. He didn't reach for them, waiting for her to speak. The air crackled with unspoken questions. "The point of origin," Eliza began, keeping her voice low and even, conscious of O'Malley somewhere below. "Looks like Fort Larned, not Junction City." Caleb frowned, processing this. "Larned? That's Army territory. Jed, he sometimes scouted for them. Years back, knew some folk there." He rubbed his jaw. "Doesn't make sense for the shipment route, though. Wells Fargo usually stages further east." "And the sender," Eliza continued, watching his face closely. "The name is badly smudged. Only 2 initials are clear. J.M. His eyes hardened instantly, a flicker of cold fury tightening his mouth. Jacob Morgan, he bit out, the name tasting like poison. The bastard. Sending a coded warning after what he did. The conviction was absolute, raw. Eliza hesitated, remembering her own flicker of doubt. It could be, she said carefully, but the ink is very blurred, Mr. Dunn. Quote J.M. quote, could stand for other names? He waved a dismissive hand, his focus already narrowed by grief and anger. No, it's him. Who else knew the details? Who else would know where to send it? He paced a short distance away, running a hand through his hair in frustration. Damn him. What did he say? Did you find out where the cash is? Part of it, Eliza said, holding out the paper where she'd sketched the strange symbol. There's this mark. I couldn't make out letters, just this shape. He took the paper, his rough fingers surprisingly gentle. He stared at the jagged line intersected by the circle, his brow furrowed in concentration. Recognition dawned slowly, followed by a wave of pain that visibly washed over him. He closed his eyes briefly, his throat working. Jedediah, he murmured, his voice thick. This was his mark, from when we were kids, exploring the hills back home, pretending we were mapping uncharted territory. He traced the symbol with his fingertip. The jagged line, that was Serpent Ridge, and the circle. He looked up at Eliza, his eyes bleak. That was the old hanging tree overlook, a place only we knew well. Serpent Ridge. Hanging tree overlook. The name sent a shiver down Eliza's spine. They spoke of wild, remote country, dangerous country. And there was one other phrase, Eliza said softly, giving him the last piece. Before the word cash, it said, brother's load. Caleb went very still. The tension that had radiated from him sharpened into something almost brittle. He stared at her, his blue eyes searching her face as if trying to gauge the truth not just of her words, but of their implication. Brother's load, he repeated, the words barely a whisper. He sank back down onto the crate, the revolver forgotten beside him. He stared into the middle distance, lost in memory. That was Jed's folly, his dream. He looked back at Eliza, a wry, sad smile touching his lips for a fleeting moment. Everyone out here chases gold, Miss Mayhew. My brother, he wasn't immune. Found some color years ago, up near Serpent Ridge. Just a whisper of a vein, barely enough to keep hope alive. Never filed a proper claim. Didn't want the vultures descending. Called it the brother's load, said one day it'd make us both rich. Give us a life away from all this. He gestured vaguely at the rough surroundings. The hard life they both knew. He worked it sometimes, when he wasn't riding guard or scouting. Kept it secret. It was his place, his escape. Caleb's voice roughened. And now Morgan, or whoever sent that wire, is saying the shipment cache, the gold Jedediah died protecting, is hidden there? At his own load. The bitter irony was stark. He scrubbed a hand over his face, the gesture weary, laden with the weight of his vow. I swore, he said, his voice low but resonant in the quiet loft. When I heard Wells Fargo calling him a thief, when I heard Morgan had vanished, I swore I'd find the truth. I'd clear his name. Jedediah was stubborn, maybe a little naive about men like Morgan, but he wasn't a coward and he wasn't a thief. He deserved better than to be remembered as one. The silence stretched, heavy with Caleb's grief and determination. Eliza could feel the crushing burden he carried, not just the search for gold or vengeance, but the need to restore his brother's honor. It was a vow forged in love and loss, a weight that could either anchor a man or drag him under. So the message, she summarized quietly, says the shipment was compromised, likely by Morgan. He warns you're being followed, mentions Silas Croft is involved somehow, and says the cash is hidden at your brother's secret claim, marked by a symbol only you and Jedediah would likely recognize, near Serpent Ridge. Caleb nodded slowly, his gaze distant. That's the shape of it. A map of sorts, a dangerous one. He finally looked directly at her, his expression grim but clear. "Thank you, Miss Mayhew. What you did, deciphering that, it's more than I had hoped for. I only revealed what was there," she deflected, uncomfortable with his gratitude, aware of the danger she had helped unlock. "You did more than that," he insisted, his voice firm. "You took a risk, getting involved, dealing with me, knowing Croft's name was in the mix, especially after—" He hesitated, then plunged ahead. "Especially after that warm mention watching Silas. That warning might not just be for me anymore. If Croft knows someone is helping me—" The implication hung in the air. The watcher Eliza had sensed earlier. The fact that Croft likely monitored telegraph traffic. Had her assistance already been noted? "I understand the risks, Mr. Dunn," she said, meeting his gaze steadily, though her heart hammered against her ribs. He studied her for a long moment, a complex mix of emotions swirling in his eyes: gratitude, concern, maybe even a grudging respect. "You have grit, Miss Mayhew, more than most folk in this town." He stood up, gathering the pieces of his revolver, his movements precise, deliberate. "But this is where your involvement ends." Eliza stiffened. "What do you mean?" "I mean Serpent Ridge is no place for—" He stopped himself, but she knew what he'd almost said. No place for a woman. Instead, he amended, "No place for anyone not ready for serious trouble. It's rough country. Easy to get lost, easier still to get ambushed. Now that Croft's name is tied to this, the stakes are higher than just finding Morgan or the gold. Croft doesn't leave loose ends." He slid the cylinder back into the revolver's frame with a decisive click. "You gave me the clues, Miss Mayhew," he continued, his tone leaving no room for argument. "More than I could have asked for. I owe you a debt, but my vow, my search, it's mine alone to follow now. You need to stay clear. Go back to your wires, your ledgers. Forget you ever saw me or that damn message." His words were meant to protect her. She knew that. A dismissal born of concern. But they also stung, diminishing her choice, her capability. She wasn't some fragile flower to be shielded. She ran her own life, her own business, in a town that tested her daily. She had deciphered the secrets. Wasn't she now part of the story? "And what will you do?" she asked, ignoring his dismissal, her chin lifting slightly. "Ride up to Serpent Ridge alone, knowing Croft might have men watching, knowing Morgan or whoever betrayed your brother could be waiting? That's my concern," he said flatly, though a flicker of something doubt. Loneliness crossed his face. "Jedediah was my brother. This is my burden. A burden you might not survive carrying alone," she countered quietly. He turned away, holstering the revolver. He walked towards the dusty window, gazing out at the town below, his shoulders set in a rigid line. "Some burdens have to be carried alone, Miss Mayhew." The finality in his voice was absolute. "You've done enough, more than enough. Now, for your own sake, stay out of it." He didn't look back at her. The silence stretched again, filled only by the soft sounds of the stable below and the faint buzzing of flies near the windowpane. Eliza stood there, the recovered fragments feeling suddenly useless in her hand. The connection she'd felt moments before severed by his protective dismissal. He was shutting her out, pushing her back towards the safe, predictable world she'd chosen to leave behind, however temporarily. She should have felt relieved. He was right. The danger was real, escalating. Croft was not a man to cross lightly. Continuing to help Caleb Dunn courted disaster. Yet all she felt was a sharp, unexpected pang of disappointment and a stubborn refusal to be relegated to the sidelines. The weight of his vow was immense, she saw that now. But hadn't she, in her own way, made a silent vow when she chose to help him? A vow to see the truth revealed? She turned, quietly descended the ladder, her mind racing. Caleb Dunn might think he could face Silas Croft and the ghosts of Serpent Ridge alone, driven by the weight of his vow. But the echoes on the wire had drawn her in, and she had a feeling this story was far from over. As she stepped back out into the harsh sunlight of Redemption Creek, she glanced back toward the livery loft. He hadn't moved from the window, a solitary figure silhouetted against the light, carrying a burden he refused to share. heading towards a confrontation that felt chillingly inevitable. And she knew, with a certainty that settled deep in her bones, that she couldn't simply walk away. Chapter 4. Shadows on the Trail. Eliza walked back toward the telegraph office, the dust of the street coating the hem of her skirt. The afternoon sun warm on her back. Caleb Dunn's dismissal echoed in her ears, sharp and definitive. Stay out of it. He'd meant it as a kindness, a shield against the danger he intended to face alone. But it felt like a door slammed shut, leaving her on the outside looking in, relegated back to the safe, predictable clicking of the keys while he rode towards Serpent Ridge, towards Silas Croft's potential wrath, towards the ghost of his brother and a hidden cache of stolen gold. A stubborn resentment mingled with the fear churning in her gut. He saw her as someone needing protection, someone separate from the harsh realities he navigated. He didn't see the quiet battles she fought daily in Redemption Creek, the leering glances deflected, the condescending remarks ignored, the constant effort to maintain respect in a world that granted women little agency beyond the domestic sphere. Her father had urged her to forge her own destiny, not to wait meekly while others dictated her path or her level of involvement. And she was involved. She had coaxed the secrets from the wire. Those secrets now felt partly hers, a responsibility she couldn't simply shrug off because a stubborn, grieving man told her to. Back within the familiar confines of her office, the scent of ozone and ink a stark contrast to the hay-scented loft, she didn't immediately return to her duties. The silence felt different now, not peaceful but charged with unresolved tension. She stood by the window watching the rhythm of the town, but seeing Caleb's face superimposed on the dusty street, the pain in his eyes when he recognized his brother's symbol, the grim set of his jaw as he spoke of his vow. He carried that weight like a physical burden, a loneliness that resonated deep within her own carefully guarded solitude. Could she truly stand aside and let him walk into a potential ambush, armed with knowledge she had provided? Her gaze drifted to the telegraph key, silent for the moment. Her domain, her connection to the world, but also a tool. Could it be used for more than just transmitting cattle prices and train schedules? Could it offer insight, a warning, a way back into the unfolding drama? Driven by a restless energy, she went to the shelves holding the older message ledgers. These contained carbon copies of outgoing telegrams and transcribed copies of incoming ones, meticulously filed by date. It was tedious work, requiring authorization. She didn't strictly have to peruse anything not directly addressed to the office itself, but traffic was slow, and Mr. Abernathy was unlikely to appear again soon. She pulled down the ledger covering the period several weeks prior, around the time Caleb mentioned Jedediah Dunn, and the shipment had disappeared. She started scanning, looking for anything unusual related to Wells Fargo, Silas Croft, Jacob Morgan, or even Fort Larned. Her fingers traced the lines of faded ink, deciphering the codes and abbreviations. Most entries were mundane: ranch business, supply orders, personal messages. Croft's name appeared frequently, mostly terse instructions to his foreman or inquiries about market prices sent via his business account, nothing overtly suspicious. Wells Fargo messages were typically coded, difficult to decipher without their specific keybooks. But she noted several urgent exchanges around the estimated date of the disappearance, marked high priority internal. They spoke of asset discrepancy, personnel unaccounted for, and initiate recovery protocol. Standard corporate language for theft and pursuit. There was no mention of Jacob Morgan sending anything from Redemption Creek, lending credence to Caleb's certainty that Morgan was the villain who had fled. But then, why the warning telegram sent from Fort Larned under the initials JM? If Morgan had the gold and had betrayed Jedediah, why warn Caleb? Unless the sender wasn't Morgan, or unless Morgan's situation was more complicated than Caleb believed. She found a brief, uncoded message sent from Fort Larned about a week after the disappearance, addressed to Silas Croft. Inquiry regarding civilian scout Jedediah Dunn. Any recent contact? Urgent family matter. It was signed simply Major J. Marlowe, U.S. Cavalry. J.M. Jedediah Marlowe? Could he be the sender of Caleb's warning? An Army major? Why would he be involved? Had Jedediah contacted him? Or was this just the Army checking on a former associate mentioned in connection with the missing shipment? It was another loose thread, another layer of complexity in a story already tangled with deceit. As she replaced the ledger, the bell over the office door jangled, making her jump. Sheriff Jebediah Stone filled the doorway, his considerable bulk casting a long shadow into the room. He removed his hat, revealing slicked down gray hair, his expression carefully neutral, but his eyes, small and sharp beneath bushy brows, missed nothing. "And afternoon, Eliza," he said, his voice a low rumble. "Quiet day after the storm." "Mostly, Sheriff," Eliza replied, keeping her voice steady, moving back behind the counter, placing a physical barrier between them. Lines seemed to be holding up. "Good, good." He ambled further into the office, his gaze sweeping over the equipment, the ledgers she'd just replaced, lingering for a fraction of a second on the locked cabinet beneath the counter. "Heard the stage had a rough time getting in last night. Driver make it all right?" The question was casual, too casual. Sheriff Stone wasn't known for idle chit-chat or concern for the welfare of transient stage drivers. "Came through muddy and soaked, but otherwise seemed unharmed," Eliza answered carefully. "Didn't stay long, just checked for messages." She offered a partial truth. "Messages, huh?" Stone stroked his thick mustache. "Anything urgent? Official business?" "Just personal inquiries." Eliza lied smoothly, hating the ease with which the deception came. "Nothing requiring town attention." Stone nodded slowly, his eyes still probing. "Stranger in town, though. Always makes folks uneasy. Name's Dunn, Caleb Dunn." He stated it as fact, not a question. O'Malley must have talked, or perhaps Stone made it his business to know everyone passing through. "You know him?" "Never saw him before last night," Eliza said, meeting his gaze directly. Honesty, where possible, was the best defense. He asked about reading a damaged wire he'd picked up elsewhere. Couldn't make much of it. Another partial truth. "Damaged wire, huh?" Stone lingered on the words. "Storm damage, I suppose." He didn't sound entirely convinced. He took another slow look around the office. "Well, you keep your ears open, Eliza. Strange things happen on the frontier. A man riding in looking desperate after a valuable shipment goes missing nearby. It pays to be cautious." He paused at the door. "Especially when men like Silas Croft have an interest." The veiled warning, coupled with the mention of Croft, sent a chill down her spine. Stone wasn't just making conversation. He was fishing, perhaps delivering a message from his patron. "Let the stranger go. Don't get involved." "I always am, Sheriff," Eliza said quietly. He gave her a curt nod and left, the bell jangling behind him. Eliza let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. The encounter solidified her resolve. Stone's interest, Croft's name being invoked Caleb, was walking into a viper's nest, and his stubborn pride wouldn't protect him from unseen fangs. Her dismissal felt less like an insult now and more like a challenge. He wouldn't accept her help, but that didn't mean she couldn't offer it, unseen. She knew she couldn't ride up to Serpent Ridge herself. She lacked the tracking skills, the stamina, the firepower. Dunn was right about that. It was suicidally foolish. But she had the telegraph. Serpent Ridge was remote, miles from the nearest line. But the lines followed the main trails, the stage routes, the arteries of connection across the territory. Was there an emergency relay box somewhere closer? A maintenance hut? And what about Fort Larned? Could she wire Major Marlowe, if he was indeed the JM from the telegram? Ask about Jedediah, mention Caleb's search? It was risky, drawing official attention, potentially alerting Croft if his influence extended that far. Her gaze fell upon a rolled map tucked in a corner shelf, a territorial survey map showing topographical features, settlements, and the crucial telegraph lines marked as thin black threads stitching the vast landscape together. She unrolled it across the counter, weighting the corners. Redemption Creek was a small dot. Serpent Ridge, according to Caleb's description and her knowledge of local geography, lay northwest, a rugged spine of hills known for flash floods and hidden canyons, bordering Ute territory. The main telegraph line ran south of it, towards the next major settlement, but there, marked with a tiny square, was an old relay station Willow Creek Maintenance Hut, technically decommissioned but perhaps still functional, located near the foothills leading toward the ridge. It was miles off the main road, a lonely outpost. An idea began to form, audacious and risky. If Caleb was heading to Serpent Ridge, he'd likely pass relatively close to the Willow Creek area. If she could reach that hut, if the equipment was somehow still viable or repairable, she could potentially send a message warn him if she learned anything more. Perhaps even try to contact Fort Larned without the message passing through Redemption Creek and under the potential scrutiny of Croft or Sheriff Stone. It was a long shot. The hut might be derelict, the wires cut, the equipment rusted beyond use. Reaching it alone would be dangerous, requiring a ride through unfamiliar, potentially hostile territory. But it was something. A way to stay connected, a way to watch Caleb's back from a distance, using her own skills, her own strengths. It was her way of honoring the secrets she'd uncovered and refusing to stand idly by. She looked out the window again. The sun was beginning its descent, painting the western sky in shades of orange and rose. Caleb would likely leave soon, under the cover of dusk or first light, hoping to avoid unwanted attention. She saw him then, emerging from the general store, a bedroll slung over one shoulder, and saddlebags bulging slightly supplies for his journey. He moved with purpose, his gaze fixed ahead, scanning the street with a wary alertness that confirmed he knew he was exposed. He didn't look towards the telegraph office. He walked directly to the livery, disappearing inside. He was going. Tonight or at dawn. The decision was made. Eliza turned from the window, her own resolve hardening. She quickly gathered a few essential items. Her derringer, a small pouch of coins, matches, a canteen she filled with water, and a packet of dried biscuits left over from her lunch. She retrieved the territorial map, folding it carefully. From the supply cabinet, she took a small, portable testing kit, a galvanometer, some spare wire, basic tools. If the line at Willow Creek was dead, she might be able to diagnose the problem, maybe even patch a simple break if she was lucky. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. She scribbled a hasty note for O'Malley, should he come looking for her before her scheduled return, mentioning an unexpected need to check a remote line segment after the storm plausible enough. She locked the office securely, the familiar click of the deadbolt sounding unnervingly final. Ryman, stepping outside, she paused, taking in the familiar street, now bathed in the deepening colors of sunset. The air was cooling rapidly. Shadows stretched long and distorted from buildings and water barrels, turning the ordinary shapes of the town into something mysterious, even menacing. She needed a horse, reliable and not too conspicuous. O'Malley's stable was out, Dunn was there, but Silas Croft's ranch wasn't the only horseflesh supplier. Ben Carter, a small-time horse trader on the edge of town, owed her a favor after she'd helped expedite a message that saved one of his prize mares from colic. Keeping to the less-traveled side streets, moving quickly through the encroaching twilight, Eliza made her way towards Carter's corrals. The wind had picked up again, whispering through the alleys, carrying dust and the distant, melancholic sound of a harmonica from one of the saloons. It felt like the whole town was holding its breath, waiting. She reached Carter's place, a collection of rough-fenced corrals in a small shack smelling faintly of horse liniment and pipe smoke. Ben, a lanky man with kind eyes, was checking water troughs. "Evening, Ben," Eliza said quietly. He looked up surprised. "Miss Mayhew, didn't expect to see you out this way, especially this late." "I need to hire a horse, Ben," she said directly, keeping her voice low. "Something sturdy, reliable, not too flashy, for a day or two. There's a line fault I need to check out towards Willow Creek way. Might take me overnight." She offered the partial truth again, hoping it sounded convincing. Ben scratched his head. "Willow Creek? That old maintenance hut? Ain't nobody been out there in ages. Rough country." He eyed her speculatively, but seemed to accept her explanation, perhaps remembering the favor he owed. "All right, got just the mare, Bess. Sure-footed as a mountain goat, gentle temper, won't draw eyes. Let me saddle her up for you." As Ben went to fetch the horse, Eliza stood by the corral fence, gazing northwest towards the darkening hills where Serpent Ridge lay hidden. A knot of fear tightened in her stomach, cold and hard. This was madness. Riding out alone, chasing after a dangerous man involved in stolen gold and betrayal, potentially targeted by Silas Croft. But the image of Caleb Dunn, solitary and determined, heading into that danger alone, spurred her onward. The weight of his vow felt almost palpable, a force pulling her along in its wake. Ben returned, leading a compact bay mare with intelligent eyes. She seemed calm and sturdy, just as he'd promised. Eliza paid him, murmuring her thanks and promising to return the horse safely. Mounting Bess, she adjusted her small bundle of supplies, tied behind the saddle, the unfamiliar weight of the testing kit reassuringly solid. She guided the mare away from Carter's, keeping to the shadows at the edge of town, circling around towards the northern trail that led out onto the open prairie, towards the distant, forbidding shape of the hills. The last light of dusk painted the clouds overhead in dramatic streaks of blood orange and bruised violet. The wind sighed around her, carrying the scent of sage and impending night. As she cleared the last scattered buildings of Redemption Creek, casting a final glance back at the flickering lights of the saloons and houses, a movement caught her eye. Further down the trail Caleb Dunn would likely take, the one leading more directly towards the livery and then northwest, a lone rider sat motionless on his horse, silhouetted against the fading sky. He was too far away to make out features, but the posture was familiar, tense, watchful. It was the same man she'd seen earlier, the one who wore his gun with such chilling readiness. He wasn't watching her. He was watching the road leading out of town from the livery stable, waiting. The warning from the wire slammed into her with renewed force. Trail shadowed. The shadow wasn't just a feeling or a potential threat from Croft's men. It was real. It was there, waiting for Caleb Dunn to ride out. Eliza pulled Bess deeper into the cover of a shallow ravine bordering the trail she was on, her heart pounding. Caleb was riding into a trap, or at the very least, under direct surveillance from the moment he left town. Her decision was no longer just about helping him. It might be about warning him, saving him. The weight of that possibility settled upon her, heavier than any vow. She urged Bess forward into the gathering darkness, the trail ahead uncertain, the shadows deepening, and the distant figure of the waiting rider burned into her mind. The hunt had begun. Chapter 5. Beneath a Crimson Sky. The sky bled crimson and violet as Eliza urged Bess onto the faint track heading northwest, leaving the last flickering lights of Redemption Creek behind her like dying embers. The grandeur of the sunset was breathtaking, a vast, painterly sweep of color across the immense canvas of the prairie sky, but its beauty was tinged with foreboding. Such intense colors often preceded harsh weather, or perhaps harsh truths. Tonight, beneath this dramatic sky, she felt acutely vulnerable, a solitary figure swallowed by the encroaching immensity of the plains. The wind, which had been a mere whisper in town, sighed more insistently out here, tugging at the loose strands of hair escaping her hastily tied knot and chilling the skin beneath her sturdy cotton blouse. It carried the scent of dust, crushed sage, and the clean, sharp smell of distance. Bess moved with a steady, ground-eating gait, her ears occasionally twitching, alert to the unfamiliar sounds of the open country at dusk. The rhythmic creak of saddle leather and the soft thud of Bess's hooves on the packed earth were the only sounds accompanying Eliza's own heartbeat, which felt unnaturally loud in her ears. Fear was a cold knot in her stomach, tightening with every mile that separated her from the relative safety of the telegraph office. Caleb Dunn's dismissal echoed. Stay out of it. Perhaps he was right. Perhaps this impulsive ride was reckless folly, born of stubborn pride and a misplaced sense of responsibility. What could she, a telegraph operator armed with a tiny derringer and a basic testing kit, truly hope to accomplish out here? She was stepping far beyond the bounds of her known world, entering the domain of men like Caleb, men like the Watchers silhouetted against the dying light, men like Silas Croft, who navigated this landscape with violence and cunning. Yet the image of that Watcher, waiting patiently on the trail Caleb would likely take, spurred her onward. It wasn't just pride anymore. It was a chilling certainty that Caleb was riding into immediate danger, perhaps unaware. And the secrets she'd coaxed from the wire. Brothers Lode, Serpent Ridge. Watch Silas. They felt like live sparks in her mind, demanding action. Her father's words, the bedrock of her independence, seemed to sanction this risk. Forge your own destiny. Destiny wasn't forged by hiding behind locked doors when danger loomed. It required courage, choices, even mistakes. Maybe this was a mistake, but it was her mistake, her choice to make. She thought of Caleb again, picturing him in the hayloft, the grim determination warring with grief in his eyes. The weight of his vow was a palpable thing, a force that had drawn her in despite her better judgment, despite his explicit warning. There was a shared current of loneliness between them. She felt it, two solitary figures clinging to purpose in a world that often felt indifferent, even hostile. His refusal to accept her help stung, yes, but it also revealed the depth of his burden, his perceived need to shield others from the darkness he pursued. Her presence now, unseen, riding towards a potential point of interception, felt less like defiance and more like a necessary silent alliance. He wouldn't accept her help face to face, but perhaps she could still offer it through the language she knew best, the dots and dashes on the wire. The light faded quickly. Crimson deepened to bruised purple, then bled into an inky indigo. Stars began to prick the darkening velvet, cold and diamond bright, seeming closer and more numerous out here, away from the town's few lamps. The trail became harder to follow, a mere suggestion on the darkening ground. Eliza slowed Bess's pace, relying on the mare's instincts and peering ahead, trying to match the shapes of the rolling hills against the folded map she briefly consulted whenever the starlight allowed. The landscape shifted gradually from flat prairie to undulating swells of land, the first foothills rising towards the rugged darkness of Serpent Ridge, still miles distant but looming larger against the northwestern horizon. The wind grew colder, cutting through her clothes. She pulled her shawl tighter, wishing she'd thought to bring a heavier coat. The physical discomfort was a grounding counterpoint to the fear, the ache in her muscles unused to riding, the chafing of the saddle, the dryness in her throat. This was the reality of the frontier beyond the telegraph key, vast, demanding, indifferent to comfort or safety. Sound seemed amplified in the darkness. The mournful yip of a distant coyote raised the hairs on her arms. The rustle of unseen creatures in the dry grass beside the trail made her jump. Every shadow seemed to menace, every gust of wind whisper a warning. Was that sound just the wind, or hoofbeats far behind her? She strained her ears, holding her breath, but heard only the sighing prairie and Bess's steady breathing. Paranoia, she told herself, was a natural companion on a night ride like this. But the image of the watcher remained vivid. Had he seen her leave town by the northern route? Did Croft have other men out patrolling the approaches to Serpent Ridge? She scanned the darkness around her constantly, her hands straying frequently to the comforting weight of the derringer tucked in her waistband. It was a pitiful weapon against the kind of threats she might face, but it was better than nothing. It was a symbol, perhaps, of her refusal to be entirely helpless. Hours seemed to pass, marked only by the slow wheeling of the stars overhead. The North Star became her primary guide, confirming her northwesterly direction. According to the map, the Willow Creek maintenance hut should be located in a small depression, slightly east of the creek itself, which meandered down from the higher hills. It wouldn't be directly on any major trail, deliberately isolated to discourage vandalism. Finding it in the dark would be a challenge. She focused on the terrain, looking for the landmarks noted on the map, a distinctive knot of cottonwoods, a rocky outcrop shaped vaguely like a sleeping bear. Bess picked her way carefully over uneven ground, sure-footed as Ben Carter had promised. Eliza murmured encouragement to the mare, finding some comfort in the animal's calm presence. Thoughts of Caleb intruded again. Where was he now? Had he encountered the Watcher? Was he riding cautiously, aware of the danger? Or was he blinded by grief and the urgency of his vow, pushing recklessly towards Serpent Ridge? She pictured him riding alone beneath the same vast starry sky, the weight of his brother's fate heavy on his shoulders. A fierce protectiveness surged through her, surprising in its intensity. She barely knew the man, yet his solitary quest resonated with her own struggle for independence and meaning. His danger felt personal. Finally, she spotted it, the dark silhouette of the cottonwood cluster near a bend in the barely visible creek bed, just as the map indicated. Relief washed over her, quickly followed by renewed tension. The hut should be nearby, hidden somewhere in the folds of the land ahead. She dismounted, her legs stiff and unsteady, and led Bess forward slowly, scanning the ground, searching for any sign of the structure. The air was utterly still here, sheltered from the main force of the wind, the silence broken only by the gurgle of the creek and the chirping of night insects. She moved cautiously, peering into the deeper shadows cast by the low hills. Then she saw it, a dark, angular shape hunkered low against a rise, almost invisible until she was nearly upon it. The Willow Creek maintenance hut. It was smaller than she'd expected, little more than a sturdy wooden shack, its roofline stark against the star-dusted sky. It looked deserted, neglected, paint peeled from the weathered planks, and one shutter hung crookedly from a single hinge, like a broken wing. Relief warred with disappointment. It looked derelict. Was the equipment inside even functional? Had she risked this journey for nothing? She tied Bess securely to a tough-looking shrub a short distance away, whispering reassurances to the mare, before approaching the hut on foot, her hand resting on the derringer. The ground near the entrance was soft from the recent rains, but surprisingly clear of debris. As she got closer, she noticed something that made her freeze. Set clearly in the damp earth, partially obscured by a clump of grass, but undeniably fresh, was a single hoofprint. Not Bess's size, larger, and beside it, the faint scuff mark of a boot heel. Someone had been here, recently, since the rain had stopped. Her heart hammered against her ribs. Was it Caleb, seeking shelter, or checking the line himself? Unlikely. This wasn't directly on his path to Serpent Ridge, according to the symbol he'd recognized. Was it the Watcher? Or someone else entirely, one of Croft's men perhaps, checking these remote lines as a matter of course, or specifically looking for anyone tampering? She listened intently, straining to hear anything over the pounding in her ears. Silence. Deep, watchful silence. Taking a deep breath to steady her nerves, she crept closer to the hut. The door was closed but not latched. It hung slightly ajar, a dark sliver of deeper blackness within. Hesitantly, she pushed it open further. It swung inward with a low, protesting groan of rusty hinges that echoed unnervingly in the stillness. The air that wafted out was stale, thick with the smell of dust, decay, and something else, something metallic and faintly coppery, a scent that made the back of her throat tighten. She peered inside, letting her eyes adjust to the profound darkness. Starlight filtering through the single dirty window, and the open door revealed very little vague shapes, overturned furniture, the glint of metal from the telegraph relay mounted on a small table against the far wall. And something else, a shape slumped on the floor near the table, unnaturally still. Eliza drew the derringer, her hand trembling slightly despite her resolve. "Hello?" she whispered, her voice thin in the oppressive quiet. "Is anyone there?" No answer. Only the wind sighing around the corners of the desolate hut, carrying the scent of sage and secrets. Taking another steadying breath, she fumbled in her pocket for the matches she'd brought. Striking one, the sudden flare of light seemed blindingly bright, pushing back the shadows. She held the flickering match high, her eyes widening in horror as the light fell upon the slumped figure. It was a man, lying face down, his clothes dark and nondescript. One arm was flung out towards a telegraph key, as if he had been reaching for it. A dark, glistening pool had spread out from beneath him, staining the rough wooden floorboards. The coppery smell intensified. Blood, a lot of it. The match burned down, stinging her fingers. She dropped it instinctively, plunging the hut back into near darkness. The horrifying image seared onto her retinas. She fumbled frantically, striking another match. This time she forced herself to look closer, swallowing the bile rising in her throat. There was a bullet hole, neat and dark, high in his back. He'd been shot from behind. Executed. Who was he? What was he doing here? Had he been trying to send a message? A warning? Was this the fate that awaited anyone who interfered? Anyone who knew too much? The silence of the hut pressed in, no longer just quiet, but predatory. She wasn't just potentially near danger. She had stumbled right into its aftermath, and whoever had done this could still be nearby. The fresh hoof print outside took on a terrifying significance. The killer might have just left, or worse, might be waiting, watching her from the darkness. Chapter 6. The Boomtown's Gaze. Panic, cold and absolute, seized Eliza in the suffocating darkness of the maintenance hut. The image burned behind her eyelids, the slumped figure, the spreading stain, the neat dark hole in his back. Murder. Cold-blooded and efficient. The silence wasn't empty, it was pregnant, listening. The killer could be just outside, waiting to see if anyone else stumbled upon his handiwork. Her first instinct was primal. Flee, run blindly into the night, away from the cloying smell of death and the unseen menace lurking in the shadows. She backed away from the doorway, stumbling slightly, the derringer feeling pitifully inadequate in her trembling hand. Bess. She had to get back to Bess. But even as fear screamed at her to run, a sliver of her telegrapher's training, the instinct to observe, to gather information, asserted itself. Who was this man? Why was he killed here, reaching for the telegraph key? Was he trying to send the message that cost him his life? Knowledge was power, sometimes the only weapon available. With shaking hands, she struck another match. Shielding the tiny flame, she forced herself to approach the body again, heart pounding against her ribs like a trapped bird. She kept low, glancing constantly towards the open door and the single grimy window, listening with an almost painful intensity. Nothing but the wind. The man was dressed in simple, durable clothes, canvas trousers, a dark wool shirt, sturdy boots. Nothing to immediately identify him as a ranch hand, a miner, or anything specific. His face was turned away, pressed against the dusty floorboards. Eliza hesitated, bile rising in her throat again. Could she bring herself to touch him, to search him? The thought was horrifying, a violation yet crucial. Knowing his identity might reveal why he was targeted. Steeling herself, averting her eyes from the wound as much as possible, she knelt beside him. The match flickered, threatening to die. Quickly, carefully, she felt for a wallet or papers in his pockets. Her fingers brushed against something firm in his inside shirt pocket. She pulled it out just as the match died, plunging her back into darkness. It felt like a small leather-bound notebook or tally book. She fumbled, striking her last match. In its brief, precious light, she saw it was indeed a tally book, the kind used by prospectors or freight clerks. A name was faintly embossed on the worn cover, H. Granger. Inside, the pages were filled with neat columns of numbers, dates, weights, likely or tallies, or shipment logs. Nothing immediately revealing, but the name, Granger. It meant nothing to her. There was something else tucked inside the back cover, a folded piece of paper. She carefully extracted it. It was a telegram, crisp and new compared to the ravaged one Caleb carried. This one was addressed simply to H. Granger, General Delivery, Junction City. The message was brief, chillingly mundane. Package arrived safely, awaiting instructions, confirm receipt. It was signed only Operator 2. Junction City, not Redemption Creek. And the message seemed innocuous, but arriving after the shipment disappearance and sent by Operator 2, telegraph operators didn't typically sign off like that unless it was part of a prearranged code. Was this Granger involved in the missing gold somehow? Was he waiting here, perhaps to relay instructions via the Willow Creek line, when someone silenced him permanently? The last match sputtered and died. Eliza was left in total darkness, clutching the tally book and the cryptic telegram, the dead man a cold presence beside her. The air felt thick, suffocating. She had lingered too long. Every second increased the risk. The killer could be circling back. Scrabbling to her feet, she shoved the book and telegram deep into her apron pocket. Backing out of the hut, she didn't dare close the door, fearing the sound it might make. She moved with frantic stealth across the soft earth towards where she'd left Bess, scanning the darkness, listening. The mare whickered softly as she approached, a sound both comforting and alarming in the stillness. Untying the reins with fumbling fingers, Eliza swung herself into the saddle. She didn't dare urge Bess into a gallop, fearing the noise would carry. Instead, she guided the mare away at a brisk walk, retracing her path towards the distant, faint promise of the main trail, her body rigid with tension, expecting a shot to ring out from the darkness at any moment. The ride back was a torment of fear and fragmented thoughts. Every shadow leaped, every night sound the cry of a hunting owl, the rustle of wind through dry grass seemed like pursuit. The vast, star-dusted sky no longer felt beautiful, but indifferent, uncaring, a cold witness to violence and her own terror. She clutched the tally book in her pocket, its presence a heavy weight, a tangible link to the horror back in the hut. H. Granger, shot in the back, reaching for the key. Package arrived safely. Package. The gold? Had Granger been involved in hiding it, perhaps double-crossing his partners, or Croft himself? Was he silenced before he could reveal its location or implicate others? And the watcher she'd seen near town? Was he Granger's killer? Had he followed her out here? Or was he solely focused on Caleb? Questions swirled, unanswered, terrifying. Her own impulsive journey, meant to help, felt reckless now, potentially exposing her to the same fate as Granger. She pushed Bess harder once she felt further from the hut, the mare responding willingly, sensing her urgency. The motion was jarring, her muscles screaming in protest, but the need to put distance between herself and that desolate place overrode physical discomfort. She rode through the pre-dawn chill, the eastern sky slowly beginning to pale, outlining the distant shapes of Redemption Creek's buildings against the horizon. Seeing the town again brought a complex wave of emotions. Relief, yes, but also a new kind of dread. The danger wasn't just behind her in the wilderness. It was waiting within those familiar streets. The secrets she carried now made the town itself feel threatening. Sheriff Stone's pointed questions, the watcher waiting for Caleb, Silas Croft's pervasive influence. Redemption Creek wasn't a sanctuary. It was the heart of the conspiracy. She approached from the south this time, circling wide to avoid the main trails, aiming for Ben Carter's corrals before the town fully woke. The first tentative birdsong greeted the gray light. Smoke curled lazily from a few chimneys, the bakery, perhaps the saloon's kitchen, preparing for early risers. The air smelled of wood smoke and brewing coffee, familiar, comforting scents that now felt discordant with the metallic tang of blood still lingering in her memory. She slipped into Carter's yard unnoticed, finding Ben already out, tossing hay to his horses. He looked surprised to see her back so soon, his brow furrowing with concern as he took in her disheveled state, the wildness in her eyes, the dust and grime clinging to her clothes, the exhaustion pulling at her features. "Miss Mayhew, back already?" he asked, his kind eyes searching her face. "Everything all right? You look like you've seen a ghost." Eliza forced a semblance of a smile, though her lips felt stiff. "Line check took less time than expected, Ben," she lied, her voice hoarse. "Just tired. Long ride." She avoided his gaze, focusing on dismounting, her legs trembling beneath her. "Bess was wonderful. Thank you." She paid him for the hire, adding a little extra, pressing the coins into his hand perhaps too quickly. He started to ask another question, but she murmured a hasty goodbye and turned away, practically fleeing towards the awakening Main Street. She felt his puzzled gaze on her back, another pair of eyes in the growing awareness of the town. Walking through Redemption Creek in the pearly dawn light was a surreal experience. Usually she enjoyed the quiet beginnings of the day, the sense of shared routine. Today, every familiar detail seemed subtly altered, charged with menace. The boardwalk planks echoed too loudly under her worn boots. The curtain twitching in Mrs. Henderson's window upstairs felt like deliberate scrutiny. Two prospectors emerging from the assay office stopped their conversation abruptly as she passed, their eyes following her. Were they just curious about her early return, her state of dress, or did they know something? Did news travel on unseen currents in this town, whispers passed in saloons, secrets hinted at in shared glances? The boomtown's gaze. It wasn't just a feeling anymore. It was the weight of collective awareness in a small, isolated place where everyone's business felt like public property, where secrets festered beneath a thin veneer of community. Her detour, her connection however brief to the stranger Caleb Dunn, Sheriff Stone's pointed interest, her own unscheduled night ride, had these small ripples already disturbed the surface, drawing unwanted attention? She reached the telegraph office, her sanctuary, her prison. Her hands shook as she unlocked the door, slipping inside and bolting it firmly behind her. Leaning back against the solid wood, she closed her eyes, breathing in the familiar scent of her workspace, trying to regain control. But the image of Granger, face down on the floor of the hut, flashed behind her eyelids. The tally book and telegram felt heavy in her pocket, dangerous artifacts linking her to a murder. She went to the window, peering cautiously through a slit in the curtains. The street was coming alive. Mr. Abernathy swept the boardwalk in front of the general store. Children chased a stray dog near the water trough. Wagons began to arrive, loaded with goods or heading out to ranches. On the surface, it was just another morning in Redemption Creek. But beneath that surface, her gaze snagged on a figure lounging near the entrance of the saloon opposite her office. It was the Watcher, the man she'd seen waiting on the trail last night, the one who wore his gun with such casual readiness. He wasn't looking directly at her office, but his position gave him a clear view of her door, the livery stable down the street, and anyone coming or going. He rolled a cigarette with slow, deliberate movements, his eyes narrowed against the morning sun, missing nothing. Was he Croft's man? Was he the killer? His presence, so blatant, so patient, felt like a direct threat, a tightening net. Panic surged again, colder this time. What should she do? Go to Sheriff Stone? Impossible. He was likely compromised, perhaps even involved. Tell Caleb? How? He was likely long gone, riding towards Serpent Ridge, unaware of the Watcher, unaware of the murder at Willow Creek. Try to wire Fort Larned, contact Major Marlowe? Using her own telegraph line felt incredibly risky now. If Croft suspected her involvement, he might well be monitoring her transmissions, either through Stone or by having someone physically tap the line outside of town. Sending a message could be signing her own death warrant, or worse, leading the killer directly to Caleb or Marlowe. She paced the small office like a caged animal. She had stumbled into something far deeper and more dangerous than a missing shipment and a betrayed brother. This involved cold-blooded murder, coded messages, possibly military connections, and the suffocating power of Silas Croft. And she was trapped, holding pieces of the puzzle that could get her killed, unable to trust the law, unable to easily warn the one person who needed the information most. She sank onto her stool behind the counter, burying her face in her hands. The rhythmic clicking of the main relay, usually a comfort, sounded like a ticking clock counting down her remaining time. The weight of the dead man's tally book pressed against her leg. The Watcher's patient vigil across the street felt like a physical pressure. The boomtown's gaze wasn't just curious, it was potentially lethal. She had forged her own destiny, all right, forged it right into the heart of a deadly conspiracy, with the eyes of Redemption Creek watching her every move. Her next step had to be chosen with extreme care, because a single misstep now could be her last. The silence of the wire felt heavy with unspoken threats, and the crimson sky of the previous night seemed like a prelude to the blood already spilled, and perhaps more yet to come. Chapter 7. Dust, Danger, and Desperation. The morning crawled by, thick with unspoken tension and the fine prairie dust that seeped through every crack and crevice of the telegraph office, coating surfaces in a gritty film. Eliza moved through the motions of her job with a mechanical precision that felt utterly detached from the frantic turmoil inside her. Each click of the relay, Each transcribed word felt like a lie, a performance for the unseen audience she now felt constantly surrounded her. The watcher across the street remained, a fixture as immutable as a saloon sign, creaking in the freshening breeze. He rarely moved, sometimes leaning against the hitching post, sometimes retreating into the shade of the overhang, always smoking, always observing. His stillness was more unnerving than overt aggression. It spoke of patience, of certainty, of a predator conserving energy before the strike. Eliza forced herself not to look directly at him, focusing instead on her instruments, her ledgers, the mundane tasks that were her only shield. But his presence burned in her peripheral vision, a constant, chilling reminder of the dead man in the hut and the danger she had courted. Customers came and went, their familiar faces and ordinary requests feeling alien, intrusive. Mrs. Henderson, flushed from her ovens, sent a wire to her sister in Denver, complaining about the price of flour and asking after a new grandchild. Jedediah Harper, a grizzled prospector whose optimism perpetually defied his empty pockets, inquired about assay results from a distant town. Each interaction was a tightrope walk. Eliza kept her answers brief, her expression neutral, her hands steady as they worked the key or made change. But inside, she felt raw, exposed. Did they notice the tremor she couldn't quite control? Did the slight hoarseness in her voice betray the fear lodged in her throat? Was the polite inquiry about her health from Mrs. Henderson genuine concern? Or was she reporting back to someone Croft, stone about the telegraph operator's unusual pallor? Paranoia coiled around her, tightening its grip. The boomtown's gaze felt less like passive curiosity and more like active surveillance. In the brief lulls between customers, she retreated to the back corner of the office, ostensibly tidying shelves. But her real focus was the small leather-bound tally book and the folded telegram secreted in her apron pocket. Taking them out when she was certain no one was watching felt like handling live snakes. She smoothed the telegram again. H. Granger, General Delivery, Junction City. Package arrived safely. Awaiting instructions. Confirm receipt. Operator 2. Safe arrival. After the ambush? It suggested Granger wasn't one of the initial attackers, but perhaps someone tasked with handling the gold after it was stolen. Waiting for instructions. From whom? Croft? Morgan? And who was Operator 2? Another conspirator using telegraphic code? She turned her attention to the tally book. H. Granger. The name still meant nothing. She flipped it through the pages, columns of dates, locations, often just cryptic references like North Fork Bend or Ridge Claim #3, weights listed in ounces and pounds, and occasional cryptic notes, assay pending, water high, sea meeting delayed. It seemed like records of ore extraction or perhaps freight logging. Were these legitimate records or coded references to the stolen gold, its movement, its division? She scanned the locations mentioned, none explicitly named Serpent Ridge or Brothers Lode, but Ridge Claim #3 felt chillingly close. Was Granger documenting the processing or hiding of the stolen gold? One entry near the back caught her eye, a date roughly corresponding to the time Jedediah Dunn disappeared. Location, Devil's Gulch Transfer Point. Alongside it, a weight significantly larger than the others, followed by the initials, JM confirmed. Jacob Morgan or Major Marlowe? The ambiguity was maddening. Had Granger met Morgan or Marlowe at Devil's Gulch, the place Caleb mentioned the stage nearly crashed, to receive the stolen gold? Transfer point. It sounded deliberate, planned, and Granger was now dead. Silence before he could receive further instructions, or perhaps before he could talk. The numbers, the weights, they didn't seem to follow an obvious pattern or code she could recognize. It was just data, potentially incriminating, potentially meaningless without a key. Frustration gnawed at her. These clues felt vital, yet impenetrable. Holding them felt like holding embers. They could ignite the truth, but they could also burn her badly. Mid-morning brought a visit that made her blood run cold. Sheriff Stone pushed through the door, not with the feigned casualness of his earlier visit, but with a more direct, imposing presence. He didn't waste time on pleasantries. Mayhew, he grunted, stopping just inside, his shadow falling heavy across the floor. The watcher across the street subtly shifted his position, turning slightly as if to better observe the interaction within the office. Coincidence or coordination? Need to ask you again about that Dunn fellow. Sheriff, Eliza acknowledged, her hand instinctively tightening on the edge of the counter. I told you what I know. He came in during the storm, asked about a damaged wire. Couldn't make much of it. Stone's eyes, small and hard, pinned her. Funny thing, O'Malley down at the livery says Dunn rode out sometime before dawn. Headed northwest towards the ridges. Didn't say where he was going, but he bought supplies for a few days on the trail. He paused, letting the information hang in the air. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you? Given you were also out for a ride towards the Northwest Territories last night? The direct accusation, masked as a question, hit her like a physical blow. He knew. Someone had seen her return Bess, or Ben Carter had talked despite the favor owed, or perhaps the watcher had noted her departure in return. The net was tightening visibly. I told you, Sheriff, Eliza said, fighting to keep her voice even, praying her face didn't betray the panic clawing at her insides. There was a line fault reported near Willow Creek after the storm. Atmospheric interference can play havoc. I went to check it. Standard procedure. It was a weak lie, easily disproven if he checked the official logs, but it was all she had. Stone smirked, a humorless twisting of his lips. Willow Creek? All the way out there? Alone? In the dark? He chuckled, a dry, rasping sound. You're a dedicated employee, Mayhew, or a foolhardy one. His eyes narrowed. Line seems fine this morning, crystal clear in fact, almost like someone made sure it was. The implication was terrifying. Had someone fixed the line after Granger was killed? Or was Stone suggesting she had tampered with it? He was playing with her, letting her know she was caught in a lie, letting her know she was being watched, suspected. Perhaps the fault cleared itself, Eliza said stiffly. Perhaps, Stone conceded, though his tone dripped with disbelief. He leaned slightly closer, lowering his voice. Just be careful, Mayhew. This town, it doesn't take kindly to folks stirring up trouble or getting involved in things that don't concern them, especially when important people's interests are involved. He straightened up, his gaze flicking meaningfully towards the watcher across the street before settling back on her. Dunn's gone looking for trouble. Best let him find it on his own. Wouldn't want anyone else getting accidentally caught in the crossfire. He tipped his hat with mock courtesy and left, leaving the air thick with menace. The warning was clear. Back off or face the consequences. Accidentally caught in the crossfire. Like H. Granger? Eliza sank onto her stool, her legs trembling violently. Caleb was gone. The sheriff knew she'd lied, knew she'd ridden out near where Caleb was heading. The watcher remained vigilant, and Granger's murder proved the stakes were lethal. Desperation clawed at her. She couldn't stay here, waiting for them to decide her fate. She couldn't use the telegraph openly. Stone's comment about the line being crystal clear felt like a direct warning that it was being monitored. But Caleb, he was riding towards Serpent Ridge, towards the cache, possibly towards Morgan, almost certainly towards men working for Croft. Completely unaware that the game had escalated to murder. He thought he was hunting a betrayer. He might be walking directly into the gun sights of Croft's enforcers. Or worse, the watcher waiting for him as he left town proved they knew his intentions. Her silence now could be his death sentence. The weight of this possibility crushed her. Her fear warred with a fierce, protective instinct and the stubborn grain of defiance that was the core of her being. She wouldn't let them silence her, control her. She wouldn't let Caleb walk into that trap unwarned. There had to be a way. Her eyes fell on the telegraph key. Monitored, almost certainly, but how closely? Could she risk a coded message? Something brief, something deniable if intercepted? A standard commercial code might be compromised if Croft had dealings that required secrecy. Inventing her own cipher was too complex. too prone to misinterpretation under pressure. What about Fort Larned? Major J. Marlowe, the potential sender of Caleb's original damaged wire. If he was Army, he might be outside Croft's immediate sphere of influence. Sending a message to him was still risky. It would pass through relay points, potentially be logged, even if not immediately decipherable by local ears. But it felt like the only viable option, a desperate gamble. What could she say? She couldn't mention Granger's murder directly. That would implicate her immediately. She couldn't detail Croft's involvement. It had to be brief, coded, urgent. Something that might alert Marlowe, prompt him to investigate or perhaps send help towards Serpent Ridge, without giving away too much if intercepted. She grabbed a scrap piece of paper, her mind racing. Using standard telegraphic brevity and substituting some agreed-upon commercial code words where possible, she began drafting. 2. Major J. Marlowe, Fort Larned. Via Junction City Relay Urgent. Ref your inquiry, Jedediah Dunn. Stop believed heading, Serpent Ridge area in W. Redemption Creek. Stop possible extreme danger. Confirm, Morgan contact, retransfer point, Devil's Gulch. Stop advise caution, potential local interference, signed operator RM Creek. It was still too explicit. Extreme danger, local interference. It pointed fingers, hinted at knowledge she shouldn't possess. She crossed it out frantically. Think, simpler, more deniable. 2. Major J. Marlowe, Fort Larned. See a Junction City Relay. Ref Jedediah Dunn inquiry stop. Subject cited vicinity, Serpent Ridge. NWRMC stop, area considered hazardous. Stop, recommend immediate welfare check. Signed operator RMC. Better, vague. Hazardous area could mean anything, weather, terrain, hostile natives. Welfare check sounded official, less accusatory. It didn't mention Morgan, Croft, the shipment, or the murder. But would it be enough? Enough to convey the urgency? Enough to prompt Marlowe to act, if he was indeed an ally? It felt terribly thin, a flimsy shield against the danger Caleb faced. But it was something. A chance, however slim. She looked across the street. The watcher was lighting another cigarette, his movements unhurried. Sheriff Stone was nowhere in sight. The midday lull was settling over the town. Fewer people were out on the street. Now was the time, if ever. Her heart hammered against her ribs so hard it felt like it might crack them. Her palms were slick with sweat. This was it, crossing the line, directly defying Stone's warning, risking interception, potentially exposing herself completely. The dust motes dancing in the shaft of sunlight seemed to mock her, swirling symbols of the chaos she was embracing. Danger was no longer a shadow. It was breathing down her neck. Desperation fueled her fingers as she reached for the telegraph key. She grounded the local line first, a standard procedure that might momentarily confuse any listening ear, making it seem like routine testing. Then, taking a deep, shuddering breath, she began to tap, her fingers flying across the brass key, translating the carefully chosen words into the electric language of the wire. Dot, dash, dot, click, clack, click. Each sound seemed deafeningly loud in the tense silence of the office, echoing the frantic beat of her own heart. She sent the address, the message, the signature. Her focus narrowed entirely to the task, shutting out the fear, the watcher, the memory of the dead man. Click, clack, click. Hazardous. Click, clack. Welfare check. Click, clack, click. Operator RMC. Done. She released the key, her hand trembling uncontrollably now. Silence descended again, broken only by the steady, indifferent ticking of the relay. Had it gone through? Had anyone intercepted it? Had she just signed her own death warrant? Or Caleb's? Or both? She slumped back on her stool, utterly drained, the adrenaline leaving her weak and nauseous. The air in the office felt thick, heavy, charged with the consequences of her desperate act. She stared at the silent key, then slowly raised her eyes to the window. Across the street, the watcher had finished his cigarette. He dropped it, grinding it under his boot heel with deliberate finality. Then he pushed himself away from the hitching post and began walking, not back into the saloon, but directly across the dusty street, towards the telegraph office, towards her. Chapter 8. Lines of Courage. Time seemed to fracture, slowing to a terrifying crawl as the watcher crossed the dusty street. Each step he took echoed the frantic pounding in Eliza's chest. His shadow stretched long before him in the midday sun, reaching her doorway before he did, a dark precursor. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The office, once her sanctuary, now felt like a cage, and he was walking purposefully towards it, his expression unreadable from this distance but radiating an unnerving confidence. This was it, they knew, intercepted the message perhaps, or Stone had simply decided the time for veiled threats was over. What would happen now? Would he drag her to the sheriff? Question her? Or worse, the image of Granger shot in the back flashed again. Her hand instinctively flew to the derringer tucked in her waistband, its small weight a pathetic counterpoint to the heavy Colt Peacemaker, holstered low on the watcher's hip. He reached the boardwalk directly in front of her office, pausing for a moment. Eliza held her breath, bracing for the door to burst open. He didn't look directly at her window, instead turning his head slightly, scanning the street in both directions, as if checking for witnesses. Then, instead of reaching for her door handle, he simply leaned against the wooden support post holding it up the narrow overhang, folding his arms across his chest, waiting. The relief that washed over Eliza was so intense it left her dizzy, weak-kneed. He wasn't coming in. Not yet. But his presence directly outside her door was a blatant escalation, a psychological torment. He was marking her, isolating her, letting her know she was under constant, inescapable scrutiny. Every customer who approached would have to pass him. Every glance out her window would meet his silent, watchful presence. He was a physical embodiment of the boomtown's gaze, narrowed now to a single, unwavering focus. She forced herself to turn away from the window, to sit back down at her desk, pretending an absorption in her work she was far from feeling. Her hands still trembled, making the simple act of dipping her pen into the inkwell a clumsy affair. She tried to focus on routine tasks, tidying the stack of message blanks, rechecking the battery levels, anything to project an air of normalcy, both for the watcher outside and for her own fraying nerves. But her mind raced. What did his waiting signify? Was he merely instructed to keep her contained, prevent her from leaving or sending further messages? Or was he waiting for something else? For nightfall? For orders from Croft or Stone? The uncertainty was a heavy weight pressing down on her. She thought about the message she'd sent to Major Marlowe. Had it even reached Junction City, let alone Fort Larned? Would Marlowe understand the coded urgency? Could he, do anything? It felt like a single seed thrown into a hurricane, a desperate hope against overwhelming odds. And if it was intercepted, had she inadvertently painted a target on Marlowe as well? The potential consequences of her actions felt enormous, terrifying. The bell over the door jangled, making her heart leap into her throat. She looked up, expecting the watcher, but it was only Mrs. Henderson, returning with a small, cloth-covered basket. "Just baked, Eliza," the older woman said, her round face beaming, seemingly oblivious to the tense figure lounging just outside the door. "Thought you might need a little something. You look peaked this morning." She placed the basket on the counter, the warm scent of fresh bread filling the office. Corn muffins, still warm. Eliza managed a weak smile. "Thank you, Martha. That's very kind." Was it kindness? Or was Mrs. Henderson, perhaps unwittingly part of the surveillance, sent to gauge her reaction, her state of mind? The paranoia was becoming suffocating, poisoning even simple gestures. "You take care of yourself, dear," Mrs. Henderson said, patting Eliza's hand briefly before bustling out, nodding politely to the watcher as she passed him. He ignored her completely, his gaze fixed somewhere down the street. Eliza stared at the basket of muffins. The simple, homey offering felt utterly incongruous with the danger surrounding her. Could she even eat? Her stomach churned with anxiety. Yet the smell was undeniably comforting, a small reminder of ordinary life persisting amidst the encroaching darkness. She took one, its warmth seeping into her cold fingers. Breaking off a piece, she forced herself to chew and swallow. It tasted like sawdust, but it was fuel. She needed to stay alert, think clearly. The afternoon wore on. The watcher remained. Fewer customers braved his silent scrutiny to enter the office. The isolation intensified. Eliza felt trapped, not just physically by the man outside, but mentally by the secret she held and the choices she had made. The tally book and Granger's telegram felt like burning coals in her pocket. Should she destroy them? Hide them? If the Watcher or Stone came for her, finding those items would seal her fate. But they were also the only tangible proof she had. Proof of Granger's existence, his connection to the shipment, the possible involvement of, quote, J.M., quote, the coded communication. Destroying them felt like severing her only lifeline to the truth, condemning Caleb further by erasing potential evidence that might exonerate his brother or expose the real conspirators. Lines of courage. Her father had spoken of them sometimes, not the telegraph lines strung across the plains, but the invisible lines within a person. The lines you drew for yourself, the ones you refused to cross, the ones you defended even when it cost you. Running the telegraph office alone in Redemption Creek had required drawing those lines daily, asserting her independence, demanding respect. Now the lines were shifting, being tested in ways she had never imagined. The line between caution and cowardice. The line between self-preservation and responsibility to another. The line between silent complicity and dangerous action. Sending the message to Marlowe had been crossing a line, a deliberate act of courage fueled by desperation. Now she faced the consequences of that act, sitting under the silent watch of a man who likely represented Silas Croft's ruthless power. What was her next line? Huddle in fear, hoping they simply wanted to intimidate her into silence? Or find another way to act, to push back, to get vital information out? Her gaze kept drifting to the telegraph key. Sending another message was unthinkable now. Suicide. But the wires themselves, they represented connection, communication, the flow of information. Croft and Stone might think they controlled the messages passing through Redemption Creek, but the network was vast. Information flowed in multiple directions. An idea sparked, faint but persistent, the Wells Fargo investigation. They were actively looking for the gold, for Morgan, for answers. They had resources, agents, a network that likely rivaled Croft's, at least outside this immediate territory. They believed Jedediah Dunn was the thief, but hard evidence like Granger's tally book, the mention of a transfer point, the coded telegram might force them to reconsider, to look closer at Morgan, perhaps even at Croft himself if they were bold enough. But how to get the information to Wells Fargo without using her own compromised telegraph line, and without physically leaving the office while the watcher stood guard? She remembered the coded Wells Fargo messages she'd seen in the ledger. High priority internal, asset discrepancy, recovery protocol. They used their own ciphers, their own secure channels where possible. They likely had agents or trusted contacts in major hubs like Denver or Junction City, places messages were relayed through. What if she could embed a warning within a seemingly routine transmission? Something that wouldn't alert local listeners, but might trigger scrutiny further down the line by a trained Wells Fargo operator or analyst? It was another long shot, another desperate gamble, relying on layers of interpretation and chance. She pulled out a standard company rate sheet, pretending to review tariffs. Her mind worked furiously. She needed a plausible reason to send a message, something that fit the day's normal traffic. A query about a delayed money transfer? A request for verification of routing instructions? She began drafting again, this time aiming for absolute normalcy on the surface, but embedding subtle clues. To Wells Fargo at Denver, standard routing code. Query ref transfer, hash 482 JCT, city to RMC stop sender. H. Granger, delayed stop, request trace, confirm operator. To authorization protocol. Stop, advise, ASAP, potential misdirect, Devil's Gulch vicinity, stop, urgent client, Silas Croft, awaiting funds. She read it over. On the surface, it looked like a routine inquiry about a missing money transfer, supposedly sent by H. Granger from Junction City. Mentioning Silas Croft as the expectant client added a layer of legitimacy locally, Croft often had large sums moved, but embedded within were the key elements. H. Granger, JCT City, where Granger's telegram originated. Operator 2, the cryptic signature. Devil's Gulch, the potential transfer point. Misdirect. Would a Wells Fargo agent in Denver already investigating the missing gold shipment linked to Redemption Creek in Devil's Gulch? Pause over this. Would the name Granger coupled with Operator 2 and Devil's Gulch raise red flags when cross-referenced with their internal investigation files? Would the mention of Croft seem suspicious in this context? It was flimsy. It relied on assumptions, on the receiving agent being sharp, informed, and willing to look deeper. It could easily be dismissed as a standard query, but it was something. A way to potentially flag Granger's name and the suspicious circumstances to an organization with the power to investigate further, without explicitly mentioning murder or the stolen gold cash in a message sent from her monitored office. The risk felt different this time, less immediate perhaps than the message to Marlowe, but potentially more far-reaching if it drew Wells Fargo's attention directly onto Croft. If he suspected she was feeding information to the company, hunting his stolen gold, his reaction would be swift and brutal. She looked out the window. The watcher hadn't moved. His presence was a constant pressure, a reminder of the tightrope she walked. Sending this message felt like leaning deliberately further over the abyss. She took another bite of the muffin, the simple act feeling strangely defiant. Courage wasn't the absence of fear, it was acting despite it. It was drawing a line and holding it. She waited, forcing herself to maintain the facade of routine work, letting the minutes tick by. She handled a brief incoming message about expected stagecoach times. She carefully logged it. Then during another lull, when the street outside seemed quietest, she took another deep breath, centered herself, and reached for the key. Her fingers moved with practiced speed, translating the crafted message into clicks and dashes. H. Granger, Operator 2, Devil's Gulch, Misdirect, Silas Croft. Each potentially incriminating word felt like dropping a stone into a deep well, unsure if it would hit bottom or simply vanish. She kept her rhythm steady, mimicking the cadence of countless routine transmissions she'd sent over the years. Signed Operator RMC. She finished, releasing the key. Silence. The relay clicked, acknowledging receipt at the next station down the line, the first step on its journey towards Denver. Eliza felt a profound emptiness, the draining aftermath of sustained tension and high-stakes gambling. She had done it. Sent 2 messages, 2 potential lifelines thrown into the churning waters, under the very nose of the man sent to watch her. She risked a glance outside. The watcher was still there, leaning against the post, seemingly unmoved, unaware. Or was his stillness a mask? Had he heard the faint clicks, recognized a destination code, noted the length of the transmission? Suddenly, he pushed himself off the post. He stretched, slowly, deliberately, like a cat preparing to move. Then he turned and looked directly at the telegraph office window, directly at her. His eyes, even from across the street, seemed to bore into hers, cold and assessing. A slow, humorless smile touched his lips. He gave her a small, almost imperceptible nod, a gesture that could have meant anything but felt chillingly like acknowledgement, like he knew exactly what she'd been doing. Then he turned and walked away, not back towards the saloon, but down the street, disappearing around the corner towards the area where Sheriff Stone's office and the small-town jail were located. He was gone, but his departure brought no relief, only a deeper, colder dread. He wasn't just watching anymore. He was reporting back. The lines of courage she had drawn felt incredibly fragile now, stretched taut, threatening to snap under the weight of the boomtown's gaze and the consequences she had set in motion. The silence left by the watcher felt heavier, more menacing than his presence had been. It was the silence before the storm truly broke. Chapter 9. Scars Beneath the Starlight. Caleb Dunn rode out of Redemption Creek under the cloak of the deepening twilight, merging with the long shadows stretching eastward from the setting sun. He hadn't waited for full dawn. O'Malley had been understanding, accepting his curt explanation of needing an early start without prying, though Caleb saw the shrewd assessment in the old liveryman's eyes. News traveled fast in Redemption Creek, and a stranger riding in half-drowned and asking after a missing Wells Fargo shipment tied to the town's most powerful rancher wasn't likely to go unnoticed or uncommented upon. He'd felt eyes on him as he bought supplies at Abernathy's jerky, hardtack cartridges, enough for a few days' hard travel, the gaze of the town, curious, suspicious, perhaps even hostile. And he'd felt him, the watcher, lounging near the saloon when Caleb emerged from the general store, seemingly idle, yet every line of his body radiating a coiled readiness. Caleb hadn't needed Eliza Mayhew's sharp eyes to spot the danger. He carried the instinct for it deep in his bones, honed by years driving stages through perilous territory and navigating the harder edges of frontier life. The man wasn't just a casual observer. He was waiting. For him. The warning from the wire trail's shadowed wasn't a possibility. It was a cold fact confirmed by the man's unwavering presence. He didn't take the main northwestern trail directly out of town. Instead, he cut south initially, following a dry wash that offered some cover before circling wide, using the rolling terrain and the fading light to obscure his true direction. It cost him time, precious time, but putting distance and confusion between himself and the watcher felt paramount. He couldn't afford a confrontation yet, not until he knew more, not until he reached Serpent Ridge. He needed the element of surprise, however slim, if he was to find the cache, find answers about Jedediah, before Croft's men or Morgan closed in. Once confident he wasn't immediately followed, he urged his sturdy gelding, borrowed from O'Malley's string, towards the northwest, towards a looming, jagged silhouette of the ridges against the star-pricked indigo sky. The air grew colder as he gained elevation, the wind keener, carrying the scent of pine and dry rock from the higher country. The horse moved steadily beneath him, its breath pluming in the chill air, its hooves clicking rhythmically on the stony ground. This was familiar territory, yet alienating in its emptiness. He'd grown up not far from here, exploring these hills with Jedediah when they were boys, full of piss and vinegar and dreams bigger than the sky. They'd mapped imaginary kingdoms, hunted rabbits with slingshots, and sworn blood oaths under ancient, wind-twisted junipers. Now, riding back into this landscape alone, searching for his brother's hidden claim and the truth of his demise, felt like returning to a haunted memory. The silence of the plains wasn't peaceful. It echoed with absence, with the ghost of Jedediah's laughter and the phantom weight of his hand on Caleb's shoulder. He rode hard through the night, pushing himself and the horse, guided by the stars and an intimate knowledge of the land etched into his memory. He bypassed the faint track leading toward the old Willow Creek maintenance hut Eliza had mentioned potentially checking. It was too far east of his destination, and any unnecessary stop increased his exposure. Serpent Ridge drew him onward, a dark magnet pulling him towards answers or oblivion. The terrain grew rougher, forcing a slower pace. Ravines cut unexpectedly across the land, forcing detours. Stands of dense, thorny brush tore at his clothes and the horse's flanks. He moved with ingrained caution, scanning the shadows, listening intently for any sound that didn't belong: the snap of a twig, the dislodged pebble, the telltale jingle of harness where none should be. Several times he thought he heard something, a faint echo of hoofbeats far behind perhaps, or the glint of reflected starlight off metal high on a ridge overlooking his path. He'd rein in, melting into the deeper shadows of a rock formation or a thicket of scrub oak, waiting, listening, his hand resting on the butt of his Colt. Each time the sounds resolved into wind, or coyotes, or the settling earth. But the feeling persisted, a cold prickle of awareness, the sense of being hunted, trail shadowed. The words were a constant refrain in his mind. As the first hint of gray began to soften the eastern horizon, exhaustion gnawed at him, deep and bone-weary. He hadn't slept properly since hearing the news about Jedediah, fueled first by grief and rage, then by the desperate ride through the storm, and now by grim determination. He needed rest, and so did the horse. Continuing in daylight through this increasingly broken country courted discovery. He found a place that offered concealment, a shallow, bowl-like depression sheltered by a cluster of weathered boulders and choked with pinyon pine and juniper. A small seep trickled nearby, enough for the horse and to refill his canteen. Dismounting, his muscles screamed in protest. He led the horse to the water, letting it drink sparingly before tethering it where it could graze on sparse clumps of dry grass, hidden from casual view. He didn't risk a fire, despite the biting chill that had settled into his bones. Smoke could be seen for miles. He chewed mechanically on a piece of dry jerky, washing it down with lukewarm water from his canteen. The silence here was profound, broken only by the horse's soft cropping and the sigh of the wind through the stunted pines. He leaned back against a rough boulder, pulling his worn duster tighter around him, and stared up at the fading stars. Joaquin, it was in moments like these, suspended between exhaustion and the demands of the trail, that the weight of his vow pressed down most heavily. Clear his name. It sounded simple, righteous, but the path ahead was tangled with Croft's power, Morgan's treachery, and the cold reality of stolen gold, enough gold to make men kill without hesitation. He thought of Granger, the name Eliza had mentioned from the wire, the one involved in the betrayal. Was he waiting at Serpent Ridge, or was he part of the shadow on Caleb's trail? And Jedediah, his brother, stubborn, loyal, sometimes foolishly trusting Jedediah. Caleb closed his eyes, the image of his brother's face sharp behind his eyelids younger, grinning, full of misplaced faith in Jacob Morgan, the man they'd both known since their hard-scrabble youth working cattle on neighboring spreads. Morgan had always been smoother, quicker with a smile or a joke, but Caleb had sensed a core of calculation beneath the charm, something Jedediah, in his open-hearted loyalty, had refused to see. Had Morgan planned this betrayal all along? Or had the lure of Croft's gold corrupted him on the trail? Caleb's fist clenched. Finding Morgan wasn't just about the gold or Jedediah's name. It was personal, a reckoning demanded by years of shared history twisted into deceit. He remembered their dream, the brothers' lode, just a pocket of quartz showing a little color high on a windswept slope near Serpent Ridge. Jedediah had been convinced it was the mother lode, the key to their future. Caleb had been skeptical, more pragmatic, focused on the hard wages of driving stages or punching cattle. Yet he'd never discouraged Jedediah's hope. That secret claim was Jedediah's sanctuary, his private piece of the dream that kept so many men chasing horizons on the frontier. The irony that it might now hold the stolen gold, the very thing that cost Jedediah his life and reputation, was a bitter pill to swallow. The symbol Jedediah used, Serpent Ridge, and the hanging tree overlook, was burned into his memory. He knew exactly where to look. But the mention of Silas Croft complicated everything exponentially. Croft wasn't just a wealthy rancher. He was a force, shaping Redemption Creek and the surrounding territory to his will. He had Sheriff Stone in his pocket, likely had eyes and ears everywhere, men on his payroll who operated outside the thin veneer of the law. Why was his name on that wire? Was the gold originally his? Had he orchestrated the robbery through Morgan? Or was he merely an interested party, warned by an unknown sender, perhaps Major Marlowe? To watch his back? If Croft believed Caleb was coming after his gold, or seeking to expose his involvement, the hunt would be relentless. The Watcher wasn't just shadowing. He was likely reporting Caleb's every move back to Croft. His thoughts drifted unexpectedly to Eliza Mayhew, the telegraph operator. Sharp eyes, sharper mind, and a surprising core of steel beneath her quiet demeanor. He'd seen the flicker of fear in her eyes when he burst in, drenched and desperate, but she hadn't panicked. She'd faced him calmly, professionally, even when the damaged wire revealed dangerous names. And then, against all sense, against his explicit warning, she had helped him. Deciphering those fragments, brother's lode, that knowledge was the key, the only reason he now knew where to search. She had taken a significant risk, inserting herself into his dangerous quest. He felt a pang of guilt for his abrupt dismissal in the hayloft. Stay out of it. He'd said it to protect her. Croft's shadow was long, and anyone seen helping Caleb Dunn could easily become a target. Redemption Creek was no place for a woman alone to make powerful enemies. Yet, his words had also discounted her courage, her capability. She had grit, more than he'd initially realized. There had been a spark between them in that storm-lashed office, a fleeting connection forged in shared intensity, a glimpse of understanding beneath the surface tension. He pushed the thought away. Attachments were a liability he couldn't afford right now. His focus had to remain absolute. Jedediah, the vow, Serpent Ridge. Still, he hoped she'd heeded his warning. Hoped she was safe behind her counter, sticking to her wires and ledgers, letting the storm of his passage blow over. The thought of her facing trouble on his account was an unwelcome addition to the burdens he already carried. Beneath the fading starlight, the landscape seemed to hold its breath. The wind whispered secrets through the pines, secrets Caleb strained to understand. He ran a hand over his face, feeling the rough stubble, the lines etched by sun and weariness and grief. These were the visible scars, but the deeper ones, the ones carved on his soul by loss and betrayal and the harsh compromises of survival on the frontier, those were the ones that truly defined him now. The loss of Jedediah wasn't just the loss of a brother, it was the loss of a shared past, a shared future, the severing of an anchor that had kept him grounded, even when driving stages through blizzards or facing down outlaws. His vow wasn't just about honor. It was about reclaiming something of himself that had died with Jedediah, about finding purpose in the desolate landscape of his grief. As the first true light of dawn painted the eastern peaks a pale rose, Caleb forced himself to move. Sleep had been fleeting, haunted by fragmented dreams of clicking telegraph keys, shadowy figures, and Jedediah's fading smile. He checked the horse, tightened the cinch, took a long drink from his canteen. He scanned the surrounding terrain meticulously. Nothing seemed disturbed. No fresh tracks near the seep besides his own and the horse's. He climbed onto one of the sheltering boulders, using the height to survey the area in the growing light. The rugged expanse stretched before him, folds of rock and shadow, leading towards the unmistakable jagged spine of Serpent Ridge, perhaps half a day's ride away now. His gaze swept the slopes, the ravines, the distant horizon. Then he saw it. Not movement. Something static, yet out of place. High on an opposing ridge overlooking the very depression where he had camped was a small, dark shape nestled amongst the rocks. Too symmetrical for a natural formation. Too small for a rider. He squinted, straining his eyes against the distance in the tricky morning light. It looked almost like a spyglass, or someone using one, carefully concealed. His blood ran cold. Had he been watched all night? Had the watcher from town or another of Croft's men tracked him here despite his evasive maneuvers? Was his campsite, chosen for concealment, actually a perfectly observed position? The sense of being hunted intensified, no longer a vague feeling, but a sharp, terrifying certainty. They weren't just shadowing his trail, they were ahead of him, anticipating him, watching his every move. He slid down from the boulder, moving quickly, his mind racing. He had to assume they knew his general destination, Serpent Ridge. They were letting him lead them, perhaps hoping he would uncover the cache for them. Or maybe they were simply waiting for the most opportune moment, the most isolated spot to close the trap. The weight of his vow felt heavier than ever, but now it was mingled with a desperate urgency. He wasn't just racing against time to clear his brother's name. He was racing against the tightening noose of Croft's surveillance, riding towards a confrontation he might not survive. He swung into the saddle, the leather groaning softly in the quiet dawn. He cast one last look towards the distant ridge where he thought he'd seen the glint of glass. Nothing there now but rock and shadow. But he knew he wasn't alone. The scars beneath the starlight were deep, but the dangers beneath the rising sun felt immediate, lethal, and closing in fast. He urged his horse forward, deeper into the rugged heart of Serpent Ridge, towards the hanging tree overlook, towards the brothers' load, towards whatever fate awaited him there. Chapter 10. The Sheriff's Proposition. The departure of the Watcher did not ease the tension coiling in Eliza's gut. It intensified it. His deliberate walk towards the sheriff's office, felt like the pulling back of a trigger mechanism. The waiting game was over. Something was about to happen. The oppressive silence that descended on the street outside her window felt fragile, thin, like ice over deep, cold water, ready to crack at any moment. Eliza remained frozen behind her counter, the half-eaten corn muffin forgotten beside the silent telegraph key. Her mind replayed the watcher's final look, that chillingly knowing smile, the almost imperceptible nod. He knew. He must have known she'd sent those messages. Or perhaps Sheriff Stone had simply decided her lies were no longer tolerable, her potential as a loose end too great a risk. She forced herself to move, her limbs stiff, her muscles aching from the previous night's ride and the subsequent hours of sustained fear. She cleaned up the remnants of Mrs. Henderson's kind, potentially poisoned offering. She checked the ink levels, sharpened pencils, performed the small, mundane tasks that were the architecture of her days, clinging to routine like a drowning woman to driftwood. But every nerve ending felt raw, hypersensitive. The familiar click of the main relay sounded like hammer blows. The buzz of a fly trapped against the window pane grated like a saw on bone. She considered her options, finding them perilously few. Fleeing Redemption Creek seemed impossible now. The watcher, or someone else, would surely be posted on the trails. Even if she could slip out, where would she go? She had little money, no connections elsewhere, and leaving felt like abandoning Caleb Dunn entirely, leaving him to face Croft's machinations alone, armed with information she had provided but could no longer supplement or clarify. It felt like cowardice, a betrayal not just of him, but of the promise she'd made to her father to forge her own path, however difficult. Could she retrieve the tally book and telegram from her pocket, find a hiding place for them? Beneath a loose floorboard? Tucked inside the telegraph mechanism itself? It felt risky. If Stone searched the office, he'd likely be thorough. For now, keeping them on her person felt marginally safer, though the weight in her pocket was a constant, terrifying reminder. The clock on the wall ticked with agonizing slowness. Each minute stretched, taut with anticipation. She half expected the door to burst open, revealing armed men. Instead, when the bell finally jangled again, it was Sheriff Stone alone who entered, filling the doorway just as he had before, but with a different air about him. The probing uncertainty was gone, replaced by a heavy, deliberate authority. He wasn't fishing anymore. He was here to land his catch. He closed the door firmly behind him, the click of the latch echoing in the sudden, profound silence. He didn't remove his hat this time. He stood there for a moment, his bulk seeming to diminish the small space, his shadow swallowing the dusty floorboards. His gaze swept the office, slow and methodical, lingering on the telegraph key, the ledgers, the locked cabinet, before finally settling on Eliza. His eyes were flat, cold, devoid of any pretense of neighborly concern. "Mayhew," he began, his voice a low rumble that vibrated in the still air. "We need to talk. Plain talk. No more stories about faulty lines or late-night scenic rides." Eliza gripped the edge of the counter, her knuckles white, but met his gaze steadily. Showing fear now would be fatal. "Sheriff, what can I do for you?" "You can start by telling me what messages you sent this morning," he said bluntly, taking a step closer. He smelled faintly of stale tobacco and the harsh lye soap used at the jail. "Who were you contacting? Was it about Dunn?" So they didn't know the destination or the content, only that she had sensed something beyond routine traffic. Perhaps the watcher hadn't been close enough to decipher the clicks, or perhaps the codes had offered some minimal protection. A tiny flicker of hope, quickly extinguished by the sheriff's next words. "Don't bother denying it," Stone continued, seeing the denial forming on her lips. "My man outside saw you, busy fingers on that key when the line should have been quiet. Twice." He held up two thick fingers. "Once around mid-morning, another longer one just before noon. Don't insult my intelligence by pretending it was Abernathy ordering more beans." Eliza's mind raced. Denying was futile. Admitting, what could she admit? "Sheriff, Telegraph operators handle confidential communications every day. It's the nature of the job. I can't discuss specific messages. She fell back on professional duty. A flimsy shield. Stone chuckled, that dry, humorless sound again. Confidential? From who? To who? We know Dunn came to you. We know he was asking about that damaged wire, the one mentioning Silas Croft. He leaned forward slightly, resting his hands on the counter, invading her space. We know Dunn rode out towards Serpent Ridge, looking for that stolen gold. And we know you rode out that way yourself last night. He paused, letting the weight of his knowledge settle. What did you find out there, Mayhew? Besides a faulty line? His eyes bored into hers, searching for a flicker of guilt, of knowledge about the Willow Creek hut. Did he know about Granger? Was this a test? I found nothing but cold wind and darkness, Eliza said, keeping her voice level, praying her expression remained neutral. It was a foolish errand, riding out alone. I won't be doing it again. No, Stone agreed softly, his voice suddenly menacing. You won't. He straightened up, his demeanor shifting subtly. The direct interrogation softened into something smoother, almost reasonable, but far more dangerous. Look, Mayhew, Eliza, you're in a tight spot, a dangerous spot. You're a smart woman, you must see that. You've gotten yourself tangled up in something far bigger than you understand. Stolen gold, betrayal, maybe even murder. He let the word hang there. Murder. Did he mean Jedediah Dunn or Granger? He watched her reaction closely. Eliza forced herself to remain still, betraying nothing. Men like Dunn, Stone continued, his tone becoming almost paternal, falsely avuncular. They bring trouble. They ride in, stir things up, and ride out again, leaving decent folk to clean up the mess. Or worse, get hurt in the process. He sighed, rubbing his jaw as if genuinely troubled. Silas Croft, he's an important man in this territory. Built this town practically. Provides work, maintains order. He doesn't like loose cannons like Dunn upsetting the balance. He doesn't like people aiding and abetting them. I haven't aided anyone, Sheriff, Eliza insisted, though the words felt hollow even to her own ears. Haven't you? Stone raised a skeptical eyebrow. Deciphering wires, sending secret messages, riding out towards the same remote patch of wilderness Dunn is heading for? He shook his head slowly. It looks bad, Eliza. Real bad. Croft isn't a patient man when he feels his interests are threatened, and right now he feels threatened. He thinks Dunn is after his property, that gold was part of a payroll shipment Croft had insured, and he thinks you're helping Dunn get to it, or maybe helping him expose things Croft once kept buried. Here it came. The tightening of the screw, the presentation of the threat before the offer. I just want to do my job, Sheriff, Eliza said quietly, truthfully. Operate the telegraph. Stay out of trouble. That ship might have sailed, Stone said bluntly, but maybe there's a way back to shore. He paused, leaning against the counter again, his voice dropping conspiratorially. Here's the proposition, Eliza. Simple. You want to stay out of trouble? You want to keep running this office? You want to ensure your own continued well-being? The euphemism hung heavy with threat. Then you cooperate. Cooperate how? Eliza asked, her throat tight. Easy. From now on, any message that comes in regarding Dunn, the gold, Jacob Morgan, Serpent Ridge, anything related, you bring it straight to me. Before you deliver it, before you log it officially. Understand? His eyes were hard chips of granite. And if Dunn tries to contact you, maybe sending a wire from some other station if he finds one, you play along. Find out where he is, what he knows, what his plans are. And you report it. To me. He was asking her to be an informant, to betray Caleb completely, potentially leading Croft's men directly to him. The moral implications were sickening. And if I do this? Eliza asked, playing for time, trying to gauge the full extent of the demand. If you do this, Stone said, his voice smoothing out again, then Silas Croft will consider the matter resolved. As far as you're concerned, you'll be seen as helping restore order, protecting town interests. Sheriff Stone will make sure everyone understands you were just doing your civic duty, helping track down a dangerous fugitive involved in theft. He offered a thin smile. You go back to your wires and ledgers. Safe, secure. No more late-night visitors. No more watchers across the street. The offer of safety was seductive. A cool drink offered to someone dying of thirst in the desert. Just cooperate. Betray Caleb. Ensure her own survival. Wasn't that the pragmatic choice? The sensible choice? Caleb himself had told her to stay out of it. This was her chance. But the thought of deliberately feeding information that could lead to Caleb's capture or death turned her stomach. It felt like a betrayal of something fundamental within herself, a crossing of a line she wasn't sure she could uncross. And could she even trust Stone or Croft? Once she had served her purpose, what was to stop them from silencing her anyway? Just like Granger, cooperation offered only the illusion of safety, bought at the price of her conscience. And if I refuse? Eliza asked softly, the question hanging heavy in the air. Inal's Stone's smile vanished instantly. His face hardened, the congenial mask dropping away completely, revealing the ruthless authority beneath. Refusal isn't really an option, Mayhew, he said flatly. His voice was quiet, but resonated with chilling finality. Refusal means you've chosen your side. It means you're obstructing justice. It means you're conspiring with a thief and possibly worse. It means, he let the implication linger, more potent than any explicit threat. He didn't need to spell out arrest, jail, or an accidental encounter in a dark alley. He pushed himself away from the counter. Think about it, Eliza. Real hard. You're a smart girl. Make the smart choice. He glanced towards the locked cabinet beneath the counter where she kept the sensitive reagents and, currently, nothing else of importance. Wouldn't want to have to get a warrant to search this place properly, would we? Never know what might turn up. Evidence can be misinterpreted. The threat was clear. He could plant something, fabricate evidence. He held all the cards, or so he thought. Did he suspect she had Granger's book? Was that the evidence he was hinting at? I need time, Eliza said, stalling, her mind desperately seeking an escape route that wasn't there. You've got until sundown, Stone stated, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. By sundown, I expect your decision, and your full cooperation. Don't make me come back here angry, Mayhew. You won't like it. He turned toward the door, then paused, his hand on the latch. He looked back at her, his eyes cold and appraising. One more thing. That watcher I had outside, he reported something interesting. Said just before you sent that second message, you received one. Brief, from Junction City. He watched her face intently. Ring any bells? Maybe from an H. Granger? Eliza's blood turned to ice water. He knew about Granger's telegram. How? Had the watcher been close enough to read her transcription through the window? Had the sending operator at Junction City reported the unusual Operator 2 signature? Or was Stone bluffing, fishing based on the timing? She couldn't tell, but the mention of Granger's name, linked to a message she'd received, tightened the noose impossibly. He wasn't just asking for future cooperation. He suspected she already possessed dangerous information. She forced herself to look blank. Granger? The name sounds vaguely familiar. Might have handled routine traffic for someone by that name weeks ago. Can't recall specifics without checking the logs. Another lie, flimsy and desperate. Stone just stared at her for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then a slow, chilling smile spread across his face again. Sundown, Mayhew, he repeated softly. He opened the door and stepped out, closing it firmly behind him. Eliza stood frozen, listening to his heavy footsteps receding down the boardwalk. Sundown. Hours away, yet it felt like minutes. She was trapped. Cooperate and betray Caleb, living with the guilt and the uncertain promise of safety from men she couldn't trust? Or refuse and face arrest, fabricated charges? Or the deadly wrath of Silas Croft and his enforcers? She sank onto her stool, the weight of the impossible choice crushing her. The tally book and the telegram felt like they were burning a hole in her pocket. They were her only potential leverage, her only proof, but revealing them now would likely seal her fate instantly. Her gaze fell on the silent telegraph key. The lines of communication she commanded felt useless, compromised. Yet the memory of sending those messages, the desperate plea to Marlowe, the coded warning to Wells Fargo sparked a tiny ember of defiance in the face of overwhelming fear. She had drawn her lines of courage. Could she hold them until sundown? And what would happen when the sun finally set on Redemption Creek? The proposition wasn't just about cooperation, it was about survival, and the price felt impossibly high. Chapter 11. A Heart Divided. The hours following Sheriff Stone's proposition crawled by with agonizing slowness, each tick of the wall clock a hammer blow against Eliza's fraying nerves. The oppressive weight of the ultimatum, cooperate by sundown, or face the consequences, settled over the small telegraph office like a physical shroud. The ordinary sounds of Redemption Creek outside the window, the rumble of a passing wagon, the distant laughter from the saloon, the clang of the blacksmith's hammer seemed both jarringly normal and terrifyingly remote, like sounds heard from underwater. Her world had narrowed to this single, impossible choice, and the walls of her office felt like they were closing in. She tried to work, sorting message blanks, updating the tariff board with information weeks out of date, anything to occupy her hands and quiet the frantic carousel of thoughts in her head. But concentration was impossible. Her mind kept replaying Stone's words, his smug confidence, the chilling certainty in his eyes. Refusal isn't really an option. Sundown Mayhew and the final terrifying bombshell, his knowledge of the message from H. Granger. How much did he truly know? Was he aware Granger was dead? Did he suspect she had the tally book? Or was he casting nets, hoping she would betray herself? Cooperate. The word echoed with seductive poison. Just tell Stone everything. Hand over the tally book, the telegram, agree to monitor the lines, betray Caleb Dunn's trust if he ever tried to contact her. Ensure her own survival. Wasn't that the rational choice? Self-preservation was the first law of the frontier, wasn't it? Men like Stone and Croft held the power. Defying them was suicide. She pictured a life continuing here. The familiar rhythm of the telegraph key, the relative safety behind her counter. But the image was tainted. It would be a life bought with betrayal, haunted by the ghost of Caleb Dunn, a man she barely knew yet felt inexplicably bound to. Could she live with that shadow? Could she meet her own eyes in the mirror each morning? Her father's words came back to her, not as a comfort, but as a challenge. Forge your own destiny. Don't let this life break you. Cooperating felt like breaking. It felt like surrendering her independence, her integrity, the very core of the self she had painstakingly built in this harsh town. It felt like letting the darkness win. Refuse. The alternative was stark, terrifying. Arrest on trumped-up charges. Obstruction of justice. Conspiracy. Stone could easily fabricate evidence. He'd practically threatened to. He could lock her away in the town's grimy jail cell, or worse. The phrase accidentally caught in the crossfire echoed ominously. Accidents happened easily on the frontier, especially to those who crossed powerful men like Silas Croft. A stray bullet, a fall down abandoned mine stairs, a disappearance without a trace. Refusal meant staring into the abyss, with little hope of rescue. Her heart felt physically divided, torn between the instinct for survival and the stubborn refusal to yield her principles. One path offered a semblance of safety, paid for with guilt and complicity. The other path led towards almost certain danger, armed only with a fragile sense of righteousness and the dangerous secrets tucked in her pocket. She paced the confines of the office, restless energy thrumming through her veins. She stopped at the window, peering cautiously through the edge of the curtain. The street drowsed in the afternoon heat. The watcher was gone, but his absence offered no comfort. It only meant the surveillance was likely less visible now, perhaps delegated to others, perhaps deemed unnecessary now that the sheriff had delivered his ultimatum. Her isolation felt complete. Her thoughts turned again to Caleb Dunn. Where was he now, climbing the rugged slopes of Serpent Ridge, unaware of the deadline hanging over her head, unaware of Stone's proposition? Was he close to the brothers' load? Had he encountered Morgan or Croft's men? Was he even still alive? The uncertainty was agonizing. She pictured his face, the intense blue eyes, the lines of grief and determination, the fleeting vulnerability she'd glimpsed beneath the hardened exterior. He was stubborn, proud, determined to carry his burden alone. But he deserved to know the truth, to have a chance. Cooperating with Stone meant extinguishing that chance. And what are the messages she'd sent? The plea to Major Marlowe, the coded warning to Wells Fargo. Had they been received, ignored, intercepted? Were they futile gestures, or had they set something in motion, forces beyond Redemption Creek that might yet intervene? There was no way to know. Sending them had felt like an act of courage then. Now, it felt like reckless endangerment, potentially painting targets on others as well as herself. She sank onto her stool, burying her face in her hands. The silence in the office pressed in, amplifying the turmoil within her. Could she find a third path? Some way to appease Stone temporarily without fully betraying Caleb? Could she offer partial truths, feign cooperation while subtly trying to warn Dunn if possible? It seemed like a dangerous game, trying to outwit men like Stone and Croft. They weren't fools. They would see through half measures quickly. The weight of the tally book in her pocket felt immense. She pulled it out, along with Granger's telegram, laying them on the counter, hidden from the window view. Staring at them, the physical evidence of the conspiracy felt both like a burden and a weapon. Granger's neat columns of figures, the cryptic locations, the initials quote J.M. quote, linked to Devil's Gulch, the chillingly mundane telegram confirming the package arrival. This was the truth Stone and Croft wanted buried. If Wells Fargo or Major Marlowe ever saw this. But how? Revealing it to Stone now would confirm her involvement, likely leading to her immediate silencing. Destroying it felt unthinkable, erasing the only proof that might save Caleb or bring justice for Granger. Hiding it. Where? Stone had threatened a search. He would tear the office apart if he suspected she held incriminating evidence. Her gaze fell upon the telegraph apparatus itself. Complex machinery, intricate wiring, batteries, relays. Could she hide the small book and folded paper inside the equipment? Perhaps taped beneath the main sounding board, or tucked within the casing of the spare battery bank? It was risky. A thorough search might uncover it, but less obvious than a loose floorboard or a hidden drawer. It felt fitting somehow, hiding the paper secrets within the heart of the machine that transmitted them. Driven by a sudden urgency, she quickly checked the street again. Empty. Moving to the main apparatus, she carefully loosened the screws holding the casing around the primary battery compartment. Inside was a tangle of wires, connectors, and the heavy glass jars of the batteries themselves. There was a small space, dusty and unused, behind the furthest jar. Wrapping the tally book and telegram tightly in a piece of oiled silk she used for protecting spare parts, she wedged the small package into the gap, pushing it deep into the recess. She replaced the casing, tightening the screws, ensuring it looked undisturbed. A small measure of relief washed over her. The evidence wasn't destroyed, nor was it easily found on her person if Stone decided on an immediate search after sundown. It bought her a sliver of time, perhaps, a tiny measure of control in a situation rapidly spiraling beyond her influence. But the fundamental choice remained. Sundown approached relentlessly. The shadows outside began to lengthen, stretching across the dusty street like accusing fingers. The quality of the light shifted, the harsh glare softening into the warmer tones of late afternoon. The deadline loomed. Eliza stood by the window, watching the town prepare for evening. Men headed home from the mine or ranches, their faces weary. Children were called indoors. Lamps began to glow in windows. The facade of normal life persisted, oblivious to the life-and-death gamble playing out in the small telegraph office. What would her father have done? He had chased dreams, faced hardships, known betrayal, but he had always valued honesty, integrity. Don't let this life break you. Breaking wasn't just about physical defeat. It was about moral compromise. It was about looking away, choosing silence, prioritizing safety over truth. And Caleb? What would he think if he knew the choice she faced? He who carried the weight of his vow with such fierce determination, he who had warned her away to protect her. Would he understand if she chose survival? Or would he see it as the ultimate betrayal? Another voice silenced by the power they both opposed. Her heart ached with the conflict. The desire for safety warred with the fierce loyalty she felt, unexpectedly but powerfully, towards the grieving stagecoach driver. The fear of Stone and Croft battled against her own ingrained sense of justice, her refusal to be intimidated, to be broken. Her mind presented logical arguments for cooperation, for survival at all costs, but her gut, her conscience, recoiled. The image of the watcher's knowing smile flashed again. He knew she'd sent the messages. Stone knew about Granger's telegram. They weren't just asking for future cooperation. They were testing her, trying to gauge how much she already knew, how dangerous she might be. Perhaps cooperation wasn't even a real offer. Perhaps it was just a way to lull her into compliance until they could dispose of her quietly. Trusting Stone and Croft felt like trusting a rattlesnake not to strike. Sundown. The word tolled like a funeral bell in her mind. The western sky began to blaze with color, oranges and pinks painting the clouds. A beautiful, indifferent backdrop to her internal torment. The deadline was minutes away. She had to decide. She walked back to the counter, her hands gripping the worn wood. She looked at the telegraph key, the instrument of her connection to the world, the tool she had used to defy them, the source of her current peril. It sat silent, waiting, like her. The choice crystallized, not through logic, but through a deep, visceral certainty. She couldn't do it. She couldn't betray Caleb. She couldn't become an informant for men like Stone and Croft. Even if it meant arrest, jail, or worse, she couldn't sacrifice her integrity, the core of who she was, for a fragile promise of safety from men who dealt in violence and deceit. She would draw her line here. She would refuse. The decision brought a strange sense of calm, the clarity that follows intense internal struggle. Fear remained, cold and sharp, but the agonizing division within her heart eased. She knew her path now, however perilous. She would face Stone, refuse his proposition, and meet whatever consequences followed with the courage her father had instilled in her. She stood straighter, took a deep breath. She checked the small derringer tucked in her waistband, ensuring it was accessible. A pitiful defense, perhaps, but a symbol of her refusal to go down without a fight. She smoothed her apron, tucked a stray strand of hair back into place, small acts of reclaiming composure. The last rays of the sun slanted through the window, bathing the office in a warm, golden light that felt almost like a benediction. Outside, she heard the heavy, unmistakable tread of Sheriff Stone's boots approaching on the boardwalk. He was punctual. Sundown had arrived, and Eliza Mayhew, her heart no longer divided but resolute, waited to deliver her answer. Chapter 12. Into the Jagged Peaks. The higher Caleb climbed, the more the landscape transformed, shedding the last vestiges of rolling prairie and embracing the stark, demanding beauty of the high country. Serpent Ridge loomed closer now, not just a jagged line on the horizon, but a formidable presence, its slopes steep and boulder-strewn, cut by deep, shadowy canyons choked with tangled brush and ancient, twisted pines. The air thinned, growing crisp and sharp, carrying the scent of pine resin and cold stone. The sun, climbing toward its zenith, beat down with surprising intensity, reflecting off the pale granite outcrops. Yet the shadows held a lingering chill. He pushed onward relentlessly, the sighting of the watcher on the opposing ridge having stripped away any illusion of stealth. They knew he was here. They knew where he was likely heading. The game had shifted from evasion to a grim race against time and terrain. He had to reach the hanging tree overlook, find the brothers' load, investigate the cache if it truly existed, before Croft's men could intercept him or seal off the area completely. The horse, though sturdy, was tiring on the steep, uneven ground. Caleb frequently dismounted, leading the animal through particularly treacherous stretches, conserving its energy while scanning the surrounding slopes, ravines, and ridgelines with constant, wary vigilance. Every rock formation, Every dense thicket could conceal an ambush. The silence of the high peaks felt different from the silence of the plains. It wasn't empty, but watchful, ancient, holding secrets and dangers in its stony heart. He recognized landmarks from his youth, now a lightning-scarred ponderosa pine, clinging precariously to a cliff edge. A distinctive saddle between two peaks they'd named Devil's Horns, the dry, echoing bed of a creek where they'd once found fool's gold and believed themselves rich for an afternoon. Each familiar sight brought a fresh pang of grief for Jedediah, for the lost innocence of those days, overlaid with the harsh reality of his current mission. This wasn't a nostalgic homecoming. It was a grim pilgrimage into the heart of his brother's betrayal and death. He thought again about the cryptic message Eliza had deciphered. Brother's Lode, Hanging Tree Overlook, Jedediah's secret place. Why hide the stolen gold there? Was it Morgan's idea, a cruel irony, using Jedediah's sanctuary to conceal the spoils of his betrayal? Or had Jedediah himself, perhaps wounded and desperate after the ambush, managed to conceal the shipment there before succumbing to his injuries or being captured? The message mentioned a cache hidden, not gold stolen by Morgan. The ambiguity gnawed at Caleb. What if Jedediah hadn't been betrayed by Morgan in the way Caleb assumed? What if the truth was more complex, more tragic? And Silas Croft, watch Silas. The warning echoed. How deeply was Croft involved? Had he bankrolled the shipment only to orchestrate its theft? Was he working with Morgan or against him? The possibilities tangled in Caleb's mind, each one adding another layer of danger to his ascent. He wasn't just facing Morgan potentially. He was walking into the web of one of the territory's most powerful and ruthless men. By midday, the sun beat down mercilessly, reflecting off the granite slopes. The heat, combined with the altitude and exertion, left Caleb drenched in sweat, his muscles burning, his throat parched despite rationing sips from his canteen. He found a narrow, shaded defile carved by centuries of snowmelt, offering temporary respite for himself and the horse. While the animal rested, cropping at sparse tufts of grass clinging between the rocks, Caleb climbed a little higher, seeking a vantage point. From a rocky ledge, shielded from below, he scanned the terrain he had just covered, using the small brass spyglass he always carried in his saddlebag, a relic from his stage driving days. For a long time he saw nothing but the shimmering heat haze rising from the rocks, the wheeling flight of a hawk overhead, the immense, indifferent landscape. Then, patience rewarded, he caught at a flicker of movement far below, on the trail he'd followed perhaps an hour earlier. Dust rising. Riders. 3 of them, moving steadily, purposefully, tracking him. They weren't clumsy. They kept their distance, using the terrain for cover, but their presence was undeniable. They were making good time, likely pushing fresher horses. He hadn't shaken them. He hadn't even truly delayed them. They were letting him lead, just as he'd suspected, perhaps waiting for him to reach his destination, to reveal the location of the cache before they closed in. Or perhaps they were simply herding him, cutting off escape routes, driving him towards a prearranged trap higher up. A cold knot of certainty tightened in Caleb's stomach. He wasn't just being shadowed anymore. He was being actively hunted. Retreat was impossible. They held the lower ground. His only option was forward, upward, into the jagged peaks, towards the Hanging Tree Overlook. He had to reach it first. He scrambled back down to the horse, his movements urgent now. No more rest. He checked his Colt Peacemaker, ensuring the cylinder rotated smoothly. The cartridges were secure. He loosened the Winchester rifle in its scabbard, ready for quicker access. He took one last, long look at the horse. The animal had served him well, but the terrain ahead was becoming increasingly difficult, perhaps impassable for a mount. Leading it would slow him down significantly. The decision was brutal but necessary. He stripped the essential gear from the saddle, the Winchester, his remaining ammunition, the spyglass, the canteen, the meager remnants of his jerky and hardtack, stuffed into his pockets and a small canvas pouch slung over his shoulder. He gave the horse a final, rough pat on the neck. "Go on, fella. Find your way back down. Better chance on your own." He slapped its rump, sending it scrambling back the way they had come, hoping it would instinctively head towards lower ground, away from the unfolding danger. Its departure felt like severing another tie, leaving him utterly alone, reliant solely on his own strength and wits. Now on foot, Caleb moved faster, lighter, scrambling over boulders, using narrow animal trails, pushing his body relentlessly. The air grew thinner, colder. The peaks of Serpent Ridge loomed starkly against the piercing blue sky, jagged teeth biting at the heavens. He could see it now. In the distance, the distinctive, gnarled shape of the ancient juniper that marked the hanging tree overlook, perched on a high, windswept promontory. It looked impossibly far, impossibly high. He climbed, his lungs burning, his legs screaming in protest. He focused on the next handhold, the next foothold, blocking out the pain, the exhaustion, the fear. He thought of Jedediah climbing these same slopes, perhaps filled with dreams of the brother's load. Had his brother known such pain, such desperation, in his final hours? The thought fueled Caleb's resolve, turning grief into grim energy. He used the spyglass periodically, scanning his back trail. The riders were closer now, moving relentlessly upward, sometimes visible as small, dark figures against the vast slopes, sometimes vanishing into ravines or behind ridges. They were gaining. He also scanned the area around the hanging tree overlook ahead. No sign of movement there yet. No obvious ambush visible from this distance. But that meant little in this broken, deceptive landscape. As he navigated a particularly steep section, scrambling up a near-vertical rock chimney, relying on precarious handholds and footholds, he heard the sharp crack of a rifle shot echoing through the peaks, followed by the whining ricochet of a bullet off the rock face just inches above his head. He dropped instantly, flattening himself against the narrow ledge, fragments of granite stinging his cheek. Another shot cracked, striking lower down, sending shards flying near his boots. They weren't waiting for him to reach the load. They were trying to pick him off now, pin him down on this exposed slope. Adrenaline surged, momentarily erasing his exhaustion. He peered cautiously over the edge. He couldn't see the shooter, hidden somewhere in the jumble of rocks below and across the ravine. He was trapped, exposed. Staying here meant becoming an easy target. He had to move, find cover. Spotting a narrow fissure snaking diagonally upwards across the rock face, offering minimal concealment but a potential escape route, he took a deep breath and moved. He scrambled crabwise along the ledge towards a fissure, expecting another shot at any second. Dirt kicked up near his hand as a third bullet struck. He lunged for the fissure, squeezing his body into the narrow crack, scraping his shoulders and hips against the rough stone. Inside the fissure, he was momentarily shielded from direct fire, though terrifyingly vulnerable if they tried to approach from above or below. He leaned back against the cold rock, catching his breath, his heart hammering against his ribs. He could hear shouts echoing from below, indistinct words carried on the wind the hunters coordinating, likely moving to flank him or cut off his ascent. He had to keep moving upwards. The fissure offered a path, albeit a difficult and claustrophobic one. Wedging his body, using knees and elbows, he began to inch his way upward, the Winchester slung awkwardly across his back, hindering his movement. The rock scraped his skin raw, the confined space amplifying the sound of his own ragged breathing. After what felt like an eternity of slow, agonizing progress, the fissure opened out onto a wider ledge, screened by a cluster of stunted, wind-battered pines. He crawled out, gasping for air, tasting blood from a cut lip. He was higher now, closer to the overlook, but still dangerously exposed. He peered through the sparse branches of the pines. Below, he saw two of the riders dismounting, taking cover behind boulders, preparing to work their way up the slope towards his previous position. The third rider was circling wider, likely trying to get above him, cutting off his retreat towards the summit. They were experienced hunters, methodical, patient. Croft's men, almost certainly. They moved with the confidence of men assured of their quarry. Caleb checked his Winchester, chambering around. He wasn't a gunfighter by trade, but years on the frontier had taught him how to handle firearms competently, defensively. He couldn't match 3 experienced gunmen in a protracted firefight, but he couldn't let them pin him down either. He needed to create a diversion, buy himself time to reach the overlook. He spotted one of the men below moving cautiously from one boulder to another. Taking careful aim, resting the rifle barrel on a steady branch, Caleb squeezed the trigger. The roar of the Winchester crashed against the silence of the peaks. He didn't aim to kill, not yet. He aimed for the rock just beside the man's head. The bullet struck with a loud crack, sending rock chips flying. The man flinched back, startled, instantly taking better cover. Caleb didn't wait to see the effect. He immediately scrambled higher, using the momentary confusion his shot had created. He moved from cover to cover, a boulder, a thicket of mountain mahogany, another narrow cleft in the rock, always moving upward towards the hanging tree. Shots followed him, sporadic now, the shooters likely unsure of his exact position, firing at movement, at possibilities. Bullets whined past, smacked into rock, shredded leaves near his head. It was a deadly game of hide and seek on a vertical, unforgiving board. The sun beat down, the altitude making his head throb, his lungs ache. Sweat poured into his eyes, stinging, blurring his vision. Thirst became a burning obsession. He pushed onward, driven by sheer will, by the image of Jedediah, by the vow he refused to break. Finally, panting, bleeding from scrapes, utterly spent but alive, he hauled himself over the last rise. He was there, the hanging tree overlook. It was a windswept, barren promontory, dropping away sharply on 3 sides into dizzying chasms. The ancient juniper, the hanging tree itself, dominated the space, its trunk thick and gnarled, its branches twisted by centuries of wind into tortured shapes. One heavy, horizontal limb stretched out over the abyss, worn smooth by ropes long disintegrated, a grim testament to rough frontier justice, or perhaps something even older. Beneath the tree, the ground was rocky, uneven, offering little cover except for the tree trunk itself and a few scattered boulders near the cliff edge. And there, near the base of the tree, half hidden by a cluster of rocks and overgrown brush, was a subtle disturbance in the earth. Rocks moved aside, recently replaced but not quite settled back into their natural positions. Faint scrape marks on a larger boulder. This had to be it. The brothers' lode entrance, or what remained of Jedediah's secret workings. The place the wire had indicated. The cache? Before he could approach it, a voice cut through the thin air, sharp and cold. "Drop the rifle, Dunn. Slowly." Caleb froze. The voice came from behind the largest boulder near the cliff edge, directly opposite the disturbed ground. He hadn't seen anyone when he first crested the rise. Hidden. Waiting. Slowly, Caleb turned, keeping his hands carefully away from the Winchester still clutched in his grip. A man stepped out from behind the boulder, holding a greener shotgun leveled steadily at Caleb's chest. He was lean, wiry, with eyes as cold and gray as granite chips. He wasn't one of the 3 riders Caleb had seen below. He must have been waiting here all along. The final piece of the trap. "Been waiting for you," the man said, a humorless smirk twisting his lips. "Took your sweet time getting here." Behind him, scrambling sounds indicated the other hunters were closing in from below, converging on the overlook. Caleb was surrounded, caught between the man with the shotgun and the approaching riders, standing on a precipice with nowhere left to run. The jagged peaks seemed to press in, silent witnesses to the final act. His vow, his search, seemed to have led him only to this deadly endgame. Chapter 13. Trust Forged in Fire. The air on the hanging tree overlook crackled with tension, thick enough to taste. Caleb stood frozen, the Winchester feeling heavy and useless in his hands, the twin muzzles of the greener shotgun held by the wiry man, a dark promise of oblivion. Below, the sounds of scrambling grew louder as the 3 riders converged on the summit, their boots grating on rock, their harsh breathing audible in the thin air. Trapped, outnumbered 4-1. The bitter taste of failure rose in Caleb's throat, sharp and acrid. He'd come so far, endured so much, only to walk directly into their ambush. I said, drop the rifle, the man with the shotgun repeated, his voice flat, impatient. His cold gray eyes flickered towards the disturbed ground near the base of the ancient juniper, then back to Caleb. Don't want things getting messy unless they have to. Slowly, deliberately, Caleb lowered the Winchester, letting it rest butt first on the rocky ground, keeping one hand loosely near the trigger guard. Every instinct screamed at him to fight, to go down swinging, but the shotgun at this range left no room for heroics. One false move and he'd be cut in half. Who are you? Caleb asked, his voice rough, trying to buy himself a precious second, trying to read the man's intentions. Was this Morgan? He didn't look like the Morgan Caleb remembered, though hardship could change a man. More likely, one of Croft's hired guns. The man smirked again. Just a concerned citizen, Dunn, making sure stolen property finds its way back to the rightful owner. He jerked his chin toward the disturbed ground. That where your thieving brother hid Croft's gold? The insult struck Caleb like a physical blow, igniting a fresh wave of cold fury beneath his fear. My brother wasn't a thief. Tell that to Wells Fargo, the man retorted dismissively. Now step away from the rifle. Hands where I can see 'em. As Caleb straightened, moving away from the Winchester, the three riders hauled themselves over the final ledge into the overlook, breathing heavily, rifles held ready. They were hard-looking men, trail-worn and grim-faced, their eyes sweeping the promontory, noting Caleb's trapped position with grim satisfaction. One of them, a burly man with a thick beard streaked with gray, seemed to be the leader. He nodded curtly to the man with the shotgun. Got him penned, Pike? The bearded man asked, his voice raspy. Like a rat in a trap, Marcus, Pike replied, never taking his eyes or the shotgun off Caleb. Marcus grunted, his gaze fixing on Caleb with open hostility. So you're Dunn's brother. Come sniffing around for gold that ain't yours. He spat onto the rocky ground. Should have stayed home. I came for the truth, Caleb said, keeping his voice steady despite the tremor running through him. And to clear my brother's name. Marcus laughed, a harsh barking sound. Truth is, your brother crossed Silas Croft, tried to run off with his payroll. Truth is, he got what was coming to him. And now, so will you. He gestured towards the disturbed earth with his rifle barrel. But first, let's see what dear old Jedediah left behind. You gonna show us where the cash is hidden in that little prospect hole of his? Or do we have to dig it out after we're done with you? They thought the gold was in the shallow mine workings. Caleb glanced at the spot near the tree roots. It looked more like a filled-in shaft entrance or a hastily covered hole than an active cache site easily accessed. Wouldn't know, Caleb said truthfully. Just got here myself. Pike jabbed the shotgun towards the spot. Then maybe you should start digging. Might buy you some time. It was a cruel game, prolonging the inevitable, forcing him to unearth the potential evidence of his brother's supposed crime before they killed him. But buying time? Maybe it was all he had left. If he could just keep them talking, keep them focused on the cash. Was there any chance, a distraction? An escape? The cliffs dropped away sheer on three sides. His only way off the overlook was back the way he came, currently blocked by Marcus and the other two riflemen. Suddenly, from further down the slope, below the main promontory but climbing fast, came an unexpected sound, a sharp cry of pain, followed immediately by the unmistakable crack of a small caliber handgun. Not a rifle, not a heavy Colt, but something lighter, sharper. A Derringer? Everyone on the overlook froze. Pike's shotgun wavered slightly. Marcus and his men spun around, peering down the slope, rifles raised. What in damnation was that? Marcus snapped, scanning the rocks below. Another shot cracked closer this time, followed by a startled yell and the clatter of a dropped rifle skittering down the rocks. Someone's down there, one of Marcus's men shouted. Taking shots at us! Confusion erupted. Pike instinctively took a step back, still covering Caleb, but glancing nervously towards the source of the attack. Marcus cursed, gesturing for his men to take cover behind the boulders scattered near the edge. Who the hell is it? Pike demanded, his eyes darting between Caleb and the commotion below. Caleb's mind raced, stunned. Who could possibly be down there? It made no sense. He was alone. Unless Eliza Mayhew? The thought was insane. Impossible. She couldn't have followed him this far, couldn't have navigated this terrain, couldn't possibly be engaging four-armed men with what sounded like a pocket pistol. Yet, who else could it be? That grit he'd sensed in her, that stubborn determination. Had she ignored his warnings so thoroughly, so recklessly? The distraction, however baffling, was his only chance. While Pike was momentarily distracted, looking toward Marcus for direction, Caleb moved. In one explosive motion, he kicked out, catching Pike's knee with his boot heel. Pike yelled in pain and surprise, stumbling backward, the shotgun tilting upwards for a split second. It was enough! Caleb lunged, not for his Winchester, but low, tackling Pike around the legs. They crashed to the ground in a tangle of limbs, the shotgun flying from Pike's grasp, skittering across the rock towards the cliff edge. Caleb scrambled, trying to pin Pike, delivering a hard fist to his jaw. Pike grunted, fighting back with surprising strength, grappling, trying to reach the knife sheathed at his belt. Marcus roared, turning back toward the fight, realizing the prisoner was loose. "Shoot him! Damn it! Shoot him!" One of the riflemen took aim, but the shots from below resumed, closer now, forcing him to duck back behind his boulder. The third man hesitated, caught between the fight with Pike and the unseen attacker below. Caleb landed another blow on Pike's temple, stunning him momentarily. He rolled free, snatching up a loose rock, raising it to strike again. But Marcus was already charging towards him, rifle leveled. Caleb threw himself sideways, scrambling desperately towards the ancient juniper tree, bullets kicking up dust around him. He reached the thick, gnarled trunk, pressing himself flat against the rough bark, momentarily shielded. Marcus advanced cautiously, flanked by the rifleman who wasn't pinned down by the shots from below. Pike was groaning, trying to push himself up. The situation was still desperate, but the stalemate was broken. Chaos reigned on the overlook. "Come out, Dunn!" Marcus yelled, taking cover behind the boulder Pike had previously used. "Nowhere to run!" From the slope below, a clear voice suddenly called out, startlingly female, laced with desperation, but surprisingly steady. "Leave him alone, or the next shot finds flesh, Eliza." It was her. Caleb's heart leaped into his throat, a wild mix of disbelief, terror for her safety, and a surge of something akin to fierce protective pride. How had she done it? How had she gotten here? Marcus hesitated, clearly baffled by the female voice. "Who the hell are you?" he shouted back. "Someone who knows what you did at Willow Creek," Eliza yelled back. The words hung in the thin air, heavy with implication. "Someone who knows about Granger." A stunned silence fell over the overlook. Pike, struggling to his feet, froze. Marcus's face contorted with surprise, then hardened into murderous fury. She knew. The telegraph operator knew about the murder. She wasn't just a random interference. She was a witness, a threat far greater than they had realized. "Kill her!" Marcus shrieked, abandoning caution. "Find her and kill her! Pike, get done!" Pike, recovering, lunged towards a discarded shotgun near the cliff edge. The rifleman beside Marcus started firing rapidly down the slope towards where Eliza's voice had originated. Marcus himself raised his rifle, aiming towards the juniper tree where Caleb was pinned. But Eliza fired again, her small derringer cracking defiantly. The bullet whined past Marcus's head, forcing him to duck instinctively. In that instant, Caleb acted. He pushed off from the tree trunk, sprinting towards the disturbed ground near the roots, towards the potential cache site. If he was going to die here, he would die finding out what his brother had hidden. He slid into the shallow depression, ignoring the scrape of rocks against his skin. His hands scrabbled at the loose earth and stones covering the entrance to whatever lay beneath. It felt like a crudely refilled hole, not a natural cave opening. Pike reached the shotgun just as Caleb dove for the hole. He swung the weapon around, aiming, but before he could fire, another figure burst onto the overlook from the same trail the riders had used. A man, dressed not as a ranch hand, but in the dusty blue of a U.S. cavalry uniform, albeit stripped of most insignia. He held a Colt Army revolver, firing rapidly as he advanced. "Major Marlowe?" Caleb breathed, stunned by this second, impossible arrival. The cavalryman ignored him, his shots driving Pike back from the cliff edge, forcing him to take cover behind a meager boulder. The rifleman firing down at Eliza was momentarily distracted by this new threat from his flank. "Wells Fargo knew about Granger," Marlowe yelled, his voice carrying over the gunfire. "We intercepted a wire. You murdering scum are finished." He fired again, pinning Pike down. Wells Fargo? Eliza's message? Had it worked? Had both her desperate gambles paid off, bringing both the Army and potentially Wells Fargo closing in? The firefight erupted fully now. Caleb, momentarily forgotten in the chaos, clawed desperately at the earth in the shallow hole. His fingers struck something hard, unyielding. Not rock, wood, planks, a buried crate? Marcus, realizing the situation was deteriorating rapidly, screamed orders at his remaining conscious rifleman. "Forget the woman! Take down the soldier! Now!" The rifleman turned his fire towards Marlowe. Marlowe grunted as a bullet grazed his arm, but held his ground, returning fire with deadly accuracy, forcing the rifleman back. Below, Eliza fired her Derringer again, perhaps her last shot, causing the man firing at Marlowe to flinch, disrupting his aim. Seeing his chance, Caleb put his shoulder against the edge of the buried wooden planks and heaved. With a groan of rotten wood, part of the covering gave way, revealing not a mine shaft, but a dark cavity beneath. Inside, nestled amongst dusty canvas wrappings, glinted the unmistakable dull yellow of gold bars. Stacks of them. The missing Wells Fargo shipment. But alongside the gold lay something else. Something that made Caleb's breath catch, his blood run cold. A body. Curled in the cramped space, dressed in the remnants of a Wells Fargo guard uniform. Jedediah? No. The build was wrong. Slighter. He reached down, carefully turning the face towards the light filtering into the hole. Not Jedediah. Jacob Morgan. His eyes stared sightlessly, his face pale and waxy in death. A single, neat bullet hole marred his temple. He hadn't run off with the gold. He'd been murdered. Here, alongside the cash he was supposedly stealing. The betrayal wasn't what Caleb had thought. Morgan hadn't betrayed Jedediah. They had likely been betrayed together. But by whom? Croft? Pike and Marcus's crew? Pike, seeing Caleb uncover the gold, let out a triumphant yell, momentarily forgetting Marlowe. "There it is! The gold!" He raised the shotgun, ignoring the cavalryman, aiming directly at Caleb in the hole. Marlowe shouted a warning, firing his revolver, but Pike was faster. He pulled both triggers. The roar of the greener shotgun blast filled the overlook, echoing off the peaks. Time seemed to stop. Caleb instinctively threw himself flat in the shallow hole, covering his head, bracing for the impact of buckshot tearing into his flesh. The world exploded in noise and flying debris. But the pain didn't come. Instead, he heard a strangled cry, cut short. He looked up cautiously. Pike stood frozen for a second, a look of stunned disbelief on his face before slowly crumpling to the ground, his shotgun clattering beside him. Standing over him, smoke curling from the barrel of her small, empty Derringer, breathing heavily, her face smudged with dirt and streaked with tears, but her eyes blazing with fierce determination, was Eliza Mayhew. She had climbed the final yards while everyone was distracted, arriving just in time to fire her last desperate shot at point-blank range as Pike aimed at Caleb. In that moment, suspended amidst the chaos, the gunfire momentarily paused. Caleb looked at Eliza, truly looked at her, covered in dust, bleeding from a scrape on her cheek, clearly terrified but standing her ground, having faced down armed killers with nothing but a pocket pistol and sheer nerve. She had risked everything, her safety, her life for him, a man she barely knew, a man who had dismissed her and warned her away. Trust wasn't just given. Sometimes it had to be earned. Forged in the heat of shared danger, in the crucible of impossible choices, in the face of death. In that instant, Looking into Eliza's courageous, terrified eyes, Caleb felt a bond form, stronger than any vow, deeper than any shared history. It was trust forged in fire, and whatever happened next, whatever fate awaited them on this bloody overlook, he knew he wasn't alone anymore. Chapter 14. A Name Spoken in Fear. The echo of Eliza's final derringer shot faded, leaving a ringing silence on the overlook, punctuated only by the ragged gasps for breath, the groan of the wounded rifleman pinned down by Marlowe, and the distant sigh of the wind through the ancient juniper. Pike lay still near the cliff edge, his sightless eyes staring up at the indifferent blue sky. Jacob Morgan's body lay curled beside the glittering gold bars in the shallow cache, a silent testament to a betrayal far more complex than Caleb had imagined. Eliza stood frozen for a moment, the small, empty derringer still clutched in her hand, her knuckles white. Her eyes met Caleb's across the space separating them, wide with shock and the adrenaline drain of her desperate act. She had just killed a man. The reality seemed to hit her then, her face paling beneath the dirt and grime, her body starting to tremble violently. Caleb scrambled out of the cache hole, ignoring the gold, ignoring Morgan's body, moving towards her. "Eliza!" Before he could reach her, Marcus, the burly leader of Croft's men, recovered from his surprise. Seeing Pike down, seeing the unexpected arrival of Marlowe, and seeing Eliza standing exposed, his face contorted into a mask of pure hatred. This woman, this telegraph operator, knew about Granger, had interfered, had cost him Pike, and potentially jeopardized everything. "You interfering bitch!" Marcus roared, swinging his rifle towards Eliza. But Major Marlowe, despite the bullet graze stinging his arm, reacted instantly. He fired his Colt Army revolver twice in rapid succession. The heavy slug slammed into Marcus's chest, throwing him backward against the large boulder he'd used for cover. He slid down the rock face, leaving a smear of blood, his rifle clattering from lifeless fingers. He lay crumpled at the base of the boulder, still. The remaining conscious rifleman, seeing his leader fall, seeing Marlowe advancing steadily, and hearing more sounds from further down the slope, perhaps the approach of more Wells Fargo agents or cavalry, alerted by Marlowe, lost his nerve completely. He threw down his rifle, raising his hands high in the air. "Don't shoot! I give up! Don't shoot!" he cried, his voice thin with terror. Marlowe kept his revolver trained on the surrendering man, but stopped advancing, his gaze sweeping the overlook, assessing the situation. He looked from the dead men Pike and Marcus to the wounded rifleman groaning behind his rock, to the surrendering one, then to Caleb standing near the cache, and finally to Eliza, who was now leaning heavily against the trunk of the hanging tree, the empty derringer having slipped from her trembling fingers. "Miss Mayhew, I presume?" Marlowe asked, his voice calm but carrying authority, nodding towards Eliza. "Your wire to Fort Larned was timely, though dangerously vague." He then turned his sharp gaze on Caleb. "And you must be Caleb Dunn, your brother, Jedediah. He contacted me just before he disappeared, sent a coded message through an old Army contact, said he feared betrayal, mentioned Croft, mentioned hiding something vital if the worst happened. I've been trying to piece it together since my inquiry to Croft went unanswered." So, Jedediah had suspected. He had tried to get word out. And Marlowe was the quote quote, from Fort Larned, not Jacob Morgan. The pieces clicked into place with horrifying clarity. Caleb nodded mutely, his mind struggling to process the rapid cascade of events, the discovery of Morgan's body, Eliza's impossible courage, Marlowe's timely arrival. The sudden, brutal end to the firefight. He felt emotionally numb, exhausted beyond measure, yet strangely clear-headed. "The wire Eliza sent to Wells Fargo?" Caleb began, remembering Marlowe's shout during the fight. "Intercepted and relayed to me by a sharp agent in Denver," Marlowe confirmed, kicking the surrendered man's rifle further away before holstering his own revolver, though his hands stayed near the butt. "Mentioned Granger, Devil's Gulch, Operator 2, corroborated fragmented intel we already had, put things in motion quickly. We rode hard." He gestured vaguely down the slope. "My men and a Wells Fargo agent should be securing the base of the trail now." He walked towards the cache hole, his boots crunching on the rocky ground. He peered down at the gold bars glinting dully in the sunlight, then at the still form of Jacob Morgan. His face hardened. So, Morgan didn't run. Looks like he met the same fate Jedediah likely did. He looked back at Caleb. Any sign of your brother? Caleb shook his head, the movement heavy, laden with grief. No, just him. He gestured towards Morgan. And the gold. Marlowe knelt beside the hole, examining Morgan's body briefly, professionally. Shot at close range, execution style. He looked around the overlook, his eyes sharp, assessing. This wasn't just robbery, it was a cleanup. Someone wanted both guards silenced permanently and the gold secured. His gaze settled on the disturbed earth near the tree roots. Looks like they killed Morgan here, dumped him with the gold Jedediah must have managed to hide after the initial ambush, then covered it up crudely, intending to retrieve it later. Croft's men, Caleb stated, the certainty chilling him. Pike and Marcus hadn't seemed surprised by the location. They'd acted like they knew exactly where to look, where the thieving brother had hidden the loot. They were likely the retrieval team, sent by Croft. Seems likely, Marlowe agreed grimly. He stood up, dusting off his trousers. He looked towards the wounded man groaning behind the rock. You, name? Cole, the man stammered, clutching a bleeding shoulder. Hank Cole. Who hired you? Marlowe demanded, his voice sharp as steel. Who sent you after Dunn? Who killed Morgan? Cole hesitated, his eyes darting nervously towards the bodies of Marcus and Pike, then towards a surrendering man who was watching him with wide, fearful eyes. Loyalty to Croft warred with self-preservation. Talk, Marlowe ordered, taking a step closer. Might make things easier for you. It was Croft, Cole finally choked out, pain and fear loosening his tongue. Silas Croft. He hired Marcus, Pike, me, and Jimmy over there. He nodded towards the surrendered man. Told us Dunn's brother and his partner Morgan stole his shipment. Said Dunn was coming to retrieve it. Our orders were, recover the gold and eliminate Dunn. Make it look like he got killed fighting over the spoils with Morgan's ghost or something. And Morgan, Marlowe pressed. Who killed him? Was it you? No, not us, Cole insisted frantically. He was already here when Marcus and Pike came up earlier to check the site before Dunn arrived. Marcus said he took care of Morgan days ago, right after the ambush down below. Said Morgan got greedy, wanted a bigger cut than agreed. Croft wanted him silenced. A collective intake of breath seemed to occur on the overlook. Marcus, Croft's foreman or chief enforcer, had personally executed Jacob Morgan days ago, dumping his body with the gold Jedediah had presumably hidden after barely surviving the initial attack. Jedediah. Where was he? Had Marcus killed him too, somewhere else? Or was he still alive, wounded, hiding? Where is Jedediah Dunn? Caleb demanded, his voice raw, grabbing the front end of Cole's blood-stained shirt, ignoring the pain that flared from the man's shoulder. What happened to my brother? Cole flinched, whimpering. I don't know. Honest. Marcus, he never said. Just said the brother was taken care of, out of the picture. Never found a body down where the ambush happened. Maybe he got away? Crawled off somewhere? The possibility, however faint, ignited a desperate spark of hope in Caleb's chest. Jedediah might still be alive. Wounded, lost, but alive. Marlowe pulled Caleb back gently but firmly. Easy, Dunn. We'll find out. He turned back to Cole. And Granger, the man killed at the Willow Creek hut, was that your work too? Cole's eyes widened further in genuine surprise this time. Granger? Willow Creek? Don't know anything about that. We came straight up here after Dunn left town. Marcus gave the orders. Marlowe exchanged a look with Caleb. If Cole's crew wasn't responsible for Granger's murder, then who was? Was there another player involved? Or had Croft used a different operative for that particular silencing? All right, Marlowe said, turning his attention to the surrendered man Jimmy. Your turn. Confirm his story and tell me about Granger. Jimmy, pale and trembling, nodded vigorously. It's true, sir. Just like Hank said, Croft hired us through Marcus. Said Dunn stole the gold. We was just following orders. We didn't kill Morgan, and we didn't go anywhere near Willow Creek. Don't know no Granger. Their fear seemed genuine. They were hired guns, following orders, likely fed a story about Dunn being the thief, motivated by pay and fear of Croft. They hadn't killed Morgan or Granger. Marcus had killed Morgan, under Croft's orders. Granger's killer remained unknown. Marlowe seemed satisfied for the moment. He gestured with his chin toward the two prisoners. All right, you two, sit tight. Don't move. My men will be up shortly to secure you. He looked back at Caleb, then glanced towards Eliza, who had pushed herself away from the tree and taken a few unsteady steps closer, listening intently, her face etched with exhaustion, but her eyes sharp and intelligent. So, Marlowe summarized grimly, Croft orchestrates the robbery, likely using Morgan as his inside man. Jedediah resists or discovers the plan. Ambush ensues. Jedediah, possibly wounded, manages to hide the gold here, at his secret claim, maybe hoping to expose Croft later. Marcus, under Croft's orders, tracks down and executes Morgan, dumping his body with the gold. Then Croft sends Marcus and this crew to retrieve the gold and eliminate Caleb when he inevitably comes looking for answers or the cash. He shook his head. Neat, ruthless, and almost worked. Almost, except for Jedediah's desperate message to Marlowe, except for Eliza's courage and resourcefulness in deciphering the wire and sending her own warnings, except for Caleb's relentless determination. But who killed Granger? Eliza asked softly, her voice regaining some strength. And why? Granger, Marlowe mused, stroking his chin. The wire you intercepted, Miss Mayhew? The one to Granger? Confirming package arrival and awaiting instructions? Signed Operator 2, once. Eliza nodded, pulling the folded telegram from her pocket, her hands steadier now. She handed it to Marlowe. He read it quickly, his eyebrows rising. Operator 2, he murmured. Sounds like coded communication. Granger was likely Croft's man tasked with receiving or moving the gold after Marcus secured it. He went to Willow Creek, maybe to use the isolated line to send or receive confirmation without going through Redemption Creek. But someone got to him first. He looked at the telegram again. Maybe someone else knew about the gold? Someone besides Croft's inner circle? Or maybe Croft decided Granger knew too much? Ordered him silenced preemptively by someone other than Marcus's crew? The web of conspiracy seemed to have layers even Croft's hired guns weren't privy to. The identity of Granger's killer and the motive remained a dangerous loose end. But the most pressing question still burned in Caleb's mind. Jedediah, he said, his voice tight, if Marcus didn't kill him, just took care of him, where could he be? Marlowe looked around the rugged terrain, his expression thoughtful. If he survived the initial ambush down below, wounded, he'd need shelter, water. This high country is unforgiving. He paused. There are old prospector cabins scattered through these hills, line shacks, even small caves. If he knew this area as well as you say, hope, fragile but fierce, surged in Caleb again. He had to search. He couldn't leave Jedediah out here, potentially wounded, alone. As if summoned by the thought, a shout echoed from further down the main approach trail. Major! Major Marlowe! Marlowe turned. Up here! He yelled back. Minutes later, two more figures appeared, scrambling onto the overlook. One was another dusty cavalry trooper. The other was a stern-looking man in civilian clothes, but with the unmistakable air of authority and weariness of a seasoned Wells Fargo agent. Agent Riley, Marlowe greeted him. Good timing. The situation is contained. Riley's sharp eyes took in the scene, the bodies, the prisoners, the gold bars glittering in the hole. Caleb and Eliza standing near the tree. He nodded grimly. Saw the horses scattered below. Figured things had come to a head. His gaze lingered on the gold. So Dunn did lead you to it. There was still a hint of suspicion in his tone. Jedediah Dunn hid it here after being betrayed, Riley, Marlowe corrected sharply. His partner Morgan, lies dead beside it, executed by Silas Croft's foreman, Marcus, who was also recently deceased. He gestured to the body near the boulder. These men, pointing to Cole and Jimmy, confessed Croft hired them to recover the gold and eliminate Caleb Dunn. Croft orchestrated the whole thing. Riley absorbed this, his expression shifting from suspicion to grim understanding. Croft always suspected he had a hand in this. He looked at Caleb with newfound respect, perhaps even apology. My apologies, Mr. Dunn. Seems we misjudged your brother. The apology felt inadequate, but it was a start. Clearing Jedediah's name was the core of Caleb's vow. We need to secure the prisoners, the bodies, and the gold, Marlowe said, taking charge. Trooper, keep an eye on these two. He turned to Riley. Agent, perhaps you can oversee the inventory of the shipment? Riley nodded, already moving towards the cash hole, his professional instincts taking over. Marlowe then walked over to Caleb and Eliza. Mr. Dunn, Marlowe said, quietly, his voice softening slightly. Your brother might still be out there. Cole mentioned Marcus never found a body. There's a chance. While Riley secures the scene here, I can spare my trooper and myself for a few hours. We can organize a quick search of the immediate area, likely spots Jedediah might have sought shelter if he knew these hills. Caleb felt a surge of gratitude so profound it almost choked him. Thank you, Major. I have to look. Understood. Marlowe then turned to Eliza. Miss Mayhew, you've shown remarkable courage. More than remarkable. But you look exhausted and potentially injured. He gestured back down the trail. Agent Riley can escort you back down to where the main support team is waiting once he's done here. You need rest, medical attention if necessary. Eliza looked from Marlowe to Caleb, then towards the vast, unforgiving wilderness stretching beyond the overlook. She was clearly drained, trembling slightly from adrenaline withdrawal and the shock of the violence she'd witnessed and participated in. Logic dictated she accept Marlowe's offer, return to safety. But her gaze lingered on Caleb's face, seeing the desperate hope flickering in his eyes at the mention of searching for Jedediah. She thought of the journey she had undertaken, the risks she had taken, not just for the truth, but for this man, this stranger bound to her now by shared danger and unexpected trust. Leaving now felt incomplete. Thank you, Major, Eliza said, her voice quiet but firm, surprising even herself. But if Mr. Dunn is searching for his brother, perhaps I could help check the old cabins. I know basic first aid. She looked at Caleb, a question in her eyes, offering not just help, but her continued presence, her unwavering support. Caleb stared at her, momentarily speechless. After everything she'd endured, she was offering to stay, to face more hardship, more potential danger, to help him search for a brother she'd never met. The depth of her courage, her loyalty, struck him to the core. His own heart, so long guarded, felt cracked wide open. Before Caleb could respond, Marlowe spoke, a hint of surprise and grudging admiration in his voice. It will be rough going, miss, and potentially dangerous if Jedediah isn't the only one hiding out here. I understand, Eliza said simply, meeting Marlowe's gaze without flinching. Marlowe studied her for a moment, then nodded slowly. All right, but stay close to Dunn or my trooper. He turned back to Caleb. Let Riley finish here. We'll gather supplies, water from the canteens of these former employees of Mr. Croft, and then we search. Until nightfall forces us back. Caleb looked at Eliza, a silent understanding passing between them. A confirmation of the trust forged in the crucible of the firefight. His quest was no longer solitary. They would face whatever came next together. But even as hope for Jedediah flickered, the chilling words of the captured gunman Cole echoed in Caleb's mind. Croft hired them. Croft ordered Morgan silenced. Croft wanted Caleb eliminated. They had dealt with Croft's men here on the Overlook, but Silas Croft himself remained untouched, powerful, secure back in Redemption Creek. The name spoken now not just in whispers, but in open fear by his own captured men, hung heavy in the thin mountain air. The battle on the Overlook might be over, But the war against Silas Croft, the man who pulled the strings from the shadows, had likely just begun. And Croft was not a man to accept defeat lightly. Chapter 15. The Serpent in the Dust. Redemption Creek baked under the late afternoon sun, the oppressive heat radiating off the dusty street and weathered storefronts. The dramatic blaze of sundown, the deadline Sheriff Stone had imposed, was still an hour or two away, but the weight of its approach pressed down on Eliza like the physical heat. She stood inside the telegraph office, the door bolted again after Stone's departure, caught in a state of suspended animation, the adrenaline from her act of defiance slowly draining away, leaving behind a residue of cold fear and gnawing uncertainty. She had refused his proposition, not in words but in her silence, her inability to offer the collaboration he demanded. Stone had seen it in her eyes. His final, chilling smile and quiet departure felt more menacing than any overt threat. He hadn't arrested her on the spot, hadn't called in men to search the office. Why? Was he giving her time to reconsider, hoping fear would break her resolve before sundown? Or was he simply preparing something else, something less official, more final? The uncertainty was a torment. She paced the small confines of the office, unable to settle. Every creak of the floorboards, every distant shout from the street made her jump. She kept glancing towards the window, expecting to see Stone returning, perhaps with deputies, perhaps with Croft's hired guns. The absence of the watcher who had stood guard earlier felt like a deliberate tactic, designed to heighten her anxiety, to make her wonder where the threat might come from next. Her thoughts kept returning to Caleb Dunn, somewhere up in the jagged peaks of Serpent Ridge. Had her messages reached their destinations? Had Major Marlowe or Wells Fargo acted? Was Caleb walking into a trap, or had some unforeseen help arrived? The not knowing was almost as bad as the fear for her own safety. Her fate felt inextricably linked to his now, tied together by shared secrets and the dangerous animosity of Silas Croft. She considered again the tally book and telegram hidden within the telegraph apparatus. Hiding them felt like a small victory, but a temporary one. If Stone came back with intent to truly search, he might find them. What then? Could she use them as leverage? Offer them in exchange for her safety? Or perhaps for Caleb's? The idea felt treacherous, a compromise of the very integrity she sought to uphold. But the instinct for survival was strong, whispering pragmatic arguments against her resolve. The heat in the office became stifling. Dust motes danced languidly in the shafts of sunlight slanting through the window. The rhythmic click of the main relay, usually a comforting sound, seemed to mock her, ticking away the minutes until sundown, until her presumed reckoning. She felt trapped, isolated, the silence amplifying her fears. Suddenly, the telegraph key beside the main relay began to chatter, startling her. An incoming message. Not on the main line she usually monitored for commercial traffic, but on a secondary circuit, one sometimes used for internal railroad communications or emergency government bulletins, rarely active in Redemption Creek. Her heart leaped. Could this be it? A response from Marlowe? From Wells Fargo? Her hands trembled as she reached for a pencil and message blank. Her training taking over, pushing back the fear for a moment. She focused on the rhythmic dots and dashes, translating the coded pulses into letters. It wasn't standard Morse or any commercial code she recognized immediately. It was denser, more complex, likely a military cipher or a high-level Wells Fargo code. She transcribed the groups of letters diligently, her mind racing. Could this be confirmation that her warnings had been received? That help was on the way? ZRQM-VPX, LTTS-GEB-WYNQ. The letters formed meaningless jumbles. Deciphering it would require key phrases, code books she didn't possess. It was tantalizingly close, yet utterly incomprehensible. Frustration warred with a flicker of hope. Someone somewhere was communicating about the situation, using secure channels that bypassed local monitoring. Whether it was good news or bad, she couldn't tell. The message ended abruptly, followed by silence on the secondary line. She stared at the transcribed gibberish, feeling more helpless than ever. A message had come through, proof that her actions had perhaps stirred something, but its meaning remained locked away, useless to her in her current predicament. Was it Marlowe reporting success or failure? Was it Wells Fargo coordinating agents? Or was it something else entirely, unrelated, a ghost on the wires? The frustration solidified into a renewed sense of resolve. She couldn't decipher the message, couldn't know what was happening on Serpent Ridge, but she still held the physical evidence, Granger's tally book and telegram. That was her only tangible link to the truth, her only potential shield or weapon. She had to protect it, ensure it survived, even if she didn't. Sundown was approaching fast. Stone could return any minute. Leaving the evidence hidden in the telegraph felt too risky now. If he searched thoroughly, he'd find it. She needed a better hiding place. Somewhere outside the office, somewhere unexpected. But where? Burying it outside felt too vulnerable to discovery. Entrusting it to someone. Who could she possibly trust in Redemption Creek? Mrs. Henderson? Ben Carter? They were kind, but involving them would put them in danger. And could she be certain they weren't somehow connected to or intimidated by Croft? Her gaze fell on the pot-bellied stove, cold now in the afternoon heat. Its iron bulk dominated one corner of the room. Beneath it, a layer of old ash and soot lay thick on the brick hearth. An idea sparked, audacious, perhaps foolish, but better than leaving the evidence easily discoverable. Working quickly, glancing constantly towards the window, she retrieved a small, silk-wrapped package from the battery compartment. Kneeling before the stove, she carefully scooped away a section of the cold ash near the back, creating a shallow depression in the thick layer. She placed the wrapped book and telegram inside, then meticulously covered it back over, smoothing the ashes, scattering a little loose soot on top to make it look undisturbed, natural. It wasn't perfect, but unless someone specifically decided to clean out the cold stove, unlikely in this heat, it might remain hidden indefinitely. It felt safer than the telegraph mechanism, less likely to be disturbed during a cursory search. She stood up, brushing ash from her hands and apron, her heart pounding. Another small act of defiance, another gamble against the encroaching deadline. As she straightened, she heard it. Not Stone's heavy tread this time, but lighter footsteps approaching her door, accompanied by a low murmur of voices. Fear seized her again. Was this it? Croft's men coming for her now that the sheriff's deadline neared? She backed away from the door, her hand instinctively going to her derringer, pathetic as it was. The footsteps stopped directly outside, a moment of tense silence. Then a polite, almost hesitant knock. Not Stone, not Croft's thugs. Who? Miss Mayhew? A male voice called softly through the door, a voice she didn't recognize. Eliza hesitated. Opening the door felt like inviting disaster, but not answering might seem suspicious, provoke them to break it down. Who is it? She called back, trying to keep the tremor out of her voice. Agent Riley, Wells Fargo, the voice replied. Major Marlowe sent word. May I have a moment? Riley, the Wells Fargo agent from the Overlook? Here? Now? Marlowe must have sent him down ahead of the main group, perhaps specifically to check on her, to ensure her safety after the events on the ridge. Relief washed over her, so potent it almost buckled her knees. Help! Real, tangible help had arrived. She rushed to the door, fumbling with the bolt in her haste. She pulled it open to find Agent Riley standing there, looking travel-worn and grim, but professional. Beside him stood the young cavalry trooper Marlowe had brought to the Overlook. Agent Riley, Eliza breathed, stepping back to let them in. Thank God. Is Mr. Dunn all right? Did they find his brother? Riley stepped inside, the trooper close behind him, their presence filling the small office with a sense of official, armed authority that felt blessedly different from Stone's menace. Riley scanned the room quickly, his sharp eyes taking everything in, before meeting Eliza's gaze. Yeah, Mr. Dunn is alive, Miss Mayhew, Riley confirmed, his tone carefully neutral. As are you, thankfully. Major Marlowe sends his profound thanks for your courage and assistance. As does Wells Fargo. He paused. They initiated a search for Jedediah Dunn. Found sign he might have sheltered in an old mine tunnel not far from the overlook. Marlowe and Dunn went to investigate just before I left. Hope surged in Eliza. Jedediah might be alive. Caleb was safe for now. And the prisoners? She asked. Cole and Jimmy? Secured and being escorted down under guard, Riley said, along with the recovered shipment and the bodies. He didn't mince words. It was a bloody mess up there, Miss Mayhew. You were incredibly fortunate and incredibly brave. His praise felt distant, unreal compared to the lingering terror and the shock of her own actions. I did what I had to, she murmured. Riley nodded, his expression becoming more serious. Major Marlowe was concerned about your situation here, given Sheriff Stone's likely connection to Croft and the threats you might be under. He asked me to come ahead, ensure your safety, and escort you out of Redemption Creek if necessary. Escort her out. The offer was tempting. Leave this town, leave the fear, leave Croft's reach behind. Start somewhere new, but leave her post? Abandon the telegraph office? Her responsibility? Her independence? And what about the evidence hidden in the stove? Sheriff Stone, Eliza began, her voice trembling slightly as she recounted the proposition. The deadline, the veiled threats, his knowledge of the Granger telegram. He gave me until sundown to cooperate, to become his informant against Mr. Dunn, or else. Riley listened intently, his lips tightening into a thin line. The trooper shifted his weight, his hand resting near his holstered revolver. Croft's man through and through, Riley muttered when she finished, trying to intimidate you into silence or complicity. Standard procedure for men like him. He looked around the office again, then back at her. You refused? I haven't given him an answer yet, Eliza admitted. But I won't cooperate. I can't. Good, Riley said firmly, because cooperation wouldn't guarantee your safety anyway. Likely just postpone the inevitable silencing. He glanced out the window at the lowering sun. Sundown is close. Stone will be expecting your answer. When he doesn't get the one he wants. What do we do? Eliza asked, looking to him for guidance, for protection. Riley considered for a moment. Confrontation right now, just the three of us against Stone and potentially Croft's other men in town, is risky. Better to extract you quietly first, then let the official investigation handle Stone and Croft. He looked at the trooper. Private, stand guard outside the door. Keep your eyes open. Alert us to any approach, especially the sheriff. The trooper nodded, stepping outside onto the boardwalk, his rifle held ready but unobtrusively. Riley turned back to Eliza. Gather anything essential you need to take with you, Miss Mayhew, quickly and quietly. We'll slip out the back way, if there is one. Circle around town, meet the main escort party with the prisoners and the gold on the trail south. Once you're clear of Redemption Creek, under military and Wells Fargo protection, Croft won't be able to touch you. It sounded like a plan, sensible, safe. Yet, Eliza hesitated. She looked at the telegraph key, silent now, but representing her life here, her hard-won independence. Abandoning it felt wrong. And the evidence, Agent Riley, she said slowly, making a decision. There's something else. Evidence, proof against Croft, perhaps. She quickly explained about Granger's tally book and the telegram, and where she had hidden them. I couldn't risk carrying them. I couldn't leave them where Stone might find them easily. Riley's eyes lit up with keen interest. Granger's tally book? That could be crucial. Might detail the gold movements, implicate others. He looked toward the stove. Hidden in the ash? He almost smiled. Clever and gutsy. His expression turned serious again. All right, retrieving it now is too risky with Stone potentially returning any minute. But we can't leave it here. Once we're clear, I'll dispatch a trusted agent back, perhaps with Marlowe's troopers, under official warrant if necessary, to recover it discreetly. Its location will be secure with me. Eliza nodded, trusting his assessment. The evidence would be safer left hidden for now, its existence known only to her and Riley. All right then, Riley urged gently. Get your things, Miss Mayhew. Quickly. Time is running out. Eliza moved towards a small back room where she kept a change of clothes and her few personal belongings. Her hands shook as she folded a spare skirt and blouse, adding them to a small canvas satchel along with her savings pouch and her father's tarnished silver locket, her most precious possession. It felt surreal, packing to flee the life she had built, abandoning her post under threat. Was this forging her destiny or running from it? As she closed the satchel, she heard the trooper outside call urgently, "Agent Riley, Sheriff Stone, coming down the street. Looks angry." Riley swore under his breath. Too late. He's here. He drew his service revolver, motioning Eliza towards the back of the office, away from the front door and window. "Stay back, Miss Mayhew. Let me handle this." Heavy footsteps pounded on the boardwalk outside. The door handle rattled violently, then stilled. A tense silence descended, broken only by the frantic beating of Eliza's own heart. Then Sheriff Stone's voice boomed through the closed door, thick with fury. "Mayhew, open this door! Sundown's here! I want your answer!" Riley stood braced near the door, gun held ready but out of sight, his face grim. Eliza flattened herself against the back wall, clutching her satchel, the small derringer feeling utterly useless now. This was it, the confrontation she had dreaded. The serpent, disturbed from the dust, had arrived to strike. Chapter 16, The Sting of Deceit. The silence inside the telegraph office stretched taut as a bowstring, thick with anticipation and the palpable menace radiating from the other side of the door. Sheriff Stone's furious demand hung in the air, unanswered. Outside, the sounds of Redemption Creek seemed to fade, the whole town holding its breath, sensing the imminent confrontation. Eliza pressed herself against the back wall, her knuckles white where she gripped her small satchel, her heart hammering a frantic rhythm against her ribs. Agent Riley stood near the door, revolver held ready but low, his body tense, prepared for violence but clearly hoping to avoid it within the confines of the town if possible. "Mayhew!" Stone roared again, rattling the door handle more violently this time. "Don't make me break this door down. I know you're in there. Give me your answer." Riley exchanged a quick glance with Eliza, his expression grim. Stalling was no longer an option. He took a deep breath and called out, his voice calm but firm, carrying the weight of his Wells Fargo authority. "Sheriff Stone, this is Agent Riley, Wells Fargo. Perhaps you should calm yourself." A stunned silence fell outside the door. Stone clearly hadn't expected anyone else to be inside, let alone a Wells Fargo agent. After a moment's pause, his voice came back, still angry but laced with surprise and suspicion. "Riley, what in blue blazes are you doing in there? This is official town business." "I'm conducting Wells Fargo business, Sheriff," Riley replied evenly, "regarding a certain missing shipment and the murder of potential witnesses. Miss Mayhew is cooperating with my investigation." The lie was smooth, authoritative. It repositioned Eliza from a potential conspirator or victim to a protected witness under Wells Fargo's shield. It was a gamble, escalating the confrontation, but potentially throwing Stone off balance. Another pause, then Stone's voice, dangerously soft now. "Is that so? Funny. I had the impression Miss Mayhew had other allegiances. Maybe you should step outside, Riley. We can discuss this reasonably." "I think we can discuss it right here," Riley countered, unwilling to yield the protected space of the office or expose himself unnecessarily. "Unless you have a warrant, Sheriff, I suggest you move along. Miss Mayhew has provided valuable information, and Wells Fargo considers her vital to our ongoing inquiries." Eliza held her breath, listening to the subtle shift in power dynamics playing out through the closed door. Riley was good, using his badge and the weight of the powerful company he represented as a shield. But would it be enough against a desperate man like Stone, backed by the ruthless power of Silas Croft? Outside, Stone chuckled, a low, ugly sound that sent a fresh chill down Eliza's spine. "Valuable information, you say? About what? About how she helped Caleb Dunn track stolen gold? About how she's been sending unauthorized coded messages Interfering with official town business? He raised his voice again, clearly playing to any potential listeners on the street. Maybe Wells Fargo should be investigating her, Riley. Wells Fargo investigates facts, Sheriff, Riley retorted coolly, and the facts seem to be pointing towards conspiracy and murder, originating much closer to your office. We have testimony regarding Silas Croft's orders to eliminate Caleb Dunn. We have evidence linking Croft's foreman to the murder of Jacob Morgan. He was revealing pieces of what they knew, raising the stakes, letting Stone know the game was shifting, that the truth was coming out. It was a calculated risk, intended perhaps to make Stone back down, realize his position was compromised. But Stone didn't back down. Instead, a heavy thudding sound came from outside like someone kicking the base of the door. You have nothing, Riley. Just the word of a desperate fugitive and a lying telegraph operator. Croft is a respected citizen. Now open this door or I will break it down and arrest you both for obstruction. Riley glanced back at Eliza, his jaw tight. The bluff hadn't worked. Stone was cornered, desperate, and likely felt he had no choice but to escalate. The trooper outside shifted his position audibly. Last chance, Riley, Stone bellowed. Suddenly, before Riley could respond, another voice cut through the tension, sharp and commanding, coming from further down the street. Sheriff Stone, stand down! Now! Eliza recognized the voice instantly. Major Marlowe. He must have returned from the search for Jedediah, perhaps leaving his trooper to continue, alerted by the commotion or by Riley's foresight. Footsteps pounded on the boardwalk, more than one set this time. Through the window, Eliza caught a glimpse of Marlowe striding toward the office, his face grim, his hand near the Colt Army revolver holstered at his hip. Behind him were several more cavalry troopers, rifles held ready, forming a cordon, effectively cutting Stone off. Sheriff Stone spun around, clearly shocked by the sudden appearance of armed military personnel confronting him directly in the heart of his town. His face flushed with rage and perhaps fear. Marlowe, what is the meaning of this? This is town jurisdiction. U.S. Army has no authority here, Stone blustered, trying to regain control. I have authority under territorial law to investigate crimes involving federal property, namely stolen U.S. mail pouches often carried with Wells Fargo shipments, and crimes potentially committed on federal lands like the upper reaches of Serpent Ridge, Marlowe stated coolly, stepping directly in front of Stone, blocking his path to the telegraph office door. And Agent Riley has requested assistance in apprehending individuals suspected of conspiracy, murder, and obstruction related to the Wells Fargo robbery. That includes anyone attempting to intimidate or harm a federal witness. His gaze was hard as flint, boring into Stone. Like Miss Mayhew. Stone stared at Marlowe, then at the troopers positioned strategically around him, their rifles glinting in the fading light. He looked back at the telegraph office door, then at Agent Riley, who had now opened the door just a crack, his own revolver visible. Stone was trapped, outnumbered, his authority challenged, his connection to Croft exposed. The color drained from his face, replaced by a sickly pallor. His bluster evaporated, leaving behind the desperate fear of a man whose power base had just crumbled beneath him. This is an outrage, Stone stammered, but the fight had gone out of him. He knew he was beaten, at least for now. The outrage, Sheriff, Marlowe said quietly, his voice laced with contempt, is the corruption and murder that seem to fester in this town under your watch. Now, I suggest you accompany my men peacefully. We have some questions for you. About Silas Croft, about Jacob Morgan, about a man named Granger found murdered near Willow Creek. At the mention of Granger, Stone flinched visibly, confirming Eliza and Riley's suspicions about his knowledge, if not direct involvement. He looked around wildly as if seeking an escape route, but the troopers closed in slightly, their presence imposing, inescapable. I demand to speak to my lawyer, Stone said weakly, falling back on the formalities of a law he had so readily twisted. You'll have every opportunity, Marlowe assured him grimly, after you answer our questions. He nodded to two of the troopers. Escort the sheriff to the temporary command post we've established at the livery stable. Securely. The troopers moved forward, flanking Stone. Defeated, shoulders slumped, Stone allowed himself to be led away, casting one last venomous look toward the telegraph office door, before disappearing down the street, swallowed by the growing dusk in his own downfall. Silence descended again, but this time it felt different. The immediate threat had passed. Eliza leaned against the wall, weak with relief, the tension draining out of her in a dizzying wave. Agent Riley fully opened the door, holstering his revolver, nodding his thanks to Major Marlowe. "Your timing remains impeccable, Major," Riley said. Marlowe gave a curt nod, his expression still grim. He stepped towards the doorway, looking past Riley at Eliza. His eyes softened slightly with concern. "Miss Mayhew, are you all right?" "Yes, Major. Thank you," Eliza managed, finding her voice. The search? Mr. Dunn's brother?" Marlowe's face clouded over. He stepped fully inside the office, lowering his voice. "We found the mine tunnel Cole mentioned. Signs someone had sheltered there recently. Bloodstains matching the type found near the ambush site below. But Jedediah Dunn wasn't there." He paused, his gaze grave. "We found tracks leading away from the tunnel, heading deeper into the most rugged part of the peaks. Weak tracks, faltering, and signs of a struggle further on, more blood, and drag marks leading towards an area known for deep, hidden crevasses, almost impossible to search thoroughly before dark." Eliza's heart sank. It sounded bad, terribly bad. "Caleb?" she whispered. "How did he take it?" "He's gutted," Marlowe said bluntly, but resolute, refused to give up hope. He believes Jedediah might have been taken alive, perhaps by whoever killed Granger, maybe someone else after the gold. He insists on continuing the search at first light. Marlowe ran a hand through his hair, looking weary. "Frankly, Miss Mayhew, the chances seem slim. If he wasn't taken, surviving a serious wound for days in those conditions..." He didn't finish the sentence. A wave of sympathy washed over Eliza for Caleb, facing this fresh agony after the brief flicker of hope. "Agent Riley," Marlowe continued, turning back to business, "with Stone neutralized, we need to move on Croft. Now, before he gets wind of Stone's arrest and bolts or digs in." Riley nodded. "My thoughts exactly. Do we have enough for an arrest warrant?" "Testimony from Cole and Jimmy implicating Croft in ordering Dunn's elimination and Morgan's murder is strong," Marlowe mused. "Coupled with the recovery of the gold at Jedediah's claim, Croft's known interest, Stone's obvious complicity. I think a territorial judge would grant it. But getting a judge out here quickly?" "Perhaps we don't need to wait," Riley said quietly. "Perhaps Mr. Croft needs to be invited to answer some questions immediately, for his own protection, of course, given the dangerous elements apprehended today." Marlowe understood the implication. A direct confrontation, leveraging the military presence in the recent arrest to force Croft's hand before he could marshal his resources or flee. It was risky, potentially leading to more violence if Croft resisted, but waiting could allow him to escape justice entirely. "All right," Marlowe agreed after a moment's thought. "We move now. Riley, you come with me and my remaining men. We pay Mr. Croft a visit at his ranch. Private," he addressed the trooper, still standing guard, "you will remain here. Ensure Miss Mayhew's safety until we return or send further orders." "Sir," the trooper acknowledged smartly. Marlowe looked at Eliza again. "You'll be safe here now, Miss Mayhew, with the trooper outside and Stone detained. Get some rest. You've earned it." He and Riley turned to leave, focused on the next, perhaps most dangerous phase of the operation, confronting Silas Croft himself. But as they reached the door, Eliza spoke, her voice clearer now, stronger. "Major, Agent Riley, there might be something else." All eyes turned back to her. She took a deep breath. Sheriff Stone knew about the telegram to H. Granger, the one signed Operator Tui. He asked me about it specifically. Marlowe and Riley exchanged sharp glances. "How could he know?" Marlowe asked, frowning. Unless Operator 2 is Stone," Riley finished the thought, his eyes widening slightly. "Using a coded signature, communicating with Granger, Croft's man handling the gold. It fits. Stone controlled the local telegraph access, knew the protocols. He could have sent or received coded messages easily. But Granger was killed, Eliza pointed out. If Stone was operator 2, who killed his own contact? Maybe Granger became a liability, Marlowe speculated. Or maybe Stone wasn't the only one playing a double game. He looked thoughtful. Operator 2 could also refer to a second operator involved in the conspiracy, someone other than Miss Mayhew. Or, Riley added slowly, a new disturbing possibility dawning. What if the package Granger confirmed receiving wasn't the gold itself? What if it was something else? Instructions. A payoff. And Operator 2 wasn't the sender, but the intended recipient of Granger's confirmation, which never came because Granger was silenced first. The layers of deceit seemed endless. Stone's potential role as Operator 2 added another twist, suggesting his complicity ran even deeper than just covering for Croft. But it didn't explain Granger's murder if Stone needed confirmation from him. Who else stood to gain from silencing Granger? Who else might have known about the goal's location or Croft's plans? Jacob Morgan, Caleb had believed him the betrayer. Cole confirmed Marcus killed him on Croft's orders. But what if Morgan, before being killed, had tried to hedge his bets? Tried to set up his own side deal, perhaps involving Granger, perhaps involving someone else entirely? What if the serpent in the dust wasn't just Croft, but a tangled nest of them? This changes things, Marlowe said grimly. Stone's involvement might be deeper, more direct. Confronting Croft is still the priority, but we need to consider Stone might have had his own agenda, his own secrets to protect by silencing Granger. He looked at Eliza. Thank you, Miss Mayhew. That information is vital. He and Riley left then, their steps purposeful, heading towards the confrontation with Silas Croft, armed with new questions, facing a conspiracy potentially even more tangled and venomous than they had realized. Eliza watched them go, then slowly bolted the door again. The trooper stood guard outside. She was safe for the moment, but the relief was overshadowed by exhaustion and a profound sense of unease. The sting of deceit ran deep in Redemption Creek, poisoning everything. Even with Stone arrested and Croft cornered, she had a chilling feeling that the danger wasn't over, that the full truth, like the fate of Jedediah Dunn, remained hidden somewhere in the shadows, waiting to strike again. Chapter 17. The Wire as a Weapon. Darkness fell completely over Redemption Creek, swallowing the last vestiges of the fiery sunset. Stars emerged, sharp and brilliant in the clear, high desert sky, but their cold light offered little comfort to Eliza, alone again in the telegraph office. The presence of the young cavalry trooper outside the door was a tangible reassurance, a shield against immediate physical threat. Yet a deeper disquietude lingered within her. The events of the past 48 hours felt like a lifetime compressed the storm. Caleb's desperate arrival, the deciphered secrets, the horrifying discovery at Willow Creek, Stone's ultimatum, the firefight on the Overlook, the sting of layered deceits revealed. She sank onto her stool, the adrenaline finally fully drained, leaving behind a bone-deep weariness and a trembling exhaustion. Agent Riley and Major Marlowe were gone, heading towards Silas Croft's ranch for a confrontation that felt fraught with peril. Caleb was somewhere in the unforgiving peaks of Serpent Ridge, searching for a brother who was likely dead or captured, clinging to a desperate sliver of hope. Sheriff Stone was detained, but his network, his connection to Croft, the full extent of his own potential treachery as Operator 2, remained unclear. The serpent might have been cornered, but its fangs could still be lethal. Eliza rested her forehead on the cool wood of the counter, closing her eyes. Images flooded her mind. Pike's stunned face as he fell, Marcus's snarl of hatred, Morgan's lifeless eyes staring up from the cache, Caleb's face etched with grief and determination. The vast and intimidating landscape of Serpent Ridge. She saw her own hand, steadying the Derringer, firing the shot that saved Caleb's life. The memory brought not pride, but a wave of nausea and a profound sense of dislocation. She, Eliza Mayhew, telegraph operator, had killed a man. The weight of that act settled upon her, heavy and inescapable. It was self-defense, defense of another, yet the finality of it, the crossing of that ultimate line, felt like an indelible mark upon her soul. The trooper outside shifted his weight, the scuff of his boot on the boardwalk pulling Eliza back to the present. She sat up, forcing herself to breathe deeply, trying to push away the encroaching shadows of shock and trauma. There was still work to be done, responsibilities she couldn't shirk. Even with Stone detained, the telegraph line was Redemption Creek's lifeline, its connection to the outside world. News needed to travel, official reports from Marlowe and Riley, perhaps urgent personal messages, now that the immediate crisis within the town seemed to be passing. She lit another lamp, the soft glow pushing back the deepest shadows in the office. The familiar click of the main relay sounded different now, less a monotonous tick and more a potential conduit for truth, for justice, or for further danger. Stone might be detained, but did Croft have other ways to monitor the lines? Other Confederates within the telegraph network further afield? The possibility couldn't be dismissed. Yet, inaction felt impossible. Marlowe and Riley were confronting Croft based partly on information she had provided, information gleaned from the wires and from Granger's book. Caleb was searching for his brother based on clues she had deciphered. The wire, the tool of her trade, had become central to this entire deadly affair. It had been used for coded threats, for warnings, for conspiracy. Could it now be used decisively as a weapon for the truth? She thought about the cryptic message she'd received earlier, the one in military or Wells Fargo cipher. Useless to her without the key, but proof that secure communication was happening. She thought about her own messages, the desperate plea to Marlowe, the coded flag to Wells Fargo in Denver. They had worked. They had brought help. They had tipped the balance. The wire in her hands had been a weapon, however risky. Could she use it again? Not for coded warnings this time, but for something bolder? With Stone detained, his potential interference at the local level was removed, at least temporarily. Could she send a clear, uncoded message? A report to the territorial marshal, perhaps? Or a senior Wells Fargo executive, detailing the events, naming Croft, Stone, Granger, outlining the conspiracy as she now understood it? The risks were enormous. Such a message would be logged at every relay station. Copies would exist. If Croft somehow evaded Marlowe and Riley, if his influence extended further than they imagined, such a blatant accusation could seal her fate irrevocably. It would be painting a target on her back, visible from miles away. But the alternative, silence, allowing the official reports from Marlowe and Riley to filter slowly through channels, potentially getting diluted, delayed, or even suppressed by Croft's allies elsewhere? What if Marlowe and Riley failed? What if Croft overpowered them, eliminated them, and regained control? Then her silence would be complicity. Her knowledge, buried with her, would change nothing. Her gaze fell upon Granger's tally book in telegram, safely hidden, she hoped, beneath the ash in the cold stove. That physical evidence was crucial, but it needed context. It needed her testimony, her explanation of how the pieces fit together. A formal report, sent out over the wires under her own name and operator code, would put the core facts on record immediately, disseminating them beyond Redemption Creek, making them harder to bury. It would be her definitive statement, her drawing of the final line. Courage, she thought again, wasn't the absence of fear. She was terrified. Terrified of Croft's retaliation. Terrified of the consequences of her own actions. Terrified of the violence she had witnessed and participated in. But the fear of silence, the fear of letting the injustice stand, the fear of letting Caleb's sacrifice and Jedediah's potential murder go unanswered, was somehow greater. She made her decision. She would use the wire one last time, not as a subtle tool, but as a clear trumpet blast, announcing the truth as she knew it, whatever the personal cost. Her fingers, surprisingly steady now, reached for the telegraph key. She took several deep breaths, composing the message in her head, keeping it concise, factual, unambiguous. She chose her recipient carefully, not just the territorial marshal, whose office might be subject to political influence, but also the regional superintendent of Wells Fargo in Denver, adding the weight of corporate power, and perhaps even the editor of the Denver newspaper known for its crusading stance against corruption. Maximum exposure, maximum impact. She began to tap, the clicks sharp and decisive in the quiet office. 2. Territorial Marshal. Santa Fe WF, Sup Denver Editor, Rocky Mountain News Denver. Urgent report from operator Eliza Mayhew, Redemption Creek stop. Wells Fargo shipment, robbery and associated murders stop. Investigation by U.S. Army Major Marlowe and WF Agent Riley confirms conspiracy, masterminded by local rancher Silas Croft stop. Croft employed foreman Marcus, deceased, and hired guns, apprehended, to ambush shipment guarded by Jedediah Dunn and Jacob Morgan stop. Morgan executed by Marcus on Croft orders. Body found with recovered gold cash at Serpent Ridge. Overlook stop. Jedediah Dunn missing, presumed wounded or captured, fate unknown stop. Accomplice H. Granger murdered at Willow Creek, hut possibly by Croft associates. Stop. Redemption. Creek Sheriff Jebediah Stone detained by Major Marlowe. Suspected accomplice, potentially Operator 2. Encoded telegrams. Stop. Physical evidence including Granger tally book secured pending official recovery stop. Request immediate further investigation and action against Silas Croft and any remaining associates stop. Full testimony available from undersigned stop. Signed Eliza Mayhew, Operator RMC. Each word felt momentous, irrevocable. Naming Croft directly, accusing the detained sheriff, mentioning the murders, the conspiracy, the evidence. It was laying everything bare, burning her bridges, staking her entire future on the power of the truth transmitted through the humming wires. She finished the transmission, sending the routing codes for each recipient, ensuring it went out over the main trunk lines, destined for the centers of power and information. Releasing the key, she felt strangely calm, emptied of the agonizing indecision. She had acted. She had used her skills, her position, her voice amplified by the telegraph as a weapon against the darkness that had threatened to engulf Redemption Creek. The silence that followed felt different now. Not menacing, but expectant. She had cast her message into the world, a challenge to the shadows. Now she could only wait for the response, for the consequences. She stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the quiet, starlit street. The trooper was still there, a solid, reassuring presence. The lamps in the houses glowed softly. It looked like any other peaceful night on the frontier. But Eliza knew the peace was fragile, illusory. Beneath the surface, currents of greed, violence, and deceit still flowed. Silas Croft was still out there, cornered perhaps, but dangerous. The fate of Jedediah Dunn remained unknown, and her own future was utterly uncertain. She thought of Caleb, hoped he was safe, hoped he would find some measure of peace, whether his brother was alive or dead. Their paths had crossed violently, unexpectedly, forging a connection that felt deeper than the brief time they had known each other. Would she ever see him again? The thought brought an unexpected pang of longing, a realization that amidst the terror and chaos, something else had taken root, a fragile seedling of affection, of shared understanding, of trust earned in the face of death. She touched the cool glass of the window pane. She had done all she could. She had faced her fear, drawn her lines, and used the tools she possessed, her intellect, her courage, the wire itself, to fight back. Whatever came next, whatever price she had to pay, she had remained true to herself, true to the promise made to her father. She had forged her own destiny, not by seeking safety, but by choosing courage. The wire, her constant companion, her livelihood, had become her weapon. And though the battle might not be over, she felt for the first time since Caleb Dunn burst through her door, a quiet sense of profound, hard-won clarity. She had sent the truth humming down the lines, and now, beneath the vast, indifferent stars, she would wait for the world to answer. Chapter 18. Reckoning with Ghosts. The search for Jedediah began in the stark, revealing light of the high country dawn. Caleb, Major Marlowe, and the remaining cavalry trooper moved out from the grim overlook, leaving Agent Riley and his Wells Fargo contingent to manage the prisoners, the bodies, and the gold, the tangible, brutal evidence of the conspiracy. Eliza, despite her exhaustion and the visible tremor that still shook her hands, had insisted on accompanying them, her quiet determination overriding Marlowe's initial protests. Her presence beside Caleb felt both unnerving and grounding, a reminder of the terrible risks taken, the lives lost and altered, but also a testament to the unexpected alliances forged in the crucible of Serpent Ridge. They followed the faint signs Marlowe had discovered the previous evening, tracks leading away from the old mine tunnel where Jedediah had apparently sheltered, heading deeper into the wilderness. The tracks were weak, faltering, suggesting injury and exhaustion. Caleb's heart twisted with a painful mix of hope and dread. Hope that Jedediah was alive, that he had somehow evaded Marcus after the initial ambush. Dread that these tracks would lead only to a final, desolate resting place. The terrain was unforgiving, a jumble of shattered rock, steep ravines, and dense thickets of thorny brush that tore at their clothes and skin. They moved slowly, methodically. Marlowe and the trooper using their tracking skills. Caleb relying on his intimate boyhood knowledge of these hills, searching for any sign, any clue. Eliza, though clearly unused to such rough travel, kept pace, her eyes scanning the ground, her expression focused, her earlier fear replaced by a quiet resolve that mirrored Caleb's own. Hours passed under the relentless sun. The silence of the peaks pressed in, broken only by their labored breathing, the crunch of their boots on loose rock, and the occasional cry of a hawk circling overhead. They found the place Marlowe had described signs of a struggle, more blood staining the rocks, darker, more recent than the stains near the tunnel. And the drag marks, distinct marks indicating a body had been pulled unwillingly or incapacitated away from the site of the struggle, heading towards a treacherous area known for its deep, hidden crevasses and unstable slopes. Hope plummeted in Caleb's chest, replaced by a cold certainty. Jedediah hadn't escaped. He'd been found. By Marcus, by Granger before he was killed, or by someone else entirely, the unknown player in this deadly game. The struggle suggested Jedediah had fought back, even wounded. The drag marks suggested capture or the disposal of a body. The crevasses, Marlowe said grimly, surveying the forbidding landscape ahead. Dangerous ground. Easy for someone to disappear up here. He looked at Caleb, his expression conveying unspoken sympathy. We can try to follow the marks, Dunn, but it's slow work and hazardous. Could take days to search properly. Caleb stared at the drag marks leading toward the broken, shadowy terrain. Days. Jedediah might not have days. If he was wounded, trapped down there, but the alternative that he was already dead, his body hidden in some deep fissure, was almost too painful to contemplate. His vow to clear his brother's name felt hollow if he couldn't even find him, give him a proper burial. We follow them, Caleb said, his voice hoarse but firm. As far as we can. Eliza stepped forward, placing a hand gently on his arm. Her touch was surprisingly steady, anchoring. We'll find him, Caleb, she said softly, her voice holding a conviction that momentarily pierced his despair. Or we'll find the truth. Her use of his first name, the quiet intimacy of the gesture, resonated deeply within him. He looked into her eyes, clear, courageous, reflecting not pity, but shared purpose. He nodded, unable to speak past the lump in his throat. They proceeded with extreme caution, following the faint trail left by the dragging body. The ground grew steeper, more unstable. Loose screes shifted underfoot, threatening to send them tumbling into the unseen depths below. Marlowe and the trooper took the lead, probing the ground, securing ropes where necessary. Caleb and Eliza followed, their progress slow, painstaking, nerve-wracking. The drag marks led them along the lip of a deep, narrow chasm, its bottom lost in shadow. They followed the edge, peering down, calling Jedediah's name, their voices echoing eerily, unanswered. The marks seemed to head towards a point where the chasm narrowed, partially bridged by a tumble of massive boulders fallen from the cliffs above. As they approached the boulder bridge, Marlowe held up a hand, signaling for silence. He pointed. Wedged between two of the massive boulders, almost invisible from above, was a small object, A canteen. Dented, battered, but unmistakably Jedediah's old army-issue canteen, the one he always carried. It must have fallen or been dropped during the struggle or the dragging. They rappelled down onto the precarious boulder bridge, securing lines to stable outcrops above. From this vantage point, they could see into some of the shadowed recesses below, and there, on a narrow ledge perhaps 20 feet down, partially hidden by thorny bushes, lay a still figure. Caleb's breath caught. He scrambled towards the edge, Marlowe restraining him. Using his spyglass, Marlowe focused on the figure. A long moment passed. "It's him done," Marlowe said quietly, lowering the glass, his voice grave. "It's Jedediah." Caleb snatched the spyglass, raising it with trembling hands. He saw his brother, lying unnaturally still, his clothes torn, his face pale and turned away. No visible movement. Grief, raw and overwhelming, washed over Caleb, threatening to buckle his knees. He had found him. Too late. "Is he?" Caleb couldn't finish the question. "Can't tell from here," Marlowe said. "No obvious fatal wound visible from this angle, but he's not moving. Could be unconscious." "Could be." He didn't need to say the word. "We need to get down there." Carefully, rigging ropes quickly, Marlowe prepared to descend. The trooper would remain above to provide cover and assistance. Caleb, fueled by a desperate surge of adrenaline and hope against hope, insisted on going down with Marlowe. Eliza watched from the boulder bridge, her face pale, her hands clasped tightly together, offering silent support. The descent was perilous, the rock face sheer and crumbling in places. Reaching the narrow ledge felt like landing on a different, colder planet. Jedediah lay wedged awkwardly between the rock wall and the tangled roots of the bushes. Caleb rushed to his side, his heart pounding. He touched his brother's neck, searching frantically for a pulse beneath the cold skin. For a terrifying moment, there was nothing. Then faint, impossibly faint, a flutter. Thready, weak, but there. "He's alive!" Caleb choked out, relief flooding him, so intense it felt like pain. "He's alive, Marlowe!" Marlowe was already examining Jedediah, his movement swift, practiced. "Alive, yes, but barely. Lost a lot of blood. Looks like a gunshot wound to the side, poorly bandaged." He pointed to a crude wrapping made of torn shirt fabric. "An exposure. Hypothermia setting in. He must have been lying here since the struggle. Maybe a day or more." He looked up at Caleb. "We need to get him warm, stop the bleeding properly, get him out of here. Now." Working together, they carefully cut away the makeshift bandage. The wound was deep, infected, but perhaps not immediately fatal if treated quickly. Marlowe applied pressure, then used the field dressing from his kit to bind it tightly. Caleb stripped off his own duster, wrapping it around Jedediah, trying to impart some warmth. Jedediah groaned softly, his eyelids flickering but not opening. "We need a litter," Marlowe said, assessing the situation. "Getting him up that rock face will be impossible otherwise." "Trooper," he yelled up, "lower down the spare rope and rig a makeshift harness. We need to haul him up." While the trooper worked above, Caleb knelt beside his brother, chafing his cold hands, murmuring his name, trying to will warmth and life back into him. He looked at Jedediah's face, noticing details beneath the grime and blood, the lines of pain, the exhaustion, but also the familiar stubborn set of his jaw, the spirit that hadn't quite been extinguished. Relief warred with a simmering rage. Who had done this? Shot him, left him for dead, dragged him here to this desolate ledge? It wasn't Marcus. Cole had sworn they hadn't found Jedediah. It wasn't Granger, who was already dead. Who was the ghost who had haunted these peaks, shadowing Jedediah, leaving him to die? The trooper lowered the ropes. Carefully, painstakingly, they secured Jedediah into a makeshift harness, padding him as best they could. Then began the slow, agonizing process of hauling him up, Marlowe guiding from below, the trooper pulling from above. Caleb scrambling alongside the ropes, protecting Jedediah's inert form from bumping against the rock face. Eliza waited on the boulder bridge, her face etched with anxiety. As they finally got Jedediah onto the relative safety of the boulders, she rushed forward with her own shawl, tucking it around him, her touch gentle, practical. Seeing her unexpected tenderness towards his brother stirred something complex and warm within Caleb. "We need to get him down the mountain," Marlowe stated, already planning the next steps. "He needs a doctor, warmth, proper care immediately. Riley will have sent word back by now. There should be a wagon or at least pack mules waiting at the base camp." The journey back down was a nightmare, slower and more arduous than the ascent. They took turns carrying Jedediah on a makeshift stretcher fashioned from rope and sturdy branches, navigating the treacherous slopes, acutely aware of the precious, fragile life they bore. Caleb moved mechanically, his body numb with exhaustion, his mind consumed with worry for Jedediah and burning questions about the attack. Eliza walked beside the stretcher, frequently checking Jedediah's pulse, wiping his brow, offering sips of water when he seemed semi-conscious, her quiet competence a steadying presence amidst the grueling trek. Caleb found himself relying on her presence, drawing strength from her quiet resilience. The barriers between them, his initial dismissal, her reserved professionalism, seemed to have dissolved completely, replaced by an unspoken bond forged in shared peril and nascent trust. As they finally reached the lower slopes, the sun beginning to dip towards the western horizon, casting long shadows across the land, they saw them cavalry troopers, Wells Fargo men, pack mules waiting near the trailhead. Agent Riley detached himself from the group, hurrying towards them, his expression anxious. "Marlowe, done! You found him?" Riley asked, relief flooding his face as he saw the stretcher. "Alive?" "Barely," Marlowe reported grimly. "Gunshot wound, exposure. Needs immediate medical attention." Riley nodded, already issuing orders. Jedediah was carefully transferred to a waiting mule, secured for the final leg of the journey back towards Redemption Creek. Riley drew Marlowe and Caleb aside. "Word came through from Denver while you were gone," Riley said, his voice low, urgent. "Your wire hit home, Major. And Miss Mayhew's." He nodded towards Eliza, who stood near Jedediah's mule, adjusting his coverings. "Territorial Marshal is en route. Wells Fargo board is demanding Croft's head. Things are moving fast." He paused, his expression tightening. "And we got a preliminary report back from the team escorting Stone." "What is it?" Marlowe asked sharply. "Stone isn't talking much," Riley said. "Scared but defiant. Keeps asking for his lawyer, muttering about Croft. But he let something slip, or maybe traded it, hoping for leniency." Riley hesitated, glancing towards Caleb. "He confirmed Marcus killed Morgan on Croft's orders. He confirmed the plan was to eliminate you, Dunn, but he also mentioned someone else, someone unexpected involved back in town." Caleb felt a chill despite the fading heat. "Who?" Riley looked uncomfortable. "He wouldn't give a name. Just said, the old man at the livery. He sees everything, knows where all the bodies are buried, maybe buried a few himself." O'Malley? Tim O'Malley, the grizzled, limping livery owner? The man who had seemed so harmless, so helpful. Caleb remembered O'Malley's shrewd eyes, his seemingly casual questions about Caleb's business. Had his helpfulness been a facade? Was he Croft's eyes and ears at the edge of town? Could he have been involved in silencing Granger? Or even involved in Jedediah's disappearance after the ambush? The thought felt like a betrayal. Another layer of deceit peeled back. O'Malley? Caleb breathed, disbelief warring with a sickening sense of possibility. "Just hearsay from a cornered rat," Marlowe cautioned, "but worth investigating. Thoroughly." He looked towards Redemption Creek, now shrouded in the purple haze of twilight. "Seems our reckoning isn't just with Croft. There are other ghosts to confront back in town." As they prepared to move out, escorting the barely conscious Jedediah towards whatever medical help awaited, Caleb looked back at the jagged peaks of Serpent Ridge, now silhouetted against the darkening sky. He had come seeking vengeance, seeking to clear his brother's name. He had found the gold, uncovered a conspiracy, faced death, and discovered his brother clinging precariously to life. But the reckoning felt incomplete. The ghosts of betrayal, murder, and deceit still lingered, not just in the high peaks, but back in the dusty streets of Redemption Creek. And confronting those ghosts, especially the unexpected one, potentially lurking in the familiar guise of the old liveryman, felt like the next, perhaps most dangerous, part of the journey. Chapter 19. Thunder on the Horizon, The Return to Redemption. Creek felt surreal, dreamlike. After the stark, elemental dangers of Serpent Ridge, the familiar dusty street, the lamp-lit windows, the low murmur of voices from the saloon seemed both comforting and strangely menacing. They arrived well after dark, a somber procession escorting the barely conscious Jedediah Dunn, whose survival felt like a fragile miracle snatched from the jaws of death. Major Marlowe, Agent Riley, and the troopers maintained a professional cordon, moving swiftly towards the hastily established infirmary at the back of the small church, the closest thing Redemption Creek had to a doctor being the visiting preacher, who possessed some rudimentary medical knowledge gleaned from Civil War battlefields. Eliza, refusing to leave Jedediah's side, accompanied them, her face pale with exhaustion, but her hands steady as she helped sponge his brow and monitor his shallow breathing. Caleb walked beside the makeshift stretcher bearing his brother, his own fatigue a heavy cloak, his mind a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Relief, profound and overwhelming, warred with simmering rage against Croft, and the chilling uncertainty raised by Stone's accusation against Tim O'Malley. Could the old liveryman, who had offered him shelter and seemingly helpful advice, truly be involved in this web of deceit and murder? The possibility felt like another betrayal, undermining the few tentative anchors Caleb had found in this treacherous town. As Jedediah was carried into the quiet solemnity of the church infirmary, Marlowe drew Caleb aside, his expression grim in the flickering lantern light. "He's alive, Dunn. That's more than we expected. The preacher will do what he can, but he needs proper medical care. We'll need to arrange transport to Fort Larned or Santa Fe as soon as he's stable enough to travel." Caleb nodded numbly. "Whatever it takes, Major." "Riley and I need to finalize the containment of Croft," Marlowe continued, his voice low. "My troopers reached his ranch just before dusk. Croft wasn't there. Seems he got spooked, maybe by Stone's arrest, maybe by your survival, Dunn. His house was deserted, signs of a hasty departure. He's bolted." A cold dread seeped into Caleb's exhaustion. Croft, loose, fleeing? Where would he go? "Hard to say," Marlowe admitted. "He has resources, connections. Could head south from Mexico, east towards unregulated territories, or north to lose himself in the mountains. We've sent riders to watch the main trails, alerted the marshals, put the word out on the wire thanks to Miss Mayhew's timely report," he added with a nod towards the church. "But Croft knows this country. He could disappear if he's careful." The thought of Croft escaping justice, leaving the chaos and bloodshed in his wake while Jedediah fought for his life, was intolerable. "We have to find him," Caleb insisted. "We will," Marlowe assured him, though his eyes held a weary realism. "But our priority now is securing the evidence, the prisoners, and ensuring the safety of witnesses, including Miss Mayhew, and potentially yourself and your brother, should he recover enough to testify." He paused, his gaze sharpening. "Which brings us back to Tim O'Malley." Caleb's gut tightened. "You think Stone was telling the truth?" "Hard to say," Marlowe conceded. "Stone might be trying to deflect blame, muddy the waters. But O'Malley, he's been here a long time, runs the livery, sees everyone coming and going, perfectly placed to be Croft's eyes and ears, maybe more. If Croft needed someone discreet to handle sensitive tasks, like silencing Granger, the implication hung heavy between them. Granger found murdered near the Willow Creek hut, his killer still unknown. O'Malley's livery was at the edge of town, near the trails leading northwest towards Willow Creek. "We need to talk to him," Marlowe decided. "Quietly, before word of Croft's flight spreads further and spooks him too, if he is involved. Agent Riley is compiling the evidence logs. I can handle O'Malley." He looked at Caleb. "You should stay with your brother, or get some rest yourself. You look ready to drop." Caleb appreciated the concern, but the thought of O'Malley, the potential betrayal, gnawed at him. "No, I'm coming with you," he stated flatly. "If O'Malley had anything to do with what happened to Jedediah or to Granger, I need to hear it myself." Marlowe studied him for a moment, saw the unwavering resolve in his eyes, and nodded slowly. "All right, Dunn, but keep a cool head. We need answers, not vengeance right now." Leaving Eliza watching over Jedediah in the lamplit quiet of the church, under the watchful eye of a posted trooper, Caleb and Marlowe walked through the darkened streets towards a livery stable at the far end of town. The usual late-night sounds of Redemption Creek seemed muted, subdued, as if the town itself sensed the shift in power, the unraveling of secrets. Fewer lights burned in windows. The raucous noise from the saloons felt less boisterous, more cautious. As they approached the livery, the familiar smells of hay and horses filled the air. A single lantern cast a pool of yellow light near the wide entrance, illuminating the empty stalls within. O'Malley's small office attached to the side of the main structure was dark. "Looks quiet," Marlowe murmured, his hand resting near his revolver. "Too quiet?" Caleb wondered aloud. They approached the office door cautiously. Marlowe knocked firmly. "O'Malley, Major Marlowe, open up!" Silence. No movement from within. No answering call. Marlowe knocked again, louder this time. "Tim O'Malley, we know you're in there. Open the door." Still nothing. Marlowe exchanged a look with Caleb, then tried the handle. Locked. He put his shoulder to the door, testing its strength. Solid wood, sturdy frame. "Something's wrong," Caleb said, his unease growing. O'Malley usually slept in the small room behind the office. He should have heard them. Marlowe drew his revolver. "Stand back, Dunn." He took a step back, raised his booted foot, and kicked hard just beside the lock mechanism. The wood splintered with a sharp crack, but the door held. He kicked again, putting his full weight behind it. The lock gave way with a groan of protesting metal, and the door swung inward into darkness. "O'Malley?" Marlowe called into the blackness, revolver held ready. A faint smell drifted out, overlaying the usual sense of the stable, the cloying sweetness of cheap whiskey, and something else, something metallic, coppery. A smell Caleb recognized with a sickening lurch of his stomach from the Willow Creek hut. Blood. Marlowe cautiously entered the small office. Caleb close behind him, his own Colt drawn now, his senses on high alert. Marlowe fumbled for the lamp on the dusty desk, striking a match. The flame caught, casting flickering shadows across the cramped space. Tim O'Malley lay slumped in his chair behind the desk, his head lolled back at an unnatural angle, his eyes wide and staring sightlessly at the rough ceiling planks. A dark stain spread across the front of his worn shirt, originating from a single, neat bullet hole just below his sternum. An empty whiskey bottle lay on the floor beside his chair, near his outstretched hand. On the desk, beside a scattered pile of receipts and ledger pages, lay a small, pearl-handled Derringer. Eliza's Derringer? No, similar, but not identical. This one looked older perhaps, its pearl grip yellowed with age. "Dead," Marlowe stated grimly, kneeling beside the body, checking for a pulse purely out of reflex. "Shot. Looks recent. Within the last few hours, maybe less." He pointed to the Derringer on the desk. "Suicide." Caleb stared at the scene, trying to make sense of it. O'Malley, dead? Killed himself? It didn't feel right. The position seemed awkward for a self-inflicted wound with such a small caliber weapon. And why? Because Stone was arrested? Because Croft had fled? Marlowe carefully picked up the Derringer, using his handkerchief. Two-shot capacity. Let's see. He broke it open. One spent cartridge, one live round. He sniffed the barrel. Fired recently. He laid the gun back down carefully. Could be suicide, overwhelmed by guilt, fear of exposure, or, Caleb said slowly, his eyes scanning the small, cluttered office. It was staged to look like suicide. He pointed to O'Malley's outstretched hand near the whiskey bottle. If he shot himself, wouldn't the gun likely be in his hand or closer to it? He then noticed something else. The ledger on the desk was open, but several pages near the back looked freshly torn out, leaving ragged edges. And those torn pages? What was O'Malley trying to hide? Or what did someone else want hidden? Neck. Marlowe followed Caleb's gaze, his expression hardening. You're right, Dunn. This feels convenient. Too convenient. He stood up, examining the room more closely. No obvious signs of a struggle. The lock on the door had been intact before he kicked it in. Whoever killed O'Malley likely knew him, was let inside willingly, or perhaps had their own key. If O'Malley was Croft's man, Caleb mused, thinking aloud, maybe Croft silenced him before fleeing? Tied up another loose end? Possible, Marlowe conceded. Croft is ruthless enough. If O'Malley knew too much, maybe handled payoffs, relayed messages related to Granger, or even Jedediah's disappearance, or maybe, Caleb considered another angle. Stone ordered it. If O'Malley could directly link Stone to the conspiracy, maybe as operator too, Stone might have had someone take him out before he could talk, using the chaos of Croft's flight as cover. Also possible, Marlowe agreed. Stone has allies in town, deputies loyal to him. They searched the small office methodically. They found little else of immediate significance, routine livery records, some personal effects, more empty whiskey bottles suggesting O'Malley had been a heavy drinker. But the torn pages from the ledger remained a tantalizing, frustrating mystery. What secrets had O'Malley recorded there? Secrets worth killing over? As Marlowe examined the ledger again, Caleb noticed a faint smear on the dusty floor near the overturned whiskey bottle, partially obscured by O'Malley's chair. He knelt closer, angling the lamplight. It wasn't blood. It looked like mud. No, more like clay, a faint reddish-brown clay, different from the gray dust coating everything else. And embedded within it, almost invisible, was a tiny glistening shard. He picked it up carefully. It was a sliver of quartz, sharp-edged, with a minuscule vein of something dull yellow running through it. Fool's gold? Or, he thought of the brothers' lode, the type of rock Jedediah had found up there. Quartz veins carrying traces of real gold. This looked identical. How had a shard like this, coated in reddish clay common to the upper slopes of Serpent Ridge, ended up here, on O'Malley's office floor? He showed it to Marlowe. Major. Look at this. This clay, this rock. It doesn't belong here. It looks like it came from Serpent Ridge. From near my brother's claim? Marlowe examined the shard, then the clay smear, his eyes narrowing. Someone was here recently, he stated slowly. Someone who had been up on the ridge. Someone carrying traces of it back on their boots or clothes. Not Croft, who had likely fled clean. Not Stone, who was detained. Not Marcus or Pike or Cole or Jimmy, who were either dead or captured. Who else had been up there recently? Who else knew about the load? The answer hit Caleb with the force of a physical blow, cold and sickening. Jedediah. If Jedediah had somehow made it back down, wounded, delirious, seeking help from someone he thought he could trust. O'Malley? Had Jedediah come here? Told O'Malley about the gold? About Croft's betrayal? Seeking aid? And had O'Malley, seeing an opportunity, or acting under Croft's long-standing orders, silenced Jedediah permanently? No, that didn't fit. Jedediah was alive, barely found on the ledge. But what if Jedediah had come here before heading up to the load? Or perhaps O'Malley had been involved earlier. Maybe O'Malley was the one who found Jedediah after the ambush, pretended to help, then left him to die on that ledge after learning the location of the gold. Or maybe O'Malley was the one who shot him in the first place? The timeline felt confused, tangled. If O'Malley was involved, Marlowe reasoned, involved enough to kill Granger, maybe involved enough to attack your brother, why the suicide staging? Why kill himself or be killed now? Unless O'Malley hadn't acted alone. Unless he had a partner. Someone who realized O'Malley was now a liability, with Stone arrested and Croft fled. Someone who needed to silence O'Malley and retrieve incriminating evidence like the torn ledger pages. Someone who had also been up on Serpent Ridge, carrying back traces of clay and quartz. Caleb's mind raced, trying to connect the dots. Granger killed at Willow Creek. O'Malley killed here, staged as suicide. Both potential links to Croft silenced. Jedediah shot, left for dead near the load. Morgan executed beside the cache. Who benefited from all this chaos besides Croft? Who else might have known enough, been ruthless enough? He thought back to the Overlook. Pike, Marcus, Cole, Jimmy all accounted for. Marlowe and his trooper. Agent Riley. Eliza. Unthinkable. Himself. Jedediah. Morgan. That seemed to be everyone involved up there. Wait, the Watcher, the man who had followed him from Redemption Creek, who had likely been observing his camp. He wasn't among the dead or captured on the Overlook. Where had he gone? Had he slipped away during the firefight? Was he the missing piece? The silent partner? The one who silenced Granger? Then O'Malley? The Watcher, Caleb said aloud. The man following me from town. He wasn't with Marcus's crew on the Overlook. Where is he? Marlowe frowned. My men haven't reported apprehending anyone matching that description. We assumed he was one of the riders you saw tracking you. No, Caleb insisted. He was different. Watch me leave town. Watch my camp. But he wasn't with the three who attacked me on the slope. A professional shadow. Someone working independently, perhaps? Sent by Croft to observe or sent by someone else entirely. If he had slipped away, he could still be out there. A loose end far more dangerous than O'Malley. The complexity of it all, the layers of deceit, the unanswered questions pressed down on Caleb. O'Malley's death wasn't an ending. It was another twist, another dead end deliberately created. Marlowe seemed to reach the same conclusion. All right, secure this scene, he ordered himself as much as Caleb. We need to preserve whatever evidence is here. Trooper, he called out the door, keep this area clear. No one in or out. Send word to Riley. Tell him O'Malley's dead. Looks staged. Tell him to proceed with caution regarding Croft, but also to put out an alert for the Watcher Dunn described lean, cold eyes, skilled with firearms, likely operating alone. As the trooper hurried off, Marlowe turned back to Caleb, his face grim in the lamplight, surrounded by the evidence of O'Malley's squalid end. This isn't over, Dunn, not by a long shot. Croft is loose. Granger's killer is unknown, possibly this Watcher. And O'Malley's death just buried more secrets. He sighed, the sound heavy with weariness. It seems Redemption Creek holds more vipers than just the ones we've managed to cage. Outside, somewhere in the distance, thunder rumbled softly, a low growl beneath the starry sky. A dry storm, perhaps, building on the horizon. Or maybe, Caleb thought with a shiver, it was the sound of approaching reckoning. A storm of violence and truth yet to fully break over the dusty, blood-stained streets of the town. The ghosts were not yet settled, and the thunder on the horizon promised more turmoil to come. Chapter 20. Where Bullets Meet Fate. The hours following the discovery of O'Malley's body were a blur of grim activity and heightened tension. Marlowe secured the livery office, placing troopers on guard, while Agent Riley, notified of the staged suicide, doubled his own precautions, aware that Croft's flight and O'Malley's silencing might indicate a conspiracy with deeper roots or remaining operatives still active. Word spread through Redemption Creek like wildfire. Sheriff Stone arrested, O'Malley dead, Silas Croft vanished. Fear and uncertainty gripped the town, whispers replacing the usual saloon boisterousness, curtains twitching in windows as citizens watched the armed troopers and stern-faced Wells Fargo men move through their streets. The established order had shattered, leaving a vacuum filled with rumor and apprehension. Caleb found himself back at the small church infirmary, keeping vigil beside Jedediah's cot. The preacher had done his best, cleaning and dressing the wound, administering laudanum for the pain, but Jedediah remained largely unconscious, his breathing shallow, his life hanging by a thread. Eliza was still there, having refused offers of rest or escort out of town. She sat quietly in a chair nearby, her earlier exhaustion replaced by a focused intensity as she helped the preacher change bandages or offered sips of water to Jedediah whenever his eyelids flickered. Seeing her there, so steadfast, so unexpectedly present in the midst of his family's tragedy, stirred complex emotions in Caleb. Gratitude, deep and profound, mingled with a growing tenderness that felt both foreign and frighteningly real. He wasn't used to relying on anyone, let alone a woman he barely knew, a woman whose life he had inadvertently endangered. Yet her quiet strength, her unwavering courage, had become an anchor in the storm of violence and betrayal. He found himself watching her hands as she gently bathed Jedediah's brow, admiring the confidence and compassion in her touch, feeling a connection that transcended the chaos surrounding them. He forced his attention back to Jedediah. Looking at his brother's pale, still face, Caleb wrestled with the remaining mysteries. Who had shot Jedediah and left him for dead on that ledge? Cole and Jimmy swore it wasn't Marcus's crew. O'Malley? Had the liveryman tracked Jedediah up there? Or had it been the Watcher, the ghost who seemed to operate independently? And why? Just to silence another witness? Or was there something more personal, more tangled in the history of betrayal? The reddish clay and quartz shard found in O'Malley's office. It placed someone connected to Serpent Ridge in O'Malley's office shortly before his death. But who? The Watcher seemed the most likely candidate, silencing O'Malley after perhaps conferring with him or retrieving the torn ledger pages. But the motive remained murky. As the night wore on, Jedediah stirred, his eyes fluttering open, unfocused at first, then slowly registering his surroundings, the dim lamplight, the unfamiliar room, Caleb's anxious face leaning over him. "See, Caleb?" Jedediah whispered, his voice a dry rasp, barely audible. "I'm here, Jed," Caleb said softly, gripping his brother's hand. It felt unnaturally cold. "You're safe now. Just rest." Jedediah's eyes drifted towards Eliza, standing nearby. A flicker of confusion, then perhaps faint recognition crossed his face. "The wire lady?" Eliza stepped closer, offering a small, reassuring smile. "Eliza Mayhew, Mr. Dunn. I'm glad to see you awake." Jedediah frowned, trying to piece together fragmented memories. "Morgan," he murmured, pain clouding his eyes. "He didn't." "I know, Jed," Caleb interrupted gently, not wanting to distress him further. "I know Morgan didn't betray you. We found him. Croft. Croft had him killed." Understanding, bleak and terrible, dawned in Jedediah's eyes. "Croft," he struggled to speak, licking his dry lips. Eliza held a cup of water for him, and he managed a small sip. "The ambush, after, crawled away, hid the gold. My load." His breathing grew shallow again with the effort. "Easy, Jed," Caleb soothed. "Save your strength." "No, listen," Jedediah insisted, his gaze surprisingly intense despite his weakness. "After, hid, tried to make it back. Saw O'Malley, near the foothills." Caleb and Eliza exchanged sharp glances. "O'Malley? Near the foothills leading up to Serpent Ridge?" "He pretended to help," Jedediah rasped, his voice fading. "Gave me water. Asked questions about the gold. Where? Then he rode off. Left me." His eyes closed again, exhaustion overcoming him. So O'Malley had found Jedediah after the ambush, had pretended to help, gleaned information about the gold's location, then abandoned him, wounded, expecting him to die. The old liveryman's betrayal ran deeper, colder than Caleb had imagined. He hadn't just been Croft's eyes and ears. He'd been actively involved, willing to let a wounded man perish for his own or Croft's gain. But O'Malley hadn't shot Jedediah. The ambushers had done that, and O'Malley hadn't dragged him to the ledge. That required someone stronger, someone returning later. Who? Before Caleb could process this further, the church door opened quietly, and Major Marlowe slipped inside, his face grim. He beckoned Caleb outside into the cool night air, away from Jedediah and Eliza. "Trouble, Dunn," Marlowe said without preamble, his voice low. "One of my patrols watching the trails intercepted a rider trying to slip past them heading east. Not Croft. Someone else." "Who?" Caleb asked, a sense of foreboding tightening his chest. "Matches the description you gave of the Watcher," Marlowe confirmed. "Lean, cold eyes, fast horse. He didn't surrender peacefully. Put up a hell of a fight. Killed one of my troopers before they brought him down. Killed him? Wounded him badly, Marlowe corrected. He's alive, barely. They're bringing him in now. But here's the kicker. Marlowe paused, his eyes holding Caleb's. They searched him, found torn pages done, pages that looked like they came from a ledger, and traces of reddish clay and quartz dust on his boots. The Watcher. He was the one who visited O'Malley, killed him, took the ledger pages. He was the one carrying traces from Serpent Ridge. But why? Was he working for Croft? Silencing liabilities? Or for himself? Who is he? Caleb demanded. Doesn't match any known associates of Croft we have on file, Marlowe said, but he was carrying papers. Identification. He hesitated, clearly bracing Caleb for a shock. His name is Jonas Merrick. According to these papers, he's a Pinkerton agent. Pinkerton? The famous detective agency? Caleb stared at Marlowe, stunned into silence. A Pinkerton agent? Involved in this? Killing O'Malley? Tracking him? It doesn't make sense, Caleb finally managed. Why would a Pinkerton kill O'Malley? Why would he be shadowing me, reporting to Croft? Maybe he wasn't reporting to Croft, Marlowe said slowly, piecing together a new disturbing possibility. Pinkertons are known for their own methods, sometimes operating in gray areas. What if Merrick wasn't working for Croft, but investigating him? Perhaps hired by Wells Fargo initially, or another interested party, before the official investigation ramped up. What if he discovered O'Malley's deeper involvement, perhaps his role in Granger's death or Jedediah's abandonment, and decided to administer his own justice, or silence a potential leak to Croft? And Granger? Caleb asked. Did Merrick kill him too? Possible, Marlowe conceded. If Merrick discovered Granger was Croft's man handling the gold, maybe he eliminated him to disrupt Croft's plans, retrieve the gold himself for his agency, or prevent Granger from warning Croft about Merrick's investigation. He shook his head. It's speculation, Dunn, but Merrick's presence, his actions, they add another layer of dangerous complexity. We need answers from him. Just then, the sound of approaching horses reached them. Several troopers rode up, supporting a slumped figure tied onto one of the saddles. It was the Watcher, Jonas Merrick. Even in the dim light, Caleb could see he was badly wounded, pale and barely conscious, his clothes stained dark with blood. They carried him carefully into the church, laying him on a cot near Jedediah's, much to the preacher's consternation about turning his infirmary into a makeshift prison ward. Eliza, her face pale but determined, immediately went to assess Merrick's wounds alongside the preacher, her instinct to heal overriding any fear or animosity towards the man who had likely stalked Caleb and murdered O'Malley. Marlowe approached the cot as Eliza temporarily staunched the bleeding from Merrick's side. Merrick! Jonas Merrick! Can you hear me? Merrick's eyes fluttered open, glazed with pain, but holding a spark of defiant awareness. He looked from Marlowe to Caleb, a flicker of recognition, perhaps even calculation, in his gaze. Who are you? Merrick rasped, his voice weak. Major Marlowe, U.S. Army. This is Caleb Dunn. Marlowe gestured towards Caleb. We know who you are, Merrick. We know you killed Tim O'Malley. We found the ledger pages. He leaned closer. Why? Were you working for Croft or against him? Merrick coughed, a pain-wet sound. A faint, cynical smile touched his lips. Croft. Scum, he whispered. Agency. Wanted him. Bad. So Marlowe's theory was right. Merrick was investigating Croft for the Pinkertons. Then why kill O'Malley? Marlowe pressed. Why not bring him in? Use his testimony? Merrick's eyes shifted towards Caleb, a strange intensity entering them. O'Malley knew too much. About the brother. He coughed again, blood flecking his lips. Had to. Silence him. Before Croft. Or Dunn. Got to him. Silence O'Malley because he knew too much about Jedediah? What did that mean? What did O'Malley know about my brother? Caleb demanded, stepping closer, his voice tight with urgency. Merrick looked at Caleb, his breathing growing shallower. O'Malley found him after the ambush. left him to die, he gasped for breath. But Jedediah talked first, told O'Malley everything. Everything about what? Caleb urged, leaning closer, desperate for answers before Merrick faded completely. About Morgan, Merrick whispered, his voice barely audible now. Morgan wasn't just Croft's man. Another cough rattled his chest. Morgan was Pinkerton, my partner. The revelation struck Caleb like lightning. Morgan, a Pinkerton agent? Merrick's partner? Working undercover, presumably. Infiltrating Croft's operation? It recast everything. Morgan hadn't betrayed Jedediah. He'd likely been trying to protect the shipment, perhaps even trying to gather evidence against Croft from the inside, when Croft ordered him eliminated by Marcus. Morgan tried to warn Jedediah. Merrick struggled to get the words out. Tried to set up double-cross on Croft, using Granger. But Marcus, too fast. Jedediah must have learned the truth from Morgan, perhaps during the ambush itself or just before. He hid the gold, tried to get away, encountered O'Malley, and, perhaps delirious, told O'Malley about Morgan being Pinkerton, about the double-cross attempt, about Croft's ultimate treachery. O'Malley, realizing the explosive nature of this information, abandoned Jedediah, hoping he'd die, and the secret would die with him. And Merrick? He must have been trying to find his partner, Morgan, and investigate Croft. He likely tracked the situation, perhaps shadowed Caleb, hoping he'd lead him to answers. He discovered O'Malley's role, perhaps interrogated him, learned what Jedediah had revealed, and then killed O'Malley to prevent that information from getting out, information that exposed a Pinkerton operation, implicated his dead partner, and could potentially compromise other agency investigations. He took the ledger pages containing O'Malley's secrets. His actions weren't about simple justice or greed. They were about protecting the agency, controlling the narrative, burying inconvenient truths. He was another player operating by his own ruthless code. Where is Croft? Merrick gasped, his eyes fixing on Marlowe. Fled, Marlowe told him, but we'll find him. A look of grim satisfaction flickered across Merrick's face. Good. Agency wants him. His eyes started to glaze over. His breathing hitched, then stopped. Eliza, who had been silently trying to administer aid, felt for a pulse, then slowly shook her head, meeting Caleb's eyes with profound sadness. He's gone. Silence fell in the infirmary, heavy and somber. Jonas Merrick, the Pinkerton ghost, the killer of O'Malley, the protector of his agency's secrets, was dead. He had provided crucial answers, revealing the final layers of deceit surrounding Morgan and O'Malley. But his death left other questions unanswered. Had he killed Granger too? What other secrets were torn from O'Malley's ledger? Caleb looked from Merrick's still form to his brother Jedediah, still breathing faintly, clinging to life. The truth was finally out, uglier and more tangled than he could have imagined. Morgan wasn't a traitor, but an undercover agent, murdered by Croft's man. O'Malley was a cold-blooded opportunist who left Jedediah to die. Merrick was a ruthless operative cleaning up loose ends. And Silas Croft, the architect of it all, was a fugitive, vanished into the vastness of the territory. The reckoning felt far from over. Finding Jedediah alive was a miracle. Exposing Croft in stone was a victory. But Croft remained at large. A serpent escaped into the dust, and the ghosts of Morgan, Granger, O'Malley, Pike, Marcus, and the slain troopers still haunted the edges of this hard-won, bloody clarity. Marlowe broke the silence, his voice weary but firm. All right, we have Merrick's dying declaration. It confirms Croft's guilt, clarifies Morgan's role, implicates O'Malley posthumously. He looked at Riley, who had slipped in during the final moments. Agent, secure Merrick's body and effects. Get statements from everyone present. He turned to Caleb. Done. Stay with your brother. Hope he pulls through. He's a key witness now. Finally, he looked at Eliza, his expression softening with respect. Miss Mayhew, you are a remarkable woman. Wells Fargo and the Army owe you a significant debt. We will ensure your safety is paramount. Eliza simply nodded, her gaze fixed on Jedediah, her hand resting gently on his forearm, as if willing him to hold on to life. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the church windows, carrying the distant rumble of thunder closer. A storm was finally breaking, not just in the sky, but in the soul of Redemption Creek. The bullets had met fate on Serpent Ridge and in the heart of town, leaving behind a wreckage of lives and lies. Now came the cleanup, the pursuit of the escaped serpent, and the long, uncertain path towards healing, justice, and perhaps, finally, redemption. Chapter 21. Dust settling slow. The days following the storm of violence settled into an uneasy calm over Redemption Creek. The thunder, both literal and figurative, had passed, leaving behind a landscape altered, scarred, and uncertain. Under the watchful eyes of Major Marlowe's troopers and the methodical investigation of Agent Riley, the town began the slow, awkward process of absorbing the shock, reckoning with the betrayal in its midst, and adjusting to the power vacuum left by the arrests of Sheriff Stone and the flight of Silas Croft. Jedediah Dunn clung precariously to life in the makeshift infirmary. The preacher's ministrations, combined with Eliza's tireless, gentle care, seemed to be holding the infection at bay, but he remained weak, drifting in and out of consciousness, his recovery uncertain. Caleb rarely left his brother's side, caught in a liminal space between hope and despair. Each flicker of Jedediah's eyelids, each mumbled word, was scrutinized for signs of improvement, yet the fragility of his condition was a constant, terrifying reminder of how close he had come to losing him entirely. Eliza became a fixture in the quiet room, her presence a source of quiet strength not only for Jedediah, but for Caleb as well. In the long hours spent watching over the injured man, a different kind of connection deepened between them, woven from shared exhaustion, unspoken understanding, and the raw vulnerability exposed by trauma. The professional boundaries of the telegraph operator and the desperate customer had dissolved completely, replaced by something tentative, fragile, yet undeniably real. They spoke little, but the silence between them was comfortable, charged with unspoken emotions. Caleb found himself noticing the determined set of her jaw, the intelligence in her clear eyes, the way a stray curl escaped her usually severe hairstyle, softening her features. He saw the cost the ordeal had taken the shadows beneath her eyes, the slight tremor that sometimes still shook her hands, but also the core of resilience that defined her. He owed her his life and perhaps his brother's life as well. The debt felt immense, impossible to repay. Yet it manifested not as obligation, but as a growing protective tenderness he didn't fully understand or know how to express. Eliza in turn saw past Caleb's rugged exterior, past the grief and fury that had driven him. She saw the weary lines around his eyes soften when Jedediah stirred, saw the fierce loyalty that bound him to his brother, saw the inherent decency struggling against the harshness of the world he inhabited. His quiet presence beside her felt protective, reassuring. His occasional gruff words of thanks held more weight than eloquent speeches. In the shared vigil, amidst the scent of antiseptic and the low murmur of Jedediah's breathing, she felt a crack in the wall she had built around her own heart, a cautious vulnerability emerging in response to his. Outside the infirmary walls, Redemption Creek wrestled with its own reckoning. Agent Riley methodically gathered evidence, taking statements, examining O'Malley's recovered ledger pages, though the crucial torn-out sections remained missing, likely destroyed or carried away by Merrick, and coordinating with Marlowe. The recovered gold shipment was logged, secured, and prepared for transport back to Wells Fargo coffers under heavy guard. The bodies of Marcus, Pike, O'Malley, and the unfortunate trooper killed by Merrick were buried with little ceremony in the town's dusty cemetery, their violent ends serving as a stark reminder of the price of Croft's ambition. Sheriff Stone, stripped of his badge and dignity, remained under military detention at the livery stable, alternating between sullen silence and angry bluster, his future likely involving territorial prison. His deputies, leaderless and wary, kept a low profile, offering tentative cooperation to Marlowe and Riley, eager to distance themselves from Stone's and Croft's crimes. The townsfolk watched the proceedings with a mixture of fear, morbid curiosity, and a grudging respect for the outsiders who had exposed the rot at the heart of their community. Silas Croft, the man who had dominated their lives for so long, was gone, a fugitive, his power broken, his ranch standing deserted under military watch. The sudden absence of his influence left a void, a sense of disorientation. Who would lead now? Who could be trusted? News of the events spread rapidly via the telegraph, now under Eliza's steady hand once more, though supervised discreetly by one of Riley's men. Her detailed report, sent in the aftermath of the confrontation with Stone, had caused shockwaves in Santa Fe, Denver, and beyond. Territorial marshals were indeed en route. Wells Fargo executives demanded swift justice. Newspaper editorials lauded the courage of the lone telegraph operator who dared to challenge corruption, though Eliza herself shied away from the attention, focusing solely on her duties and her vigil at Jedediah's bedside. The wire, her weapon, had struck true, but the notoriety it brought felt uncomfortable, exposing her quiet life to unwelcome scrutiny. Major Marlowe focused his efforts on the hunt for Croft and the lingering question of Jedediah's attacker. Patrols scoured the surrounding territory, following leads, questioning known associates of Croft, putting pressure on the underworld networks where a fugitive like Croft might seek refuge or aid. The description of the watcher, Jonas Merrick, was circulated, initially believed to be Croft's accomplice, until Merrick's own death and identification complicated the narrative. The Pinkerton connection remained sensitive, handled discreetly by Riley and Marlowe, adding another layer of intrigue known only to a few. The question of who shot Jedediah and dragged him to the ledge remained unsolved. With O'Malley dead and Merrick silenced, the truth seemed buried. Was it simply one of Croft's men from the initial ambush team who returned later? Or was there yet another player involved? Someone unknown who had stumbled upon Jedediah or deliberately sought him out? The loose end frayed at Caleb's nerves, a ghost that refused to be laid to rest, even amidst the slow settling of the dust. Several days passed in this state of suspended animation. Jedediah's condition began to stabilize. The fever receded slightly, his breathing grew stronger, and he had longer periods of lucidity. He spoke haltingly about the ambush, confirming Morgan's desperate attempt to fight back alongside him against overwhelming odds. He remembered hiding the gold, driven by instinct and a feverish desire to keep it out of Croft's hands, using the landmark only he and Caleb knew. He remembered crawling away, delirious with pain, encountering O'Malley, the false hope, the abandonment. But his memory of the time after O'Malley left him, the struggle, being shot again or subdued, and ending up on the ledge remained fragmented, lost in a haze of pain and unconsciousness. He couldn't identify his final attacker. During one quiet afternoon, while Eliza was changing his bandages, Jedediah looked from her to Caleb, sitting silently nearby. You saved me," Jedediah whispered, his voice stronger than before. "Both of you." "Rest, Jed," Caleb murmured. "No, listen," Jedediah insisted, gripping Caleb's hand weakly. "The load, the gold. It's cursed, Caleb. Brought nothing but death. Morgan, me, Croft." His eyes searched Caleb's face. "Forget the gold. Forget vengeance. Just live. Find something better." His gaze flickered towards Eliza, a faint understanding dawning in his weak state. Maybe you already have." The implication hung in the quiet room. Caleb felt a flush rise in his cheeks, avoiding Eliza's eyes. Jedediah, even hovering between life and death, saw the unspoken connection forming between them. The thought was both exhilarating and terrifying. Could something good, something hopeful, truly emerge from so much darkness and bloodshed? Later that day, Major Marlowe returned with news. "We got him done," he announced quietly, stepping into the infirmary. Silas Croft tracked him to a mining camp deep in the Southern Territory, trying to buy passage towards Mexico. Didn't surrender peacefully. Marlowe's face was grim. He won't be troubling anyone ever again. Croft was dead, killed resisting arrest. The serpent had finally been cornered and destroyed. A sense of finality settled over Caleb, yet it wasn't triumphant. Vengeance felt hollow. Croft's death wouldn't bring back Morgan, wouldn't undo Jedediah's suffering, wouldn't erase the scars left on Redemption Creek or on his own soul. It was simply an ending, an ugly, violent ending to an ugly, violent chapter. With Croft dead and Stone awaiting trial, the immediate danger seemed to have passed. Marlowe prepared to move his troopers out, leaving the final cleanup to Agent Riley and the incoming territorial marshals. Riley made arrangements for Jedediah's secure transport to the hospital at Fort Larned as soon as he was deemed fit enough by the preacher. The question arose, what now? For Redemption Creek, slowly finding its footing without Croft's shadow, for Jedediah facing a long, uncertain recovery, and for Caleb and Eliza. Marlowe offered Caleb a position scouting for the Army, recognizing his skills and knowledge of the territory. Agent Riley hinted at potential work with Wells Fargo, perhaps riding guard again, his brother's name now cleared. These were paths back into the life Caleb knew, paths of solitary work, of familiar hardship. Eliza faced her own choices. The telegraph company, grateful for her role in recovering the shipment and exposing corruption, offered her a promotion, a transfer to a larger office in Denver or Santa Fe, away from the painful memories and potential lingering resentments in Redemption Creek. It was a chance for advancement, for a more comfortable, perhaps safer life, the kind of secure future many women on the frontier dreamed of. One evening, as Jedediah slept peacefully for the first time in days, Caleb found Eliza standing outside the church, gazing up at the vast, starry sky. The air was cool, clean, carrying the scent of pine from the distant hills. The silence felt different tonight, less tense, more contemplative. "He's doing better," Caleb said, joining her, standing a respectful distance away. "Yes," Eliza agreed softly. "He's strong, like his brother." A comfortable silence fell between them. Caleb struggled with the words he needed to say. "Eliza, thank you for everything, for the wire, for Serpent Ridge, for staying." The words felt inadequate, clumsy. She turned to look at him, her expression unreadable in the dim starlight. "You don't need to thank me, Caleb. I made my choices." "Maybe," he conceded, "but you didn't have to. You could have stayed safe. You could have taken Stone's offer." "Could you have?" she countered quietly, holding his gaze. He met her look, saw the shared understanding, the recognition of the lines they both refused to cross. "No," he admitted. "Guess not." Another silence stretched, filled with unspoken possibilities. "They offered me a transfer," Eliza said finally, breaking the spell. "Denver or Santa Fe." Caleb felt a pang, sharp and unexpected. The thought of her leaving, of this fragile connection dissolving back into the vastness of the territory, left him feeling suddenly adrift. "That's good," he managed, forcing the words out. "Good opportunities." "Yes," she agreed, but her voice lacked enthusiasm. She looked back up at the stars. "It's just, after everything, the thought of going back to just relaying messages about cattle prices, it feels—" She trailed off, searching for the word. "Smaller," Caleb understood. They had both been changed by the fire. Returning to their old lives felt like stepping back into clothes that no longer fit. "What about you?" Eliza asked, turning back to him. "Marlowe mentioned scouting. Riley, riding guard." Caleb shrugged, kicking at a loose stone. "Don't know. Need to see Jed settled first. Make sure he recovers." He hesitated, then looked at her directly, the words tumbling out before he could stop them. "Truth is, Eliza, the thought of riding off alone again, it doesn't hold the same appeal it used to." Her breath hitched almost imperceptibly. Her eyes searched his face in the starlight. "Redemption Creek," Caleb continued, gesturing vaguely at the sleeping town. "It's seen its share of bad luck, bad men. Maybe it deserves a chance at something better. Maybe we do." It wasn't a declaration, not quite a proposition, just a thought voiced aloud, tentative, hopeful. Eliza didn't answer immediately. She looked away towards the dark shape of the telegraph office down the street, her domain, her hard-won independence. Then she looked back at Caleb, a slow, uncertain smile touching her lips, a spark of warmth igniting in her eyes, mirroring the nascent hope in his own heart. The dust was settling, slowly over the graves, over the broken lives, over the shattered certainties. The future remained unwritten, uncertain. Jedediah's final attacker was still unknown. The full truth of O'Malley's or Merrick's secrets might never surface. Justice, in the neat way the law envisioned it, felt elusive. But here, beneath the vast indifference of the stars, amidst the wreckage, something new, something fragile but resilient, had taken root. A shared glance, an unspoken understanding. The tentative possibility of a future not forged alone, but together. The path ahead was still shadowed, the dust still thick, but for the first time in a long time, Caleb felt a glimmer of dawn on the horizon. Chapter 22, Crossroads at Dawn. Dawn arrived hesitantly over Redemption Creek, painting the bruised eastern sky with tentative strokes of rose and pale gold. The air was cool and carried the clean scent of damp earth from a brief overnight shower, washing away some of the pervasive dust, though not the memories of the violence and betrayal that clung to the town like a shroud. A fragile quiet held sway, the quiet of exhaustion, of tentative recovery, of a community collectively holding its breath as it faced an uncertain future, without the iron fist of Silas Croft or the compromised authority of Sheriff Stone. In the small room behind the church, lamplight still fought against the growing dawn. Jedediah Dunn slept, his breathing deeper now, more regular than it had been in days. The preacher had pronounced him stable, weak but past the immediate crisis, likely strong enough for the arduous journey to Fort Larned in a day or two, where proper surgeons could tend to the lingering infection and begin the long process of mending his broken body. Caleb sat slumped in a chair beside the cot, having kept vigil through the night, watching the subtle rise and fall of his brother's chest, listening to the quiet rhythm of his breathing. He felt hollowed out, scoured clean by grief, fear, and the eventual staggering relief of Jedediah's survival. Croft was dead. Stone was detained. Morgan's name was cleared alongside Jedediah's, the truth of their shared betrayal revealed. His vow, the burning purpose that had driven him relentlessly across the plains and up into the jagged peaks, felt fulfilled, achieved at terrible cost, but fulfilled nonetheless. Yet the fulfillment brought not triumph, but a profound weariness, a sense of disorientation. The driving force was gone. What remained? Eliza entered the room softly, carrying 2 steaming mugs of coffee. She looked as weary as he felt, the sleepless nights and emotional toll evident in the faint shadows beneath her eyes. Yet her movements were steady, her gaze clear. She offered him a mug, her fingers brushing his briefly, sending an unexpected jolt of warmth through his exhaustion. He slept peacefully, she murmured, nodding towards Jedediah. The fever seems truly broken this morning. Thanks to you, Caleb said, his voice rough. He met her eyes over the rim of his mug, holding her gaze. I meant what I said last night, Eliza. Thank you. For everything. A faint blush touched her cheeks, but she didn't look away. We looked out for each other, Caleb. That's what people do. Or what they should do. They sat in companionable silence for a while, sipping the strong, hot coffee. The unspoken connection between them, a palpable presence in the quiet room. The horrors they had faced together, the discovery in the hut, the firefight, the desperate search, had stripped away pretense, leaving a raw honesty, a mutual respect that felt more solid than foundations built over years. Jedediah stirred, his eyes opening, clearer now, more aware. He saw Caleb and Eliza, and a faint smile touched his lips. Still here, he whispered, his voice thin but stronger. Wouldn't be anywhere else, Jed, Caleb said, moving closer. Jedediah's gaze lingered on Eliza. Miss Mayhew, owe you my life. Just rest, Mr. Dunn, Eliza said gently. Focus on getting stronger. Jedediah held Caleb's gaze. Heard, Croft is gone. Caleb nodded. Gone for good, Jed. A long sigh escaped Jedediah, a release of tension held for years perhaps. Good. Morgan. Poor bastard. He tried, Caleb. Tried to do right. I know, Caleb assured him. His name is cleared. So is yours. Wells Fargo knows the truth. Agent Riley made sure of it. Tears welled in Jedediah's eyes, tracing clean paths through the grime on his cheeks. Our name, he whispered. That matters. He closed his eyes again, exhausted by the brief exchange, but a measure of peace seemed to settle over his features. His vow fulfilled, Caleb thought, watching his brother drift back into healing sleep. But Jedediah's earlier words echoed, forget vengeance, just live. Find something better. Later that morning, as the town fully awakened under a clear, bright sky, Major Marlowe and Agent Riley sought them out. Jedediah was resting comfortably. Marlowe confirmed the arrangements for his transport under military escort, likely leaving the next day. Riley provided updates on the investigation. Stone is being transferred to the territorial capital to face charges, Riley reported. Conspiracy, obstruction, likely accessory charges related to Morgan's and possibly Granger's murders, though proving direct involvement in the killings without O'Malley or Merrick will be difficult. Still, he won't see daylight for a long time. And Croft's network? Caleb asked. Dismantling, Marlowe said. With Croft dead and Stone arrested, most of his hired muscle has scattered. We've apprehended a few, others have vanished. It will take time, but his grip on this territory is broken. He paused. The territorial marshals arrived this morning. They'll handle the long-term peacekeeping, help the town establish new leadership, a new sheriff. What about Jedediah's attacker? Caleb pressed, the question still burning. The one who dragged him to the ledge. Marlowe and Riley exchanged glances. Officially, the case remains open, Marlowe said carefully. Without Jedediah's clear recollection, without Merrick or O'Malley to question further, pinning it definitively on someone is impossible. The most likely scenario remains one of Croft's men, perhaps the Watcher, Merrick himself before O'Malley found Jedediah, or someone else entirely who stumbled upon him. Some ghosts done, Marlowe added quietly, refuse to be easily laid. Some truths stay buried in these hills. It was an unsatisfying answer, yet Caleb sensed the finality in it. Some measure of justice had been served, but perfect clarity, perfect resolution, was a luxury the frontier rarely afforded. He would have to live with the remaining questions, focus on Jedediah's recovery, on the future. The conversation shifted. Agent Riley has finalized his report, Marlowe said, turning slightly towards Eliza. Wells Fargo formally extends its gratitude, Miss Mayhew, and confirms its offer of promotion and transfer. Denver or Santa Fe, your choice. They understand if you wish to leave Redemption Creek after your ordeal. Eliza looked down at her hands, clasped in her lap. Caleb watched her, his own future hanging, in many ways, on her decision. Thank you, Major, Agent Riley, Eliza said, her voice quiet but steady. She looked up, meeting their eyes. It's a generous offer, but I've decided to stay. Caleb's breath caught. Stay? Here? Here? Marlowe asked, surprised. In Redemption Creek? Yes, Eliza affirmed. This town, it needs its connection to the world. Perhaps now more than ever, as it tries to rebuild, find its way. My work is here. My place is here. Her gaze flickered briefly towards Caleb, a silent message passing between them before she looked back at the officers. I won't be intimidated into leaving. My father wanted me to forge my own destiny. I believe I can do that best right here. Marlowe and Riley exchanged surprised glances again. Then Marlowe smiled faintly, a look of deep respect in his eyes. Your courage continues to impress, Miss Mayhew. The town is fortunate to have you. We'll ensure you have adequate protection until the new marshal has things fully under control, Riley added quickly. Thank you, Eliza said simply. The officers turned their attention to Caleb. And you done? Marlowe asked. My offer of scouting work still stands. Riley likely has options for you with Wells Fargo as well, if you choose. Caleb thought of the open plains, the familiar rhythm of the trail, the solitary life he had known. It held little appeal now. He thought of Jedediah's words live, find something better. He looked at Eliza, saw the quiet determination in her eyes, the strength that had saved him, the nascent warmth that promised something beyond mere survival. Appreciate the offers, Major. Agent Riley, Caleb said slowly, finding his own clarity. But I think my place might be here too, for a while. Need to see Jed through his recovery. After that, he shrugged, leaving the future open, but his gaze met Eliza's. A silent question asked. A silent answer, perhaps received. After that, we'll see. Marlowe and Riley, sensing the unspoken currents, wisely didn't press further. They finalized the remaining details, expressed their thanks once more, and departed, leaving Caleb and Eliza alone again in the quiet hallway outside the infirmary. Dawn had fully broken, now streaming through the church's tall windows, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. A new day, a new beginning of sorts. You're really staying? Caleb asked, needing to hear it again, needing to be sure. Eliza nodded, a small, genuine smile finally reaching her eyes. I am. Redemption Creek might just live up to its name, given half a chance. Someone needs to be here to send the message. And me? Caleb asked, the question raw, vulnerable. Is there a place for me here, besides watching over Jed? Eliza stepped closer, close enough that he could see the flecks of gold in her brown eyes, feel the tentative warmth radiating from her. You said it yourself, Caleb. After everything, maybe we both deserve a chance at something better. She didn't offer easy promises, didn't gloss over the hardships or the scars they both carried. But her eyes held an invitation, a shared hope. The dust settles slow, she added softly. Takes time to see things clearly, but maybe helping this town rebuild, helping your brother heal, maybe that's a destiny worth forging. Together? The word hung between them, luminous with possibility. Together. After the isolation, the violence, the betrayals, it sounded like a sanctuary. He reached out hesitantly and took her hand. Her fingers curled around his, warm, strong, real. They stood there for a long moment as the morning sun climbed higher, flooding the church hallway with light. The ghosts of the past still lingered, the unanswered questions, the memories of violence, the deep scars left by loss. The future remained uncertain, the path forward unmapped. Redemption for the town and for themselves would be hard-won, requiring patience, resilience, and a courage perhaps even greater than that demanded on Serpent Ridge. But as Caleb looked at Eliza, her hand steady in his, her eyes reflecting the morning light, he felt not the despair of the past, but the tentative, fragile promise of the future. They stood at a crossroads, scarred but not broken, choosing not the solitary trails they had known, but a new path, one they might walk side by side. The dust was settling, slow but sure, and in the quiet dawn, amidst the echoes of thunder, hope, quiet and tenacious, began to take root. Epilogue. Echoes in the quiet. Autumn arrived on the high plains surrounding Redemption Creek, not with the fiery blaze of eastern forests, but with a subtle shift in the quality of light, a sharpening tang in the air, and a deeper, more resonant blue in the vast sky. The relentless heat of summer had broken, replaced by cool nights that demanded fires in the stoves and crisp mornings where breath plumed white before the sun climbed high enough to warm the dusty streets. The cottonwoods along the creek bed turned a brittle gold, their leaves whispering secrets on the wind before letting go, drifting down to blanket the banks in fragile color. Life in the town, rocked by the summer's storm of violence and exposure, had found a new, quieter rhythm. The shadow of Silas Croft, which had loomed large for so long, dictating fortunes and fears, was gone. His ranch, seized by territorial marshals, pending legal wrangling over ownership and debts, stood silent, a monument to broken power. Sheriff Stone was gone too, transported east to face trial, his name now spoken only in hushed tones, synonymous with betrayal. O'Malley's livery stable had a new, more circumspect owner, a recent arrival hoping to build an honest business in the vacuum left behind. The raw wound of the conspiracy was beginning to scar over, though the memory remained, a cautionary tale whispered over saloon counters and pot-bellied stoves. In the telegraph office, the rhythmic clicking of the relay remained the town's steady heartbeat, its connection to the wider world. Eliza Mayhew sat at her post, the afternoon sun slanting through the clean window pane, illuminating the familiar space. She looked much the same, her dark hair neatly pinned, her apron crisp, her movements precise as she transcribed an incoming message about cattle prices. Yet something in her bearing had subtly shifted. The guardedness was still there, perhaps even more deeply ingrained after staring into the abyss of human cruelty, but it was overlaid now with a quiet confidence, an earned authority. She was no longer just a telegraph operator. She was Miss Mayhew, the woman who had faced down killers, whose courage had helped break Croft's stranglehold, whose steady hand on the wire had sent the truth echoing far beyond Redemption Creek's dusty confines. Respect, hard won before, was now freely given, tinged with awe and perhaps a little fear by some. Her life had settled back into routine, yet it wasn't the same. The solitude felt different now, less a burden, more a choice. The offers from Wells Fargo and the Telegraph Company for prestigious positions in Denver or Santa Fe had been tempting, pathways to a life far removed from the harsh realities and painful memories of Redemption Creek. But she had stayed. Something held her here, a sense of unfinished business perhaps, a responsibility to the town whose secrets she had helped uncover, and something more personal, less easily defined, anchored to the two brothers whose lives had become so inextricably tangled with her own. She finished transcribing the message, filed it neatly, and allowed herself a moment to gaze out the window. The street was quiet. Children played hopscotch near the general store. Ben Carter led a string of horses towards the livery. Life went on, mundane, resilient. But Eliza watched with different eyes now, seeing the potential for darkness beneath the ordinary, understanding the fragility of peace, the constant vigilance required to maintain it. The Derringer, the small, pearl-handled weapon she had used with such devastating effect on the Overlook, was no longer tucked in her waistband. She kept it locked away, unwilling to carry its weight daily, yet unable to part with it entirely. It was a reminder of a line crossed, a life taken, a reality she carried within the quiet spaces of her heart. A shadow fell across her desk. She looked up, not with the jolt of fear that might have gripped her months ago, but with a quiet expectancy. Caleb Dunn stood there, filling the doorway, his familiar, broad-shouldered frame silhouetted against the afternoon light. He no longer wore the desperate, hunted look of the man who had burst in during the storm. The lines of grief around his eyes had softened, though not disappeared entirely, replaced by a weary understanding, a quiet strength. He carried himself with the competence of a man comfortable in his own skin, yet there was a watchfulness about him still, the ingrained caution of someone who knew how quickly peace could shatter. He offered her a small, hesitant smile, a gesture that still felt slightly unfamiliar on his usually stoic features, but held a warmth that reached his intense blue eyes. "Jed's asking for you," he said, his voice low, comfortable in the quiet office. "How is he today?" Eliza asked, rising from her stool. "Ornery," Caleb replied, the corner of his mouth twitching. "Complaining about the food, arguing with the preacher about checkers. Guess that means he's getting better." Jedediah's recovery had been slow, arduous. The journey to Fort Larned, undertaken weeks ago in a specially prepared wagon under military escort, had been fraught with setbacks. Infection lingered. His strength returned incrementally. But he was recovering. Word had arrived via Marlowe's occasional telegrams Jedediah was out of immediate danger, beginning the long road towards regaining his health. Though the doctors warned he might never fully recover the strength he once had, his name, however, was fully cleared. Agent Riley had seen to it, ensuring Wells Fargo issued a formal retraction of their accusations and acknowledged both Jedediah and Jacob Morgan as victims, guards who had likely fought bravely against Croft's conspiracy. It was small comfort weighed against the physical and emotional scars, but it was the fulfillment of Caleb's vow. Caleb hadn't taken the scouting job with Marlowe or gone back to riding guard for Wells Fargo. He had stayed in Redemption Creek. At first, it was solely for Jedediah, waiting for news, ensuring his brother had support. But as weeks turned into months, his reasons shifted, became less defined, centered more around the quiet telegraph office and the woman within it. He'd found work helping Ben Carter with horse breaking, doing repairs around town, occasionally riding out to check on outlying ranches, now free from Croft's intimidating presence. He worked steadily, quietly integrating himself into the town's rhythm in a way he never had before, earning respect through quiet competence rather than bravado. And he and Eliza had fallen into a pattern, easy and unspoken. He often stopped by the office late in the day, sometimes bringing her coffee, sometimes just to talk for a few minutes, sharing news of the town or word from Marlowe's patrols still hunting faint trails left by Croft's scattered network. Their conversations were rarely deeply personal, yet beneath the surface ran a current of shared experience, mutual reliance, and a slowly blossoming affection that neither was quite ready to name. It was built on moments: a shared glance across Jedediah's sickbed, a quiet walk along the creek at dusk, the comfortable silence as they watched the stars emerge. It felt solid, real, forged in fire and tempered by time. "He's impatient to get out of the Fort Hospital," Caleb continued, leaning against the doorframe. "Wants to come back here, or maybe head somewhere new, start fresh." "Does he know what he wants to do?" Eliza asked. Jedediah's future, like their own, felt uncertain. Caleb shrugged. "Just live, I reckon. Like he said." He looked around the telegraph office, at the instruments, the ledgers. "And you, Eliza, still content relaying cattle prices?" There was a gentle teasing in his voice, but also a genuine question. Eliza smiled faintly. "Someone has to. And there's more than just cattle prices now. With Croft gone, people are talking more freely, sending messages about new ventures, claims being filed honestly, families reconnecting." She paused, her expression growing more thoughtful. "The wire can be used for more than just warnings or conspiracies, Caleb. It can build things too, connect people, maybe even help this town heal." She saw her role now not just as a conduit, but perhaps as a quiet facilitator of the town's slow redemption. "Reckon you're right," Caleb agreed. He pushed himself away from the doorframe, stepping further into the office. The space felt charged with their shared history, the memory of that first stormy night, the tension, the fear, the unexpected spark. Speaking of connecting, Marlowe sent another wire. Eliza looked at him expectantly. News from the major was always significant. Caleb hesitated, then continued. "They found him, the one who attacked Jedediah after O'Malley left him, the one who dragged him to the ledge." Eliza felt a chill despite the warmth of the office. The last ghost. "Who was it?" "Just some low-life drifter," Caleb said, his voice flat, devoid of the fury she might have expected. "Passing through, saw Jedediah wounded, vulnerable. Tried to rob him, maybe get information about the gold he suspected Jedediah had hidden. Jed fought back. Drifter overpowered him, shot him again, or maybe just beat him unconscious, dragged him to the crevasse thinking he was dead, or soon would be. Did they catch him?" Caleb shook his head. "Found his camp miles away. Long gone. Marlowe says the trail's cold. Territorial marshals have the description, but he's likely vanished into the territories. Just random, senseless violence." He ran a hand through his hair, a gesture of weary frustration. "No grand conspiracy, no final piece of Croft's puzzle, just bad luck. Wrong place, wrong time for Jed." The randomness felt almost worse than a deliberate plot. It highlighted the inherent dangers of the frontier, the unpredictable violence that could erupt without reason or warning. It was another scar, another ghost that couldn't be neatly exorcised. "I'm sorry, Caleb," Eliza said softly. He met her gaze, his eyes holding a deep weariness, but also acceptance. Maybe Marlowe was right. Some truths stay buried. Maybe we just have to focus on the ones we brought into the light. Jed's alive. His name is clear. Croft and Stone are finished. Morgan, well, at least the truth about him is known. He looked towards the hidden compartment in the telegraph apparatus where Granger's tally book and telegram had once resided. Agent Riley had retrieved them days ago, valuable pieces of evidence for the trials ahead. We did what we could, Eliza, more than most would have. He stepped closer, bridging the small space between them. He reached out, not to take her hand this time, but to gently brush a stray strand of hair back from her cheek, his rough fingers surprisingly gentle. The contact sent a shiver down her spine, a warmth spreading through her chest. Jed said I should find something better, Caleb murmured, his voice low, his gaze holding hers captive. Said maybe I already had. Eliza's breath caught. The air crackled with unspoken words, with the culmination of weeks of shared glances, quiet support, and deepening trust. Caleb, she began, unsure what to say, her heart pounding. He didn't press her, didn't demand declarations. He simply held her gaze, letting the silence speak, letting the connection between them solidify. The future, he said slowly. It feels uncertain. Don't know exactly where the trail leads from here, but I know I don't want to walk it alone anymore, Eliza. He paused, searching her face. If you'd be willing, maybe we could try walking it together, see where it takes us. It wasn't a proposal in the traditional sense, not filled with flowery romance or grand promises. It was something quieter, deeper, an offering of companionship, of shared resilience, of a future built not on dreams, but on the hard-won realities they had faced and survived together. It was built on trust, respect, and the nascent affection that had bloomed unexpectedly in the harsh soil of Redemption Creek. Tears welled in Eliza's eyes, not of sadness, but of a profound, overwhelming relief and a tentative, burgeoning joy. She thought of her father's words, "Forge your own destiny." Perhaps destiny wasn't a solitary path after all. Perhaps it was found in the connections forged, the burdens shared, the courage found not just within oneself, but in standing beside another. Yes, Caleb, she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. Yes, I think I'd like that very much. A slow smile spread across Caleb's face, erasing the last traces of weariness, illuminating his features with a raw, genuine happiness that made Eliza's heart ache with tenderness. He didn't kiss her, not yet. The moment felt too fragile, too precious for grand gestures. Instead, he simply reached out and took her hand again, lacing his fingers through hers, a silent promise, a solid anchor. They stood together in the quiet telegraph office as the afternoon light began to fade, the clicking relay marking the steady passage of time. Outside, Redemption Creek continued its slow healing, the dust settling, the future uncertain but holding the possibility of something better. The echoes of the wire still resonated, echoes of danger, betrayal, and loss. But now they were joined by new echoes, quieter, more hopeful echoes of courage, resilience, connection, and the tentative beginnings of love found not in a grand romance, but in the shared quiet, in the strength found together after the storm. The path ahead was unwritten, but they would face it, side by side, forging their destiny together, one steady step at a time.